Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, no. Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay bro. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay bro, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
So I'm like slowly but surely remembering how to do this. I'm it's been, it looks like I quit in April. I quit Twitch. We did a couple of Rumble streams. That intro is really long. The other one I have, I think, is even longer. It was like way too long. Cause like when you're making them, you like when I make the intro streams, like I'm trying to grab everything that I think is like crazy and insane that like happened in the last year. And that one was like during like the COVID hysteria. And so like there was just so much to pull from. Right? Like you could not conceivably get even like 5% of the craziness. And then the next one I made was like once like the trans stuff really started popping off and people started paying attention to, queer theory and drag queen story hour and stuff like that. And so like that one was even longer. So it's like I grab like 100 clips and then I have to bring them down to like 20 clips and then like piece them together and have like enough of it there to like really show the craziness. And it's just like, there's just no way to do those intro clips. Inconceivable, Scott. But yeah, so today is the first Wednesday stream on YouTube. Never done one before. Like I said, 14 months ago, I kind of like left Twitch because the censorship was just getting crazy. And the censorship was getting crazy because the last stream we did, I peaked at 40 viewers. And like on my peak, during Twitch, I was able to get 80 to 90 viewers at my peak. And then towards the end, I was peaking at like 40, 45 viewers. And literally without just coming back like a year later to do like not even good regular streams on a different platform, I was getting the same views. And the same thing happened when I did Rumble. But so like Rumble was fine. The problem with Rumble is that it just doesn't translate to anything else. I looked at the offline Fabian channel and got sad. I mean, I'm not like offline per se. I've just been, I've been doing stuff. I've been taking care of my son twice a week. I've been working on some stuff for myself. Not to get too personal. But yeah, no, I've been focused on stuff and my schedule is solidified. So I definitely can do Wednesday streams. So I want to see if Wednesday streams are popular. I think they'll be good. And the reason I think they'll be good is because before, when I was streaming daily and I was trying to make myself stream daily, there was an expectation that I held for myself as well as the audience held. And that was that like there was good content that was politically based, that was relevant to the current news cycle, and I could give like a philosophical libertarian take or do an interview or something, right? And it needed to be done every day, except for, we would have like 2 days off a week. So what ended up happening is like, I would grab stories that just like honestly weren't good enough, right? Like they weren't important or relevant enough. Like I would grab all the things that people were talking about in the moment. Then I would feel guilty because I did that. So then I would try and grab other stuff. And so it just kind of became like trying to like get water out of a rock. You know what I mean? And so like that was part of the reason why there was a bit of burnout I think I had, because I was constantly trying to do that and deal with Twitch's censorship and deal with, just that constant fear of Twitch's censorship, right? Like Twitch and YouTube were both really bad, but YouTube was really bad about COVID and YouTube has chilled out on that. Whereas Twitch is still really bad. And so it's like, and the other thing that you're afraid of on Twitch, hey, what's up, Crod? The other thing that you're afraid of on Twitch is if you get permabanned on Twitch, you, that's it. Like you never get to be on another Twitch panel again. Right? So like if Wick or Prime Guys hosts some kind of Twitch panel, or like, Chud Logic is streaming on Twitch and he shows up, or anybody that is on Twitch that's like multi-streaming, they can't have you on their platform at all if you're banned. And so you have to let every panel know, oh, by the way, I'm banned off Twitch. No one on the panel can be a Twitch streamer or be streaming to Twitch. And so you just get disinvited because it's too much. So that's another thing that you like fear on Twitch. Whereas like on YouTube, if I happen to get banned on YouTube, I can just move to Rumble. I can still be on any panel, right? I could still be, or apparently I guess on X, I could move to X these days, but like I can bounce to different platforms and you could still see me on the same panels. You would just have to follow me to a new platform. Oh, wow. That's an interesting taste. Mark bought some sparkling water Ora Bora, and it's strawberry basil, and it's actually really good. Live candid reaction, boys. We're doing a lot of those tonight. I hate the guilt by association shit they play. Well, I mean, like, it's not, I don't think it's per se guilt by association, right? It's like you're not banned because, you're friends, right? Like Tim the Tap Man, for example, right? He never got banned off of Twitch. I mean, granted, he's a giant streamer, so there's that. He never got banned off of Twitch because he was friends with, Dr. Disrespect, right? But it was like, he knew that like part of the reason he left Twitch to go to YouTube is because he couldn't do games with Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, it's kind of, it's like forced shunning. Yeah, it's like they demand that you excise them from the entire online community such as it is. I mean, Twitch's TOS is crazy. I mean, today they just came out. I mean, like, let's just look at, let me pull this up. And we go to Twitch support. Like, if we go to Twitch support today, like they just came out with today. Hopefully Twitch support doesn't have anything bad. Did they delete the tweet? Oh, here it is from 6 hours ago. So this is from Twitch today. Our community guidelines are designed to help make a welcoming place. Content on Twitch is always evolving, and we want to make sure our rules work as intended and keep up with emerging behaviors. When needed, we make updates to our rules to capture those shifts in behavior, and so it's clear to the community what is allowed. Starting on Friday, March 29th, content that focuses on intimate body parts for a prolonged period of time will not be allowed. We've included additional detail and definitions in our community guidelines linked below. That is what they put out. I'm sorry, hold on, if you want to read the tweet. Is that the right button? Yeah, that's the right button. And then let me zoom in. Right, like, I mean, if you want to read it, there it is from Twitch support. But it's like, it's, you didn't miss anything, buddy. We just started. We're just talking like random whateverness in the beginning. Yeah, but it's like, this is a game that they play, right? So I quote tweeted this. I guess I have to go to my page to like find the quote tweet. Yeah, I quote tweeted, was like, "Ah, yes, Twitch. A famous e-girl sells sex to kids. Better update the TOS so they can do a new meta. But we'll make sure this controversy goes everywhere to bring in more kids and never ban the prostitutes. Also, Twitch, you misgendered a serial rapist, you're banned for life." But it's like, that's the Twitch meta, right? Is that like Twitch ethos figure out a way to get around whatever TOS they currently have, right? The new meta, the current meta that's existing is like a girl will have her ass on the screen, but she'll have shorts on, and those shorts will be green, and then she'll have a chroma key set up so that whatever game she's playing, oh God, sorry, I got something in my contact. Whatever game she's playing will be like plastered on the shape of her ass. And so now they have to redo the meta. But it's like, what they do is they take all of these famous girls that are OnlyFans porn stars, and they'll give them a 1 week ban or something. And then because of like the new meta, and then they'll change the rules. And then what they'll do is, because they change the rules, they'll be like, oh, well, what they did wasn't technically that wrong, right? And then they'll bring them back after like 3 days of being banned. So what occurs? What occurs is, first they ban famous Twitch thought, and all the red pill fucking incel dudes like, yeah, get rid of the Twitch thoughts. And like, so then they like a bunch of news articles and, you know, drama alert and everything goes. And then they'll come out with a rule change. And now everyone's like, oh, the rule change. These guys are really serious about doing it. And then all the journalists clap like fucking seals, right? And then they bring them back early. And now there's a controversy because they brought them back. Meanwhile, if you're like a political streamer on the right wing or something, and you say something that offends, Keffels, a fucking known groomer that steals money from people for legal cases that aren't even ongoing so she can go move and have fun and like fucking, help financially support and connect kids with fucking HRT, blackmail rings and all of that shit. Like, you piss her off and you're just gone because you happen to make her mad, right? It's like, it's a complete massive double standard because they know that they need the money. They need the money from advertisers So they have to pretend like they're doing something and pretend like this is just a problem with the internet, and that there's nothing they can really do about it, but that they're constantly fighting. But they also need the money from the attention they get from all the 13-year-old boys that are watching these, Twitch thoughts and like using mommy and daddy's credit card, or, getting their first job over the summer at KFC, at 15 and 6 months, because they're legally allowed to work now, and spending their extra money on fucking OnlyFans girls that, or either by Twitch subs, giving money that way. Especially because one of the things that you guys don't realize is that if you go and you look at these girls that are OnlyFans girls that are Twitch streamers, a lot of them have a free OnlyFans. So why would you give away your OnlyFans for free? Well, see, the thing is that if you give away your OnlyFans for free, your parents won't find out that you're on the OnlyFans, and you won't get in trouble for being a 13-year-old watching their porn. And you'll become infatuated with who they are as a subscribed member that you just subscribed for free on their OnlyFans. And then you'll end up giving them money on Twitch. And all your parents think is like, oh, well, that's Twitch money. I let them have a little bit of, extra money so that they can, watch their video game streams, and like, they're playing their Fortnites, like the parents that are out of touch that don't know what's going on. Yeah, but sometimes it's better to do the opposite, Ryan, is to have the ads constantly popping up in the place where you can actually talk to the girl. So like if you go on Twitch, that's where you can talk with her. That's where she'll engage with you. That's where if you give her money, she'll do things that you told her to do, right? Because you told her to make a noise or make a sound, right? Or do a thing, right? But then when you go to her free OnlyFans and subscribe, that way nobody knows that it's a bunch of kids. And then you get obsessed with her because you're watching all these sexual things. And then you get to go back to her Twitch and like interact with her. That's the game. And that's what Twitch is doing. And it's like, that was another reason why like I was kind of done with Twitch. It's because it was just this constant censorship, this constant, like, we would never be on the front page. We would constantly get hidden. So like people would have to like search our names specifically to find us, because we wouldn't, even though they were following us, it wouldn't show that we were going live. Reverse of your standard MBA marketing strategy. I mean, only because of the legality there's a legality issue there. Because like you don't want to get caught selling soft porn to kids or hardcore porn to kids, right? You can get caught selling softcore porn to kids because that's just, whatever. So you give out the hardcore stuff for free. And then the exclusivity of the softcore stuff is about your ability to get the girlfriend experience, your ability to engage. Did you see the Reason apparently wrote a hit piece against Javier Milei today? So you know what? We're just getting started. I won't bury the lead. All right? I won't bury the lead. So I'll just show you what I've got and like what we'll get through. Here in a minute, I want to look at Kate. I want to look at Catherine, Princess of Wales, and that video because it's hilarious. We're going to look at Not Gay Jared and the reaction to Not Gay Jared. We'll watch a little poem from Ross Ulbricht. And yes, I am here to look at the hit piece from Reason. I haven't read it yet. We'll react to Reason TV's case for open borders because all the open borders people are pussies, and none of them actually want a real debate. And we'll look at like kind of some of the stuff I've been writing and talking about. I put mention this. I'll mention it now. But hold on, I'll come back to it. Sargon of Akkad just dropped a Gamergate 2.0 video. It's like 10 minutes. I want to laugh my ass off with you guys about this. And then we got to talk about Nickelodeon. What we get to is what we get to. Oh, fuck. I didn't show any of that. Whatever. You heard me say it. So there you go. It's good enough. I keep forgetting to hit the, to change the screen. It's been a while. It's been a while since I streamed. So I've got to get back used to hitting the right buttons and stuff. Debate me, you say? Akana Boy, I wouldn't mind debating you on open versus closed borders because I'm a bordertarian. But what I'm talking about specifically are the open borders and caps. right? So like, I'm talking about doing a debate with all of these people online that want to talk all kinds of shit against Dave Smith and Clint Russell, and like, I'm all for it because fuck them, they're grifters. But mostly what I'm talking about is like the ANCAP side about what is non-aggression, etc. So it's like, I mean, you could do it, but it's like you can come and chat with me about it too. But it's like it's a kind of like an esoteric ANCAP discussion. It's not really like a larger audience of like open versus closed borders. Oh no, Scott, not the Nickelodeon. Dude, we got to talk about Nickelodeon. And there's some other stuff we got to talk about, specifically with Brian Peck, which I've talked about before. We'll bring it up again. But Nickelodeon, like they're in some seriousness right now. Let's become ANCAP gun tubers. Yeah, right. Yeah, it was. So I'm a closed borders advocate. I'm for private borders, obviously. I'm a closed borders advocate. I'm a bordertarian. None of the ANCAPs that talk all this shit online have the balls to talk to me again, except for Liquid Zulu. And Jack Lloyd spoke with me, but like he didn't want to talk about borders like the entire time. He just wanted to shift away from it to talk about like how we dissolve the state pragmatically. And then he would like throw in a thing every now and then, but he wouldn't actually debate that issue. Enclosed privatized border, yes, but like I'm not an open. Like we'll talk about it. We're gonna get into it. I promise. Because I do want to talk about a few things regarding it. And if one of the regulars, one of the philosophy bros wants to have a conversation, you know, I'm more than happy to do it. Like I said, it's still an open invitation. Anybody that wants to debate it, that is a border that hates the bordertarians. There we go. Yeah, but the gun thing is really interesting because like I don't know how I feel about the gun thing. I'm actually like 50-50 on the case in terms of like should all illegal immigrants have the guns? Because like on one hand, as a closed borders advocate, my response to that entire situation is really simple. You refuse to debate that topic yourself. I get it. On one hand, it is a toxic thing. It is something that has gotten bad, but I'm passionate about it. I'm passionate about the closed borders because I think this is an extreme issue. And if we lose this, if the closed borders, if the bordertarians lose to the left, because I mean, like at the end of the day, the libertarian in-group argument is not really what's important, right? Like what's important is what the nation does. And it's going to be between the Democrats and the Republicans. But if we don't do something about these fucking borders, you know what I mean? Like it's already a massive, massive problem. And there are parts of this problem that people aren't discussing that I want to talk about later on today too. But in terms of the gun stuff, like on one hand, I'm like, just deport them. Like they shouldn't be here. Like they're here illegally. Right. But if you're refusing to deport them, and then they always have gun rights. I look at some of the situations like Jose Ibarra, right, that killed that girl recently, and I'm like, so why does the known violent gang member have access to guns in our country illegally with like a court date to go, not even a court date, just a date to go check in with ICE 2 years later? That's like very clearly like there's a pile of corrupt incentives where we are arming violent gang members that are here illegally, that we know are here illegally, and that we're basically not tracking and we're just letting out into the country whilst we're taking away other people's gun rights. And it's like, people are like, well, you shouldn't take away anyone's gun rights. It's like, yeah, sure, I'm with you on that. But also, can we talk about the fact that they're refusing to get rid of these people that we know are violent criminals because they're not a felon here yet, even though we know that they're violent gang members? Like, why are we arming those people, like, and letting them stay here? Like, do you not see how that's just a bad idea? Like, Yeah, and that's the other side, August Leo. Like, I do agree that like illegal immigrants ought have gun rights. I think that's good because there is a presumption in our current legal. I don't understand the case either because like the presumption is that the Constitution grants rights via the concept of these are the things that the state is not allowed to infringe upon. And like, yeah, I understand that there's like kind of a 10th Amendment section, right? Perspective of like, because the 10th Amendment basically saying, you know, just because a right isn't listed here doesn't mean that it isn't a right that belongs to people, right? So I mean, like, you know, the right to privacy was kind of added at a later date. You know, the right, you know, consumer rights, which I disagree with, right? But nevertheless are things that are considered rights that aren't necessarily enshrined in the Constitution. So I do understand that there is a little bit of a wiggle room there. The concept that like immigrants have these rights, but it seems really shaky even from like the constitutionalist perspective, right? Like it's kind of a dub on our end. So like, again, like, so I'm happy that like rights are being recognized as extant as opposed to granted by the state. Super happy with that because philosophically that's a victory. But like this forced integration of violent gang members that we let have guns whilst like no one in New York can have guns, no matter how many Supreme Court cases they win, they still manage to not have gun rights. Like, it's just wild to me. And like, it should be wild. I mean, that is how the framers meant it, August Leo, right? But also the framers had a belief in a social contract theory. Tim Pool made a fallacious argument, no surprise there, that them being here is already illegal, so they shouldn't have a gun. The problem is they haven't been found guilty in a court of law, so it's moot. So first and foremost, you're allowed to take away rights. Gun rights are complicated, right? And the reason gun rights are complicated is because originally the framers of the Constitution did not stop states from infringing upon your Second Amendment rights. So many states had, for example, Virginia is one of many states where I'm at, right? Where is this too loud? No, it's not too loud. Okay. Virginia is one of those states where it's enshrined in the state constitution as well, that you have a right to bear arms. But not all states are created equal, right? And so it's not until you have the Emoluments Clause and not until you have incorporation doctrine, where certain aspects of the Bill of Rights have been incorporated to basically mean that the states themselves also aren't allowed to infringe upon those liberties. And the Second Amendment is a part of the incorporation doctrine. But it's only based upon case law. And so it's not necessarily based upon the correct, perfect wording of the Constitution. And so like, much like Roe v. Wade, it's like currently case law, right? Like common law based upon Supreme Court decisions states that the Second Amendment is incorporated via the 14th Amendment. And because of that, we have gun rights in states, even from state laws. But like, how that does or doesn't apply to illegal immigrants is really weird because the Constitution grants rights to citizens and then it reserves the right for those rights to be taken from people that have people that are felons, right? And so, and it's been interpreted that voting rights, gun rights, certain rights can be permanently taken from felons. And so the question is do they have a Second Amendment right at all? Right? Obviously, as ANCAPs, we believe that. But from a constitutional perspective, does the Constitution even grant them that right? And so then the next question is border crossing a felony? It's not. Have they been convicted? It's not. But it's also kind of one of those things where it's like, well, just because you haven't been convicted doesn't mean that we don't try and process you, right? You know what I mean? Like there's You have a right to a speedy trial, which is being denied to immigrants, hilariously enough, but they don't care because they don't want a speedy trial. And so we're able to kind of find a loophole in this system where, no, they haven't been convicted of any crime, but also, no, they're given money from the government, from the State Department that tries these cases. They give out millions of dollars to NGOs to fund bullshit refugee and asylum claims. And they have so much time to file these claims that they can essentially, if you're willing, if you're dedicated, you can just come here illegally, and then you can get refugee status, you can get a green card, and then not very long after that, if you're committed, you can get immigration. You can get legalized. You can get, or naturalized. So like there's all of these loopholes and problems in the law because of it. And so like I don't think Tim Pool's argument is fallacious so much as it's just misinformed, because it's a really complicated issue legally speaking. And that's without even adding like the philosophical interpretation, because I agree that like you have a right to your property and who you are doesn't change that. But I also agree that you don't have a right to abuse the trust in private property that need be returned to the citizens. I was going to ask about the Melungeons. Are they mixed black people? Hybrid black people? That's a weird way of saying it, but yes, I'm part Melungeon, from my mother's side. That's where my family's from. And yeah, Melungeons are Sioux natives, and then mostly in indentured servitude, indentured servants that served out their time and actually survived. Most of them died before they gained their freedom. But those that survived and like super poor were pushed off to the border frontiers of the American South. And so they made nice with the Native Americans that were still there, and formed communities. And so runaway slaves, very rarely runaway slaves, more often freed blacks, or those that had purchased their freedom, or those that had, gained their freedom in some capacity, didn't want to live in, major areas in the South, couldn't get land, didn't want to be a sharecropper, for their former master. So they would go out into the mountains, go out into Appalachia, and they would meet with people. And so, yes, Melungeons became, blacks, indentured servitude, natives. And then over time, they kind of got whiter and whiter, because, more Irish people came in, and there wasn't like a mass exodus of blacks. Throughout the 1800s, there were still some blacks, but then, and so, blacks did come into that community, and it was a community where they were accepted, but eventually the racism, what you have is the diaspora, the first kind of diaspora, or the Great Migration, if you want to look at it, if that's the sociological term, of blacks moving into the North and moving into areas where there weren't Jim Crow laws. So the people that had the ability to move didn't move to the mountains by the time the West had been settled. And by the time, those wagons were going out and stuff like that, the migration of blacks became a trickle. And so it was mostly just Irish Americans and then an isolated community. So yeah, it's part. We're part black. I mean, I'm like, my 23andMe says that I'm like 13%, West African with like 2%. It's like, I'm like 11%, West African and like 2% like sub-Saharan African. Right. And when you see West African, that's the slave trade, right? Like that's the transatlantic slave trade. I can come to the cookout. I don't know that I'm invited to the cookout. All right, but let's get into some stuff. Let's actually do some stuff. So the first thing I wanted to look at is, while we're still kind of warming up, is this video right here. This is wild to me. Okay, give me just a second, and Did that work? I want to make sure it worked. Yes, this is wild to me. So, Catherine, right? A message from Catherine, the Princess of Wales, right? She's had cancer, and so she's put out this video saying, "Hey, everything's okay. Everything's all right. You know, everything's great. Like, you know, I'm doing okay. Like, don't you worry. We're getting through this, etc." Sorry, Duchess. I don't know why I said princess. Why it does say Princess of Wales. I mean, I guess she is the Princess of Wales, but she's also the Duchess. I'm not English. If there's a UK person here, let me know. I know she's the Duchess of Wales, and I know she's a princess because her husband is the heir apparent. So I mean, there's that. But just watch this video. And I want to see what you guys think.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding.
Oh, hold on, let me cut this up a little bit and like cut my volume. Here we go.
Whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte, and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body, and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support, and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space, and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
Okay, so that's the video. Pretty benign, right? I don't really care. I don't think most of you guys care about what? It won't let me play music. That's so weird. Hold on. Play. There we go. So that's pretty normal. Couple of things though. There have been a lot of people that are claiming that this is green screened and like done with AI. And like, if you notice, I'm trying to find the exact timestamp. I'm trying to remember the timestamp. It's somewhere around here. We'll watch it. I'll see it again. If you notice her hands, there's a portion of this video, people have slowed it down, where like her ring disappears for a second. Let's see if I can find it. And the background looks, the background looks like an MP3 video. And then there's this portion of the bench where like the angles don't look correct. Like it looks like this portion of the bench, like there's 3 here and she's right here. And then this portion of the bench has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rungs. And like the perspective seems odd. And like I want someone with like a math degree or some like AI to do it. But like, I don't know. I'm just curious what you guys think. If you guys are like, your conspiracy theory brain is going off, but like, it doesn't, like, it looks all a little too perfect. Like the whole video feels uncanny valley to me. It looks like she's in a hospital bed, and that they've filmed this with like a green screen with a video in the background. I'm looking at her ring because I'm trying to see if there's an artifact where her ring disappears again, because I've seen other videos of it slow down, but that might just be like people like that's not actually what's happening. We are now in a timeline where the conspiracy theory is entirely plausible now. Yeah, I mean, it's possible she's just there on a day where it's incredibly non-windy. Like, there's just a bunch of things that just feel awkward and off about this video. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, yo, is like the princess fucking like almost dead or something? Like, is she recovering and like not getting like, what's going on? I mean, like the shadows, people point out the shadows don't seem right. They seem fine to me. Right? Like here you have the shadows from her shirt seem fine. It's a little weird that you can see the lighting of the shadow of this shiny bench over here. Like why is the bench that fucking polished? I don't know. Maybe if you're the princess, it's like that. You've seen people wear fake fingers so they have 5 to make it look like the AI. Well, I mean, like honestly, I mean, have you guys seen Sora? Right? So like, oh no, not this Sora. I mean the open AI Sora. So like, this is the latest leap, right? Like these are purely AI generated, just off of like OpenAI's. So this is ChatGPT, right? But like instead of ChatGPT, you know, this is the prompt, right? If they typed in, a stylish woman walks down Tokyo street filled with glowing neon animated city signage. She wears a black leather jacket, a long red dress, and black boots, and carries a black purse. She wears sunglasses and red lipstick. She walks confidently and casually. The street is damp and reflective, creating a mirror effect of the colorful lights many pedestrians walk about, right? And so this, you know, Sora just came out. This is what AI video looks like now with a quick prompt. You know, and Sora can do like up to 60 seconds. And you can like kind of tell sometimes that it's AI based off of artifacts, based off of like, you know, it's hard to tell because, you know, I'm sure most of you guys aren't fluent in Japanese, like, you can't read kanji or whatever, but like you'll see that like some of the signs don't make sense, right? Like what does this sign mean? Like that's not an actual arrow, right? Like that doesn't, there's nothing going on there. But like, this is what AI looks like now, right? Like this isn't, you're not, I don't know what to tell you guys, but like it's over. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like this is, you know, like the era of believing a video is true, is gone, right? Like you should never believe a video at this point. You know what I mean? Like here's woolly mammoths. You know what I mean? Like, unless we're in the era now where we need every video needs to be fact checked and run through. It either needs corroborating evidence or it needs like equally powerful AI software to catch up that can tell the difference between, you know, AI videos and real videos. You know, like here's a movie trailer. I don't know why their helmets have wool fucking caps. Yes, everything on the internet was always subject to scrutiny. I agree. But like now, you know, but like if you saw video evidence, you know, it was fairly good that it's like, okay, maybe the context matters or something. But like, you know, ultimately like the video is like real. You just need to like check out the context. People have gone far too long without critical thought. Well, I would say rationality or reasoning or logical thought. Be careful with that critical thought. It's a captured word, but I understand what you mean. Critical thinking is it doesn't mean what it used to mean anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter that much, but still. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not super worried about it in the sense that, like, I know that, like, when the gun is invented, the need for the bulletproof vest occurs, right? So the moment that the gun is invented is the need for the bulletproof vest. It's the same thing with, some of the early kind of like breastplates that could stop muskets. It's defensive technology lags behind offensive technology. And the reason is that there's no money, there's no profit, there's nothing really to be gained from a defensive technology for an offensive thing that doesn't yet exist. But nevertheless, the defensive technology does get invented. And so as these things come out, we'll start to see one of two things. We'll either see the government take over massive amounts of power, or we will, or what we're going to see is companies, like Twitter, for example. It wouldn't surprise me if Grok, was turned into something for Twitter, for X, that was able to scan everything and give you with like 97%, degree certainty, a rating on whether or not it was AI and fake or whether or not it was real. On top of the things that already exist, like community notes, right? Which is that, like, some random video of some random person can be faked, but if it's a famous person, a lot of times you're going to be able to prove that it was fake, and then it'll get community noted. Malice might be the only resort. I'm not sure what you mean. But yeah, like AI videos are wild now. All right. But, and then one last thing.
Life in a...
I want to share this link. I don't think the more I think about it, 3 minutes and 19 seconds is a lot to devote to this right now. Just because of what we're going on. But here is a link from Anarchast. It's on their Rumble. If you're not following Anarchast, you should follow them. They're on YouTube as well, I believe. As well as, give them a follow. But also, today is the 40th birthday of Ross Ulbricht. If you don't know who that is, shame on you. How dare you? Kidding. But for real, Ross Ulbricht is the inventor and founder of Silk Road. And Silk Road was a kind of dark web website that was dedicated towards a free market without government regulation. And so, what happened there? Overwhelmingly, what happened there was people sold drugs. Actually, overwhelmingly, what happened there was people did transactions without getting taxed. Drugs wasn't even the first thing. The second biggest thing that was there was drug sales. And then there was a very small minority of really dangerous transactions, such as the sale of child porn, hiring hitman, etc., that occurred on the Silk Road. Now, these things were in many ways shut down, right? Because the community would target many of these things, would let these people know, would try and find out who these people were. So it was actually fairly rare that violent things were done via Silk Road, but those were the things that were kind of leveraged. I would suggest you look into the court case of Ross Ulbricht, because what occurred, the stuff that was banned on the website. Thank you, Mad Gentleman. Sorry. These things weren't allowed on the website. Of course, they occurred, just like anything bad occurs, like on Twitter or, on YouTube, sometimes, a live leak video or, for example, when, hashtag, what was it? It was something PewDiePie, the Christchurch shooter, right? Like he was like subscribed to PewDiePie before he started, murdering Muslims in the Christchurch shooting. So like, yes, I mean, like all of these platforms have had illegal, horrible things on there, on there, and they were banned there. And they had a moderation team that would get rid of those things. However, when Ross Ulbricht was put before court, he was charged with facilitating every single instance that they could find of all of these bad things. That he was a facilitator of these things, and he was charged with being a party to these, a party to the hitmen, a party to child pornography, etc. They painted him as someone that intentionally set up a site for hitmen, for child porn, for all of these horrible things. Tons and tons of evidence was not allowed in court. I mean, it was the very definition of a kangaroo trial, of a kangaroo court. And he has had appeal after appeal denied, despite the fact that his constitutional rights were violated. And he has spent his entire 30s, all of his 30s now in prison. And he is serving 2 consecutive life sentences for the crime of creating a website where you were able to circumnavigate the IRS in taxes. And be able to buy weed and drugs without the state finding out. Silk Road was basically eBay. They had to actively moderate stuff on the site. They couldn't really automate it. Yeah, but also the technology to automate it really wasn't as strong as it is today. Like if Silk Road came out today, you could automate a lot. You could automate a lot of that with like reporting systems and stuff like that, that were just not as sophisticated back then. Right. It's just like, we also forget how difficult it was to do things with like social media and websites and stuff back in the day. Like Silk Road was back in the day of like when like HTML was still common. You know what I mean? Like it's been a while. But nevertheless, there's a link to a poem that he wrote, read by Anarchist. And I think it really captures his spirit, if you will. But I don't want to do too much of a downer on it. It's just something that certainly needs to be mentioned today, because it's a shame. That being said, I am going to get into something that is completely different, which is I watched like the first 2 minutes of this, but apparently, not gay Jared is telling all, and there's a response to several accusations from Candace Owens. Not gay Jared obviously is not the first person to say that. Back up, hold on. Okay, is not the first person to say that Steven Crowder is like an abusive employer. I mean, Quarterblack Jared has said it. Candace Owens has said it. Like there've been a lot of people that have worked with Steven Crowder that have claimed in one shape or form or another, Sven the computer, that are under very, very strict NDAs, and have, kind of hinted to the best of their ability that Steven Crowder is an abusive, manipulative employer. I kind of want to hear what he says, because apparently, like I said, I watched like 2 or 3 minutes of this and was like, oh no, I got to watch this on stream, especially since there's a reaction. And it kind of interesting to see what the libertarian right-wing audience I've cultivated. To be fair, it is a Wednesday stream, so who knows who you guys are, because this is the first Wednesday stream I've done, so it might just be a lot of people hopping in. I'm shocked, flabbergasted, surprised even. Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you that it's not that shocking. Let me cut this up to 1.25, and then make sure everything's good to go. Yeah, because I'm interested to see what he has to say. I never really liked. There was a period. I don't know. I won't say I never hate Wednesdays. I live across from a church. Well, do they do Wednesday mass? It's like and that's like rough for you? Oh yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. Well, hopefully stay inside and watch the stream. I don't know. Yeah, I won't say that I never liked Steven Crowder. I did like Steven Crowder. I do think he's funny, has done some decent sketches. The more I started watching online content though, the more cringe it got to me, and the more I, I don't know. It was always kind of like low tier, low brow. I think they've done some good work, especially, with like, I think, looking into Michigan during the elections debacle. I think Steven Crowder did some amazing reporting then, on the ground reporting. I think he has done some really good stuff because he's had the balls to go and do things that other people haven't had the balls to do. And I do think he's had a decent and fun show from time to time, but it seems like dude's kind of a piece of shit. I don't know. He's got a lot of people saying he's a bad guy. And I don't really know too many people that have that many ex-employees that say that you're that abusive, but I don't know. It's hard to tell. So I want to see what's said, see how he puts it, and then see the defense. Because I've kind of heard about it, and I've heard other people's opinions about it a little bit, but I kind of want to watch for myself. I thought after last week you'd lose your following or so, I was told. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, last week we peaked at 46. That was a Saturday though. So, I mean, tonight's a Wednesday. And so, and I'm maybe he brought in some of his people or something. But we'll see. But yeah, let's check this out and see what's up. Oh, okay. Apparently I had. Why is this so quiet? Oh, okay, there we go.
Famous saying goes, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So, here we go. I'm currently being legally abused and intimidated into silence by a former employer. This has been going on for a while now, and it simply cannot live in darkness for another day.
Okay, so like, at least as far as this is concerned, like, I don't know about all the claims he's gonna make, and I'm really interested in seeing them. But like, I can say like, it's very obvious that Jared is under like strict NDAs. And it seems like everyone, I remember there was a bunch of like Sven couldn't do anything. Sven and Jared seems like they were under worse things than Quarterblack, Garrett, sorry, and other former employees. But I do know that Steven Crowder does do these big NDAs, and like right off the bat, that's very suspicious to me. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like an NDA for like Steven Crowder should just be like, you're not allowed to divulge our sources. Like, that should be like, you're not allowed to divulge our sources, or like that should be it. Like, you should be able to talk about like your boss, or like how things were, what the job was like, or the fun thing. Like, you should be able to talk about all of that. It's weird that anything other than that is under like I understand the purpose of an NDA for like a non-compete clause, right? In the sense that like, I don't want you to leave and then take sources with you, or like, burn my ability to do my job because you went out there and like started saying shit that like is necessary for me to like continue working in the industry, because like these people are sources that can't be named or something like that. Yeah, I've heard that. We'll see what he says, but like a non-compete clause. Also, non-compete clauses are like, you're not allowed to use clients, right? So like when you sign a non-compete clause, like a non-compete clause is designed for like, so like let's say I work for NVIDIA making graphics cards, and I'm like a senior engineer. A non-compete clause says that I'm not allowed to go to Intel or AMD and make graphics cards for like 1 year, right? And so it's like, I can go make CPUs, I can go work for your competitor, and I can go do things in the industry, but I can't go work for AMD or Intel and work on graphics cards, right? Because it's very clear that I'd be taking all of the information that's currently secret at NVIDIA, and then bringing that information immediately over to my next employer, because it would almost be impossible not to, because you'd be making graphics cards and you'd be like, that won't work. Why won't that work? Because I've done it before. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. So like, that's the point of a non-compete clause, is to make it so that like your employer doesn't trash your proprietary secret information, or again, poach clients. If neither of those things are happening, that's wild.
But I am asking for your help to fight back. First, some context.
Yeah, I do think Crowder's a bit of a gateway libertarian, only because he's been influenced that way. Like he's not libertarian at all, right? But I do think that there is kind of a lot of the conservative, constitutional conservatives will get people learning things, will get the people engaging in kind of that rabbit hole that might touch libertarians.
In late October of 2023, to my surprise, I was served these papers: a cease and desist from my former employer. It threatened severe legal action in the form of a lawsuit and demanded I cease communications with my friends. The scare tactics of cease and desist are generally to intimidate, isolate, and eventually devastate. Like most cease and desist.
Can I be weird with you? Okay, look, I know this is strange. I know that this is not. I know this is an emotional moment of not gay Jared talking shit on Steven Crowder. Devastate is such a pet peeve of mine, right? Like devastate. Devastate has a specific meaning, right? And people use devastate just to mean like do something bad, right? Like just real quick, right? Like they use it to mean like destroy or ruin, and that's. Oh no, I'm thinking decimate. No, I just got triggered by my own stupidity. No, I'm an idiot. No, we're good. We're good, y'all. It's okay. I got triggered by my own stupidity. It's okay. Devastate works perfectly fine. I was thinking decimate because, you know what? That's fine. It's okay. Sometimes you lose one, guys. Sometimes the ADHD brain gets ahead of you and it just happens. Reduce the rant by 1/10. You're right. I'll continue. But I was, I'll own up. All right. Sometimes these things happen. All right.
It also demanded.
Clip it, ship it, let everybody know how dumb I am. It's okay. I never claim to be super smart. I just claim to usually be the smartest person in the room.
That I swiftly provide them written certificate of my compliance. I did not. In the same delivery, I was also served these papers. A Rule 202 petition from my former employer. You can look that up on the internet. I know I had to. These documents were filed with the county court of my former place of employment.
Yeah, this makes me believe it too, because some people are saying the whole thing is bullshit, and it's like this comes off purely like because I've read some people being like, well, why didn't he show the papers? And then people, I heard Pearly supposedly was like, well, you should have shown the papers, and like I'm not sure that his lawyer. I'm pretty sure his lawyer probably just advised him not to show the papers. But like the fact that you got this, like the fact that there's like this obscure thing that like none of us, that is not in common parlance, it would be very weird for him to like go and Google and like make up like that, like he was sent these legal documents that he doesn't understand, right? To me, it's very believable that he sent this shit.
Demanding that I be subject to an oral deposition under oath for an unlimited amount of time where they were free to interrogate.
I mean, everybody knows what a deposition is, right? Like, but to say like, there's 202.
Me on pretty much any private matter that they chose. Also in this petition for discovery, they demanded that I turn over documents of all communications with more than a dozen of my friends, an unlimited amount of unnamed persons in any form and over an unlimited period of time.
That to me, I don't know. I want that to me is like one of the things where I'm like, I want to see that unlimited amount. Like there is. It may state that it's unlimited, but it's not stating we reserve the right to demand to see anything at all. I think if I'm reading this correctly, which of course I can't read it, but if I'm trying to understand it, it probably says that like they reserve the right to grab anything as pertaining towards like whatever things they're looking for or whatever, right? So whenever you do discovery, in any court proceedings, right? Like there's a scope for the discovery. And so it'd be like, all of the emails to and from this department and any emails that may or may not be associated with this thing. And if you're caught hiding things that are within that scope, you can get in serious trouble. But like, it doesn't mean that you have access to literally everything. And like, I don't know, I think maybe he might be panicking. He might be getting weird or maybe he's just not quite understanding the way that legal process works. And at the same time, if you're Jared and you don't have the money to go up against a team of fucking lawyers from Crowder who has a fuck ton of money, it might be true. Like it might be that like the scope is overly broad, but he's just like the way that they're able to argue it and his lack of defense is able to make that. So it's like, it's kind of one of the things where it's like, I want the documents seen and reviewed by people that know what they're talking about.
I did not. Now, I did not for a few reasons. Number one, I have seen how his employer handles legal issues.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Not Gay Jared was like someone that was on the show for like a long time. And was like, you know, he did what Quarter Black Garrett did on the Crowder show before Quarter Black Garrett.
And I knew that once I opened the door to legal abuse, it would never, ever be shut. This is how they operate. In fact, I'm not the only one who's a current victim. My former employer is exploiting the legal system to abuse others right now, all in the darkness.
To be fair, everybody that's ever worked for him seems to fucking hate him and say that he abuses them, that they abuses people legally. So
fully knowing that the fear and risks it takes to speak up. This kind of harassment at the hands of the powerful isn't just designed to financially ruin somebody. It's designed to cripple their soul. And I wasn't about to put my family on embarking upon a journey down that road. Number two, I was not about to allow the privacy of my personal life, the trust I have with my friends, and the real relationships I have with them to be violated in such an vindictive and abusive manner. It simply was not going to happen. I received the latest article of legal harassment on Friday, March 22nd, 2020.
Hold, pause. I'm back from my class on ethereal Marxist gender something to preach about not thinking about scarcity from atop my toilet. Surprised to see anyone here. All right, brother.
24. After a month now of litigation exhausting even the court with relentless amendments to their Rule 202 petition, my ex-employer was finally awarded their request for my oral deposition and any document of communication with my friends that they believe may provide any avenue to sue me or others. As it stands, they await my forced cooperation. I will not. I will continue to fight. Now, here's the big question, is what was their entire reason for this harassment and the basis for their claims? These documents, an NDA. Some more context.
Yeah, just a quick little thing, guys. Like, whoever you work for, whatever you're doing, like, never, ever, 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 ever sign an NDA without a lawyer reviewing it of your own. I'm not saying never sign an NDA. There are times where it is to your benefit to sign an NDA, right? Like you're leaving a company and they want you to sign an NDA and then they're going to pay you out like, you know, 40 grand. And then like, if you don't sign the NDA, you get nothing, right? There are definitely times to do that, but anytime someone wants you to sign an NDA, just make sure you get a lawyer. Right. And if they try and whatever the people are, if they're trying to bully you into signing one without having a lawyer reviewing it, it's because they're scared. They're scared of the damage that you can do or what it is that you can do to the company. And that alone should let you know that go fuck yourself. I'm the one in a position of power here. That's why you want me to do all of this.
I signed this separation agreement, an NDA, containing a strict and very broad non-disparagement clause.
40K, getting myself a duplex. Where do I sign? Yeah, but the thing is that like if they're willing to give you that, and they tell you that the money, the entire thing goes away the moment you walk out the door, they're full of shit, right? You just look at it. It's the same thing as like it's the same thing with dealing with the cops, right? When like people are like, oh, you should like you talk to the cop. No. Tell the cops, fuck you, I want my lawyer. And or you can be nice about it. You don't have to say fuck you. Just be like, you know, I'll speak with you when I'm speaking with my lawyer. Like I want my lawyer present for anything that we're discussing. You know what I mean? Like obviously if like you see a murder happen like across the street from you and like the cops get there 2 minutes later and they're like, what you saw, I want a witness test statement. You don't need a fucking lawyer for that. But like anything beyond that, where you're getting taken in or you're going in for an interview or anything like that, have a lawyer. And if you're going to sign legal documents, have a lawyer. Or your ex-wife wants you to, you know, sign some like custody agreement. Have a lawyer. Don't be like, oh, this sounds cool again.
Many years ago, I voluntarily left my job after deciding I can no longer put myself or my growing family through the toxic and abusive work environment I had endured for years. This place was and is to this day a workplace rife with sexual misconduct, degeneracy, and aggression. The things I saw, the things done to me, and the things I witnessed my employer do to others were disgusting, shocking, and utterly indefensible.
It's weird seeing someone like not gay Jared be like, it was, it was degenerate. It's like, dog, like who you were on that show was that, but there is a kind of a system of like, baby steps, the kind of baby steps that we take in turn. I don't want to say it's like grooming, right? But there is something similar to grooming that occurs in toxic environments, in sexualized workplaces and things like that, where where there is a power imbalance there. And like, first you accept small things and then they kind of just get worse and worse, if that makes sense.
I have the receipts.
Says I have the receipts. All I can think of is like Alex Jones, like, I have the documents, right? I have the receipts right here. Let me tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the documents. They're turning the frickin'. I don't want to scream because I don't have soundboards up in this house yet. So like I have to be careful about screaming while people are asleep.
This all took a serious toll on my personal health. To the point near the end of my tenure, the work environment.
I promise you, once I get soundboards, you guys will hear very loud Alex Jones impressions that are fucking spot on.
It became so toxic that I had to be admitted into a heart hospital. And after many tests, I was ultimately put on anti-anxiety medication.
What the fuck is a heart hospital? I understand that you're nervous, but like, if you're gonna do these statements, you should write these out first. Like, you should not just have bullet points and riff it, right? Like you shouldn't be riffing like your statement to the world about like legal proceedings and documents that you've received in abuse. Like, don't riff this. Write out a fucking script and go through the script and then read the script on camera. I understand that there's a certain tendency for people to appreciate a genuine reaction, but like this is what you say can and will be used against you. You know what I mean? Like write it out.
To the point near the end of my tenure, the work environment had become so toxic that I had to be admitted into a heart hospital. And after many tests, I was ultimately put on anti-anxiety medication. This condition was something new to me. I had no history of it prior to my employment there.
Again, like a heart hospital, and then after many tests, I was put on fucking anti-anxiety medication. Dog, like that's a weird way of putting it, and it makes you sound like kind of a bit of a bitch. I'm not trying to be mean, right? But a lot of people, you can just like go to the doctor and be like, I have anxiety. And like, you just go to like pretty much any primary care in America. Be like, hey man, I have anxiety. I feel real anxious all the time. And then they'll just give you fucking benzos. I'm not saying you should do that. Benzos are horrible. Don't take them, right? Akathisia is a bitch, if y'all didn't learn that from Jordan Peterson, right? But like, nevertheless, being put on anti-anxiety medication is like, literally anybody can do that very quickly.
And have never been treated for it since.
Well, he did leave his toxic job, to be fair.
Now, when I decided to resign, my wife was pregnant with our firstborn child.
I do remember. I forgot about that. He was like, he said it was so bad he had to leave, even though like signing an NDA and like left like while she was pregnant. Like, ugh.
It was a terrifying position to be put in, but I absolutely knew that I could not be the husband or dad I was called to be for them in my current state.
Oh, maybe he did write this down. Now that I think about it, because he typed up these fucking subtitles, because they're not in an auto-generated font or anything, and they've got borders on them so that they're clearer to read. So I guess he did write this down. That was just like poorly written. All right, I'm the asshole.
Something had to change, and if I couldn't change my work environment, then it was time for me to remove myself from it. I was fully aware that willfully resigning would mean I would forfeit any sort of severance. I trusted that.
Also, there's 28 concurrent viewers, right? Like, and there are 11 likes. Like, hook a brother up. You know what I mean? Like, let people know what's up.
God would provide. What I had not anticipated is how much it would cost me to quit. This is where my first experience with legal abuse began. Starting from the day I delivered my notice of resignation, I was put on the phone with company lawyers, and the good cop, bad cop coercion campaign to get my signature on an NDA was well underway. I was told many lies throughout this process. I immediately hired my own legal counsel, and by the
at least he had his own legal counsel.
grace of God, understanding my predicament, he even agreed to work for half of his normal rate. Even so, the legal fees immediately began to pile up.
Yeah, if you don't like me, give me some dislikes. I don't give a fuck. YouTube just cares about engagement.
Former employer and his attorney argued I could not work in media anywhere in the world, and most certainly not in the United States for 2 years.
Okay, so it's for 2 years. I'm not saying that's if he got a severance, if he got a decent severance and he's not allowed to work in media for 2 years, that's still a lot, but that's not that uncommon, right? Like it's a little hefty. It's not something that I would expect from a fucking conservative talk show thing, right? It's not something that I think is industry standard in that space. It's common in the insurance industry or in like tech companies and things like that. And again, the scope is not so wide as like you can't work in media, right? Like that is insane. I don't want to say insane, but it's certainly more than what I would consider to be morally good, right? Like I think that's being incredibly protective. And I'm not saying cops are right when they say, if you don't have, nothing to hide, why can't I search kind of situation. But to like shut down a dude's ability to get a job in the industry is different than like not being able to work in it should have been a much more specific scope. Like the dude fucking did soundboard stuff, right? Like that's what his expertise was in. Like it would be like, you know what I mean? Like it's like an insurance agent. Even an insurance agent can go work in a different industry that's kind of related, but like there's not really anything you can do with the expertise in media. And then you have a 2-year gap on your resume that like completely destroys you. You know what I mean? Like he should have been able to get a job in media. He just shouldn't have been able to release sources, use the same, network or connections or suppliers. I mean, figuring out all the back end stuff, whatever it is that he's doing. You know what I mean? So like a non-compete clause is fine, but like 2 years, you're not allowed to work in the entire industry is insane to me.
Not because I involuntarily signed some sort of non-compete in my original employment agreement. It was because they decided a non-solicitation clause that was in said original agreement would retroactively be interpreted as the broadest and strictest non-compete one could draft.
Oh, okay.
It told me my Twitter account, another potential lifeline to future work, which I had owned and been the sole manager of since 2009, was to be turned over to them on the argument that it was somehow their intellectual property now.
Wait, it was their intellectual. Did you sign something saying that they owned your likeness and image? Because there are clauses for media personalities where people's likeness and image is owned. I think it's stupid. I don't know how you fucking own someone's likeness and an image. But I mean, if you sign in a contract in no uncertain terms that they do own that, that's on you for signing a shitty contract. Now, I don't think Steven Crowder ought to be doing that. And I think it's hilarious that Steven Crowder is the one that might be doing that type of situation, because this is the same dude that like tried to put the Daily Wire and everybody on fucking blast because they wouldn't give him enough money and they wanted too much of his money. And like one of his big stipulations that he didn't like was likeness and image. So like, if he's doing that to other people, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, how full of shit of a hypocrite can you be? But if you signed a likeness and image clause in your contract, like that's like, I don't want to say it and I kind of just want to say like, you're the idiot that did that. Like, why did you do that? That's stupid. Don't like, oh God. It's like reacting to, it feels like I'm reacting to like a Portland metal band right? That just that is famous and put out like 3 albums, and they're all penniless and broke because they just wanted to be signed by Sony Records, and they didn't read their fucking contract. They didn't pay attention to anything in it, and they just wanted the fame. And it's like, you did that, but instead of doing that for like world tours in Europe and like being a famous rock star, you did it so you could be Steven Crowder's soundboard guy that got forced to wear dresses and got called like I almost said the F slur, but like got called the gay guy all the time. Like, that's what you did. You did it so you could be humiliated regularly and be the soundboard guy for Steven Crowder. That's wild to me.
Presumably to keep me from working even further, my former employer even tried to claim my personal production equipment, gear I had owned for years prior to working there as.
Dude, I almost said it. I almost dropped the F-bomb, but like, fucking censorship and everything. Like, we ought to be able to say the F slur, man. Oh God, dude. I want to get I need you guys to find me in the Virginia, Central Virginia area, right? I need you guys to find me like a hot trans girl to be my girlfriend for like 6 months so that I can just claim that I'm just gay enough to use the F slur, right? Like, I want to be just gay enough to get the card. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be gay. I don't want to date dudes. Like, I don't, no, God, no, disgusting, gross. I don't even want to date a femboy. But like, if you can find me someone that is like, finster or above, right? Like, in terms of femboy to trans scale, right? Finster or above, that's real cute, that I can date publicly for 6 months so I can get the F slur for life, I would really appreciate that. I don't think it's a nice thing to say. Yeah, but in the instance that I was about to use it was like, you did this so you could get called that? F-bomb, do you mean fascist? No, I mean a bundle of sticks.
Company property. After producing every
First, you would need to figure out what counts as Central Virginia. Bitch, you know what Central Virginia is. Not fucking Nova, Northern Virginia, not fucking Appalachia, not fucking super deep South, and not fucking Virginia Beach area. You wanting pre-op Blair White? Wait, did Blair White get sex reassignment surgery? I thought she was. Oh, you mean like, I don't know. Blair White doesn't like me. I did one panel with Blair White, and then she never followed me on social media and like never responded to any of my DMs. Fucking never responded, like just fucking ghosted me after we did that panel. And I was like, I don't know what she, and then then she went on like Tim Pool and was talking about narcissism and like nobody got it. And like, she didn't get it because she didn't know what the hell she was talking about. She just heard me say it. And I'm not saying that was like conscious that she stole my thing. I think she probably just heard it and was like, oh, that makes sense. And then tried to talk about it in an opportune moment. And then like, it didn't make sense when she said it because she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. But yeah, when I said you should be careful of the right wing because they're going to start fucking going after trans people just for being trans, and that we have to be careful how much this pendulum shifts, because like if they keep doing crazy shit in our schools and drag queen story hour and shit, eventually the right is like not going to give a fuck to learn the philosophy. They're just going to target everybody that they see as being in that category. And she like laughed at me and was like, how dare, and then got like all offended and shit and was like, the right are fine, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, now, a year and a half later, it's like we're seeing Matt Walsh and we're seeing all these people. It's like, fucking, I was right, wasn't I? I'm not saying Blair White owes me an apology. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wish she didn't ghost me because I'm based, and like she could have learned some shit. The gun she owns concerns me. I don't mind Blair White's gun ownership. I just don't like some of the ones that look like toys that aren't painted orange. Like, that to me feels wrong. But at the same time, it's not like she's taking those guns anywhere other than her own house where kids aren't. So it's like, it's not actually a danger. It just looks fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, it makes me uncomfortable because it looks like toys. But at the same time, it's not like she's fucking letting kids hang out around them. You know what I mean? It's not like she's I don't think she's doing anything with it where they would be near kids anyways. Like, if she had children at that house, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck? Right? But like, the fact that she doesn't, and probably doesn't have any kids near that. And also, I'm pretty sure most of her guns are like locked in a specific room, so the room itself is locked. It's not really a safety issue. It just looks weird and it feels weird.
Receipt to validate my ownership. A vicious lie that I stole from the company was born and disseminated by my employer. By the way, breaking their side of this bogus mutual non-disparagement agreement. I have those receipts as well.
Ooh, all right. So at least he has something. So he's got something. All right.
All I simply wanted to do was peacefully leave. It was clear by my employer, though, that this was not only unacceptable, but that I needed to be punished for doing so. Being bullied on each of these terms and many more, fighting for my basic freedoms to leave and provide for my family immediately sent me into legal debt. I did not want to sign anything, mind you. But the negotiations with my former employer left no question that without a signed NDA, my guaranteed silence, I would undoubtedly be harassed well into the future. No matter if there are future claims against me for where I worked or what I did or what I said.
Real quick, I'm not getting any money from them, but as someone that was a nicotine addict for like on and off for the last decade or longer, actually, probably about the age of 16 till the age of 32 on and off with like some periods where I've been off. I quit vaping cold turkey and I started feeling the itch coming back, and I've been using Fume. And I know you guys have seen it from YouTubers and stuff. I'm going to tell you, someone whose addiction has mostly been an oral fixation because I'm like really ADHD. This shit works and it's fucking great. And it has kept me from going back to vaping, nicotine or no nicotine, and just kind of breathing in the cool shit. I wish they'd sponsor me. That'd be dope. But like, you know, I don't really have enough viewers. So you're going to have to like, share, the scream if you want me to see me get that few money. But like, real talk, I would love for them to sponsor me just because I believe in the product. It's a good product. Just throwing that out there. Speaking of addiction, how much caffeine do you take in? It depends. So if I'm not streaming or anything like that, I'll have a cup of morning coffee. But if I'm streaming, I'll do like an energy drink. I'm not sucking down like nicotine all day, or sorry, caffeine all day. I don't drink soda really. I don't really drink soda at all. Every now and then I might have something if it's like gourmet, you know, like a ginger ale or something, but I have a cup of coffee in the morning. And I know coffee's not good for like your tea levels and shit, but like good, better, best. I'm not giving up my morning fucking cup of coffee. Like there are certain things I'll do for my health and there are things I won't do. Probably about to start taking in a whole bunch more caffeine though. And I'm going to be doing that on purpose. Because Mark and I are going to Gold's Gym here after this weekend, and we're going to start lifting. I got to get back into like getting into real shape. So I'm going to start lifting here. In like in less than a week, I'm going to start going to the gym on, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and going with him together and just start. So that means I'm probably going to be taking fucking pre-workout. So I'm going to be getting a lot more caffeine, but like in a good way.
Were legitimate or not, it didn't matter. It would cost me thousands and thousands to fight back, and they knew that. I had to make a deal. With nothing but a small savings account and my last paycheck, I had to accept the deal I could afford. It's very important to note here that, where is it? It's here. I was not paid a single dollar for its consideration.
Bro, what are you talking about with my ADHD? Hold on, he wasn't even paid any money for this? Dude, I'm not signing a goddamn thing if you're not paying me. Like, you can go fuck off.
Which brings me to what you might be asking next. What was the reason I did sign this? And again, as a man with his...
There's, oh fuck, where is it? Waterloo is really good. If you haven't tried Waterloo, try that out. But there's a one that's even better. Let me see. There's a specific company. Spindrift sucks. I'm trying to find. I'm searching on another screen right now, looking for a specific company. They sell it at Publix if there's a Publix near you. But I don't know what is or isn't near you. Just trying to find the fucking company name. Actually, you know what? I bet if I put in the flavor. Yeah, here it is. Brightside. So the company is Brightside. They have one yuzu elderberry or elderflower. But they have other ones. It's expensive. Okay, it's $7.75 for a 6-pack right now. But yeah, Brightside sparkling water is like really fucking good. So if you're trying to get something that actually has flavor as opposed to like the hint of an essence of flavor, that's a good one.
First child on the way, the small victory I got from it. The primary reason I signed the NDA was for a small carve out in the non-compete clause, which allowed me to freely seek employment using some of my skill sets at another specific company.
Okay. So he signed something that would allow him to work in the industry after they presumably had reinterpreted something that he didn't understand in his beginning clause as a means of like a non-compete clause in the entire media industry.
At least I could feed my family. That provision, however.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't. It's hard to fault him for that when he's like, yeah, at least I could feed my family. Like, he thought that would allow him to get a fucking job.
Was a lie. And upon starting my new job at the new said company, I was getting another one of these, a cease and desist. And was promptly unlawfully terminated from that position. I added thousands more to my legal debt trying to fight back. My wife.
Dude fucking he just couldn't get a job. Oh my God, dude. Oh, this is the type of shit you murder people over, right? Like this level of like, dude, just leave me alone. Like this level of legal abuse is like where you feel like you have no out other than to just kill the person. Which is like obviously not going to help you because you're just going to go to jail and your family's not going to get fed or anything. But Jesus Christ, dude, like what the fuck?
Was very pregnant by this time, and without a financial safety net for groceries and a baby crib, much less a legal fund to file a countersuit, I simply had to let it go, trusting God had a plan.
God's not going to save you from fucking Bill Rich, man.
To that point, I want to say that I'm happy to report that he did have a plan, and what was intended for evil, God used for good, and it took me years to pay off my legal debt, but the story of God's faithfulness in my life became a very large part of my testimony, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunities that he gave me, and yeah, it's a story for another day, but back to this. While my supposed non-compete expired after 2 years, unfortunately, the most egregious part of my NDA, the part that silences my free speech, has no expiration.
Yeah, that's how NDAs work.
While NDAs are classically used to protect trade secrets, unfortunately, in the entertainment industry, they are too often used to protect disgusting, unlawful activity and many forms of abuse. We see examples of this all the time. Powerful people and their attorneys routinely use NDAs to silence victims in order to...
Yeah, but like illegality, hold on. Like this is true, but also illegality is one of the exceptions to a valid contract, right? So like you have, so like anytime you have a contract, there are things that invalidate the contract. Illegality is one of them. Unconscionability is one of them, which to be honest, this might fall under unconscionability. So you have illegality, you have duress, right? And then, oh God, there's a fourth one and I can't think of it right now. 4 types of contract. Violations, I guess. Oh, not breach of contract. Invalid. I can't remember in contract law. I'm not a lawyer, right? So this is all shit I had to like learn myself. Illegal, under duress, unconscionability, procedural unconscionability. Why is it giving contract of adhesion? Adhesion contracts are valid. Who the fuck is this ironclad? That's not. That's fucking goddamn it. Anyways, whatever. It's not that important because I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, I just can't. Yeah, I was trying to think. There's 4 specific terms in contract law when you're a defense attorney and you're trying to argue that a contract is invalid. Unconscionability is the most recent and most difficult to prove, which is basically kind of like pornography. It's like when you see it, you know it. It's like a contract is so egregious in so ridiculous that like no rational person, if they would have understood the actual consequences of the contract that they were signing, would have signed this contract. And on top of that, they had no means of like really knowing that, right? So like there's a case, I can't remember the famous case, but like there's a case from like a payday loan thing, where it was like a woman that like her English was her second language. She barely spoke English. She was a legal immigrant. And she got like a payday loan, and like the payday loan interest was like fucking insane. And like it was like buried in legalese to where like even lawyers had a hard time actually figuring out what the contract meant. Like it needed to be like, you needed to go through with a pen and be like, okay, this means this and then like, and separate it because it was like really, really obscure. And basically it allowed for like unlimited interest. And the interest was like the moment you were a day late was like daily compounding interest. So it's like every single solitary day that you did not pay them back was like 2.5% interest, and it was compounding interest. So it was like, it was basically like the fucking, like an exponential in terms of how very quickly, you know, the like $1,000 became like an inordinate amount of money that would put you in debt for life, and you wouldn't even be physically capable of paying the interest because it was daily compounding interest. So you couldn't make payments to like against the interest or the principal. So like yeah, it was something like that. This almost falls into that. But if you're saying that like NDAs are used to cover up shady shit, absolutely. But they can't be used to cover up actual crimes. Like if there is an actual crime here, such as sexual harassment or you know, some form of fraud, or something that is illegal in terms of like workplace regulations and laws in the state of Texas, your NDA doesn't fucking matter there. Like they might use the NDA to attempt to silence you, but ultimately the whole thing is void if it requires you to hide illegal things. Now, if you're just saying that it's commonly used that way, and there's things that you don't like or things you felt that were immoral, that's not really an argument.
Remain powerful people. Free speech matters. Matters a lot to me, and that's not just a t-shirt slogan. It really matters. And these kinds of NDAs right here, coming from this, are unquestionably unconstitutional. I will not live with the burden of this.
Well, I can't see the fucking document, so I don't know if it's unquestionably unconstitutional, but like it certainly seems insane that they made you do this, especially when you didn't get a goddamn dollar out of it. Yeah, no, 100% mad gentleman. But he said he had a lawyer look over it at one point. But he was kind of, the problem is that he was already in a shitstorm from his employment contract. And I think a lot of people, I think he probably was just completely stupid in signing this employment contract, but thought it would be fine.
Unconstitutional NDA over my head for the rest of my life, especially when
I mean, how many of you guys have gone through with a fine-tooth comb your employment contract when you got a job? You were just like, oh, it's a company. You're cool people, whatever. You know, I sign it. Like, because you have a fuck ton of paperwork you have to sign.
Information I have can be used to aid other victims escape their own abusive situations, which is the context for which this former employer feels they caught me breaking my agreement. Let me be clear.
Soyaddle, I love you, buddy. You're weird, right? Like, I love you. I love you. I love you because you're the only fucking leftist environmental activist that I know that actually fucking stands nuclear. Like, I love you. But you're weird. Most people, when they get a job at like a regular job, they don't fucking go with a fine tooth comb their contract. Now, if you're working for a small company, maybe you do, right? I mean, you probably should, but I'm just saying, like, it's not that uncommon for somebody to trust their employer enough to just be like, yeah, this is a basic employment contract, and not think there were things in there that would permanently fuck them for life.
Former employer feels they caught me breaking my agreement. Let me be clear, what I'm afraid.
Soyaddle over here finding typos. Like, this isn't
Made
right.
of is legal harassment in perpetuity, not the truth. Only one side of this ordeal is spending a fortune to hide truth and punish anyone who dares speak up for themselves or other victims. While I will not give in to the harassment by my former employer, I have to recognize that this process has already become unbearably expensive, not only because of the general expense of the legal process, but because my former employer has seemingly unlimited wealth and resources to gleefully spend punishing powerless people. I tried to handle legal fees on my own these last months, and the fees have already reached the tens of thousands of dollars with no resolution in sight. Unstopped, this type of legal abuse could go on for years and years and quickly escalate into hundreds of thousands of dollars as I fight to protect myself and my family. I cannot put my wife and my children through this. Not again. I cannot be bound to an unconstitutional NDA like this forever. Protecting my family means finding a path that doesn't leave us in financial ruin, and we are simply out of funds.
I don't understand why he keeps saying it's unconstitutional. Like, I mean, maybe I don't understand. Like if there's I don't. It seems like you were coerced into signing an NDA, right? And if you were coerced, then the NDA is not valid. It seems like there might be some illegal things. Maybe not. Maybe you're full of shit. And if so, the NDA is not valid there. And it seems like the things that you signed in your original employment contract, at least from the way that he's presenting it, are out of the are being interpreted to an incredibly broad degree that would also fit the unconscionability, right? So if things are being interpreted to to appear that like you can't use, former you can't go to another, you can't leave, and you have a non-compete clause, but the non-compete clause is basically saying like you can't bring certain knowledge with you, you can't bring contacts with you and sources and expose like certain procedures and things like that for 2 years, and then it actually turns out you can't do it forever, or that you can't work in an entire industry for 2 years. That would also, I think, would be unconscionability, right? Which is kind of like fraud, but it's not fraud. It's something else, but it's, so I mean, like, there are multiple ways where this contract might not be valid under English common law, but I don't understand this argument of like it's unconstitutional. It just seems like a weird buzzword.
And I had no other option but to ask for help. I'm asking for donations for 2 reasons. Number one, obviously to help with the financial burden I've already accrued with this legal matter right here. That's taken care of. That matter is priority number one as I'm going further and further into debt with each passing day. The second reason I'm asking for financial assistance, is to proactively address my unconstitutional anti-free speech NDA, which is the basis for all of their claims.
What is I don't like these buzzwords, like these conservative fucking buzzwords to try and get like people to support you, like this unconstitutional anti-free speech. Dog, there's nothing anti-free speech about a non-disclosure agreement. Like a non-disclosure agreement is you voluntarily signing something to curtail your speech. It's not anti-free speech because you get paid for it. What you did is you signed a fucking NDA so that you could go work at another job. And I don't know why your lawyer advised you that. It seems really dumb. It seems like you had a bad lawyer and you signed even more shit you shouldn't have signed. That doesn't make you, Steven Crowder guiltless by any stretch of the imagination. Or make your situation morally right. But it's just like the word, it's like, I hate when people use buzzwords instead of just talking about what the issue is.
Against me. The simplest resolution here would be for my ex-employer to release me from the NDA. Give me and my fellow ex-employees the same free speech they publicly champion for every other American. But I can almost guarantee you that will not happen. I've already witnessed them spend unfathomable amounts of money in other cases to protect their double life and secrets. No more darkness. That's why, beyond the current burden I face from my ex-employer's legal abuse, I will be using these donations to fight back and file a counter motion, placing my unconstitutional NDA before a judge to have it dissolved in its entirety. I want my First Amendment rights back. I want to stop the cycle of abuse, and I want truth to be known. This takes incredible resources I simply don't have. Truthfully,
dude, I do feel bad for him though. That sucks.
I don't know how much money this will take. Probably much more than my current goal is. But every penny I do have left from your donations will go toward helping other ex-employees, dear friends of mine, fight back and escape their identical situations with the same employer. to accept donations, I've set up a GoFundMe. And to make it easy, you can go to freejaredmonroe.com. It will.
Dude, he is so ashamed. Like, I can see that, like, and I don't know if that's because he's lying or he's full of shit, right? It doesn't seem that way. Like, it seems almost certainly that he's this way because he doesn't want to have to beg the internet for help in this situation. Like, he really just wants to be able to make enough money to, like, not deal with it. But dude, like, it is like bleeding off of him. That's rough, dude. I understand why so many people were like, fuck you, free Jared. Yeah, it was just like, at this point, like, it's been years. Like, he doesn't have anything to burn you other than evidence of your shitty life. Like, what is, we're going to watch the next video, their response to this and to the kind of the shit with his wife and people talking shit about him, like, presumably being abusive or not abusive to his wife. We're going to watch that right after this. But, like, what is their fucking argument? Against just letting him fucking out. Like, what does he have that, like, must remain secret? Because it's been years. There's no contacts, suppliers, sources. Like, there shouldn't be anything that actually harms your business other than reputation damage. But, like, the reputation damage shouldn't be that big of a deal at this point because people are already talking. Like, they're already talking shit. So, like, the only thing that it can be is that he has straight up receipts of you doing horrible shit. And at that point, like, I'm just like, yo, Steven Crowder, go fuck yourself. Release him. Like, tell me what's up.
It will take you there. Please share this message. I know some of you cannot afford to help, but simply retweeting this post helps so much. And for any of you who can help, big or small, public or anonymous, I, my wife, my children, thank you from the bottoms of our hearts. And I do just want to say this. If you too are or have been a victim of such abuse, for whatever it's worth, know that I see you and I hear you, and I encourage you to be courageous. No more darkness. Victims of the cruel and powerful deserve a voice. Truth is the sword that slays the monsters, so let there be truth.
All right, you're getting cringy at the end here. You got a little cringy, but, like, all right, fuck it, I'll like it. My fucking less than 1,000 viewers on Free Speech Matters. Yes. Fucking Elon, give me my old accounts back. Yeah, let me take a quick leak. Go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Good morning from India. Heck yeah, bro. We just watched Not Gay Jared responding from put forward his statement of the presumed legal abuse, NDAs, and all these other problems. Who's texting me? Bro, I hate when I get a text from a random number. So how are you doing? Bitch. Fucking telemarketers. Remember, Scott Jared is a mainstream conservative. He must be religiously driven. I mean, he is, I'm sure. I mean, he says it multiple times talking about that. So then we're gonna my screensaver. I just have I have 2 hot Asians in my screen, in my background photos. But it's all AI. It's all random AI stuff that I've collected. And it somehow, at the most embarrassing moments, it like for whatever reason, I have 2 hot Asian girls out of like 150 photos. And like every time Mark comes in the room, it's one of my monitors has one of them. And I'm like, how is it that it's every time that fucking you come in here? It's like, I swear to God, it's just 2. Like, it's just 2 AI images. Some of them I've made, some of them I just found. I'm just like, oh, whatever, that looks cool. But I will be right back. I just got to take a leak. I'll be right back. And then we'll watch the response from Steven Crowder and family. Where is it? There it is. Sorry about that. Oh, goodness. Maybe the term should be waifu? Fair enough. When I see pics of hot chicks, I always think that it looks cool and nothing else. How dare you ever think that there would be anything more to it, you sicko. All right. Well, have fun with that. Oh, God, that was so long ago. Yeah, I tried to call in to Sam Cedar twice. Because he was like, because on Twitter, he was like, call in, set the record straight. And I tried to call in. And then like the first time he was just not there that day. I was like, oh, okay, he was sick. And I tried to call in another time and I just kind of like waited forever. And I was just like, okay, this fucking sucks. Like, I wouldn't mind calling in to Sam Cedar, but like having to wait to potentially get seen and not get seen is like, all right. It's like, I get that you're like a big name or whatever, but like, I'm not going to fucking like, it's not like, I'm not a fucking like open, I'm not in an open mic. Like, I don't need to like put my name in the bucket and hope I get pulled. I want my First Amendment rights back. He said like 3 times as a pet peeve. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. Like, it's weird to me when someone keeps talking about like, I need my First Amendment rights. It's like, I mean, you haven't lost your First Amendment rights. You just signed away something. But this is the response stream. So hold on, give me a second. We'll do this. Yeah, he's a goldmine of like stupidity in terms of like not understanding at all what libertarianism is. It's really fucking funny. But everyone that I've ever seen him talk to, with the exception of Dave Smith, has been wholly incompetent. And also and when I say wholly incompetent, I don't mean just that they don't really understand the theory that well, which seems to be true. Even Dave Smith he's pretty good on the economic side, but in terms of some of the foundational philosophical pieces, you know what I mean? Like understanding argumentation ethics or estoppel and things like that, he doesn't get. But not only that, like everybody else like doesn't understand how debate bros do shit. Yeah, Aircraft. I don't know. I don't even remember. I'm spoiler alert. Oh, it just happened. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm in, what time is it? Tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be debating DHS and campuses. What the fuck does this even mean? Give me a prompt. I don't know what DHS and campuses even means. Because in the DMs, what did Wick ask me? He asked me, oh, yeah. He asked me about it on the 21st. We'll see. It should be a fun little debate. I don't know what your position is, Aircraft. I have to look into it a little bit more too, because I want to look at some of the actual proceedings and evidence and stuff. I think I said I'll read what I said, which was just like my initial reaction, right? Which is not having read anything. I said, I'm pretty against Palestinian protesters and I want more info, but I think we all know what this is. DHS trying to weaken and slow influence that might threaten their hegemonic power. I gave a very commie answer, but it just happens to be kind of like how I feel on it. That's the thing. I need to look into it more and look into the exact things, because like reading other people's reporting of what's going on, you know what I mean? I want to look at what the actual evidence is and see if they're doing something that they might actually be able to do. You put the link in chat. Oh. Yeah, Larry Sharp tried. Yeah, again, Larry Sharp. Like, these are a lot of people that don't understand like debate bro tactics. Like, they don't understand that like, that Sam Cedar is a debate bro. That's what he does, right? So he tries to shut down conversations. He tries to manipulate you and subvert you based off of a word that you used. And then and he likes to do other tactics too on his show specifically, which is he has his co-hosts make arguments that are complete like hypotheticals, not even straw man, just hypotheticals. Like it's beyond a regular straw man, where they just create these hypotheticals that they demand that everyone understand that this is what libertarianism actually is. And then he'll be like, and before you have a chance to respond, he'll be like, hold on. Let me ask you this. And so what he'll do is he uses his co-hosts to gish gallop so that you can't actually address those concerns. And none of the people that have like debated Sam Cedar have been like, stop. I'm not going to answer that question until we go back to the first thing that was said. There was a claim made. Let me address this specific claim. It's like, I'll get to your question, but if you ask me 10 questions and have multiple hypotheticals, right, like I'm not going to accept the gish gallop. We need to go by these one by one. So let's write these down so that you can argue like an adult and we can go point, counterpoint, and we can actually deal with the arguments in good faith. Like, instead, what they do is they just kind of accept it. And what ends up happening is they just accept terrible, fucked up framing by Sam Cedar on like a bunch of different things. And it's just, it's bad. I love to have you on the show for Respectfully Debate. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you mean. Speaking of debate, would you want to debate a red fascist on Holodomor? What? Dude, fucking, I mean, like, if someone has an interesting or compelling thing they want to debate me on, that's fine. I don't know that I per se want to debate a Holodomor, a Holodomor denier. If that's what they are, if that's what you mean by red, like there's so many layers of crazy there. Can we debate on which is better, Coke or Pepsi? It's not even fucking, it's 100% Coke. There's no debate. Coke is better. Like they both suck because they're both just poison that doesn't even taste good once you stop drinking soda. But like Coke is obviously better. It's silly to think anything else. Did you see Liquid Zulu's recent stream that got ended quickly with that Lego guy being stupid debating him? No, I didn't. Oh, it's an Indian term for tankies. Okay. Do I want to debate a tanky on the Holodomor? Not particularly. I'm not a big fan of, I mean, like if someone comes at me and they really want to do it, like that's fine. I'm not someone that like ducks debates. Like I'll do it, you know, if I have time, I'll schedule it at some point and do a debate. But like I'm not particularly interested in like trying to go against some commie about something that, I mean, I don't want to say I don't care about the Holodomor, right? But like it's not tied to my ideology in any way, right? Like it's not like a really important point towards like what it is that I'm trying to push by pushing libertarianism, right? It would just be me going up against a crazy tanky and like them trying to subvert and bullshit for hours and hours and hours. Like, it's just like, I don't know that like, and it's not that topic really has that much to do with my principles or anything. So again, like if that person's like chomping at the bit to debate me or something, like I'll probably schedule it. That's fine when I have time. But like, that's not something that I'm particularly like desire to seek out. Am I doing an open panel tonight for the stream? No, I mean, I just said I have an open invitation for open borders and caps, because, you know, any of them that I know, because there's a whole group of them on Twitter that are just doing everything they can to talk shit against any closed borders, bordertarian people, but they're real fucking quiet when it comes to somebody like me that has actual arguments. And we will get into the open borders, closed borders, libertarian section after we react to this right here. I want to react to this Steven Crowder's kind of response to the Jared situation. So let's do that. Let's put this on 1.25. At least 1.25. We might go to 1.5. It depends on what's going on.
Good morning. I've been scheduled to host the show today for about a week, and the topics that we were going to discuss were what you would expect in any louder.
Yeah. Also, why is Crowder not doing this? It's so weird.
Crowder show. Talk about some news, make some jokes, maybe poorly. But unfortunately, that's no longer the case today. Well before any video that was released, we were going to do this show this way. I'll get to why Steven's not here in just a minute, but it was planned. from a week ago, not from yesterday. I just want to say off the top that none of this had to happen.
First of all, why are you bullshitting? Why are you? We were going to do this a week ago. So you're saying that, like, even if he was completely silent about it, you were going to get ahead of it by, like, smearing him because you won't let him out of a fucking NDA? They never asked for this. Dude, you fucking put someone in an NDA where they can't work, they can't do anything, and they're threatening more and more legal action. He's not even out there really talking shit.
None of it. Didn't have to be this way at all.
I super swear we didn't decide yesterday. So full of fucking shit.
We didn't choose this. It was chosen for us.
It was chosen for us. No, bitch. All you had to do was not force your employees into restrictive NDAs. Like, dude, come on, man. Like, it's okay to be like, here's our response. Here's why we think there are some certain things, etc. But like this, we didn't choose this. But it's like, bitch, it takes two to tango. Stop.
In fact, as I'll tell you in just a few minutes, we went to great lengths to give people the ability to
Yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah, just wait a day and let Steven respond. That's true.
do the right thing, to honor their agreements, and to do what they said they were going to do. Unfortunately, they chose a different path. For the last year and a half, everything you've seen in the public eye has been part of a well-orchestrated plan.
What? Hold on. Are we about to get a conspiracy theory about like people working together to bring down Steven Crowder?
What is that plan? To assimilate damaging PR assets and wage a negative publicity campaign against Steven.
Bro, shut the fuck up. You're going to try and play victim here that like that Candace Owens who just got fucking fired from Daily Wire. I'm sorry, let go because her contract ended. That like her and like, you know, Sven the computer and fucking not gay, a quarter black Garrett and literally everyone that's ever worked for you in any like serious capacity all say that you're a piece of shit and you guys have set up all these strict NDAs and now but to get around the NDAs of your own secrets is some PR fucking negative campaign. Like, bro, shut the fuck up.
I'll show you the quotes. I'll show you the text messages. I'll show you everything. All of the stuff.
All right. I mean, if you got receipts, you got receipts. I'll give you that. But it sounds unbelievable as fuck.
Stuff that we did not talk about because we were giving people the opportunity to do the right thing. Taking the hits, taking the hit pieces, dealing with all of it to give people the opportunity to do the right thing. They chose not to. I wonder why Jared decided to release his video yesterday. Just for some back.
Because he got documents from you, like demanding that he go through fucking deposition. I don't know. Fucking, that seems like a really, you're going to depose him. He doesn't have the money to deal with the legal court battle proceedings. So he puts out a video asking for money to deal with it. What the fuck is confusing about that to you?
Story, there had been no communication between our attorneys for a couple of weeks. So there was no impetus for it. The document compelling him to give a deposition had already expired on March 15th. So when he released his video yesterday, he asked you to contribute money for a lawsuit that did not exist, unless he's had a lawsuit that he would like to file, which he indicated maybe that was the case.
Nah, Doug, y'all are full of shit. So you were going to depose him and then you just kind of let it go. We a couple weeks ago, we sent you a fucking deposition. That one's expired, but like what lawsuit? There's no lawsuit. So you're telling me you withdrew the entire need? I don't buy that for a fucking minute. I buy that you have a court document that has a date on it and he's fighting it. So you have different court documents because you know that he can't show his court documents, but you know that you can show selectively edited ones. I mean, sure, it depends, but the idea that he put out a deposition for all of this information. So what you're saying is what? That it was a scare tactic and that you never actually intended to depose him? Is that what you're saying? Like, what are you saying? Like, how do you depose someone and then it expires and then you're saying, well, there's no problem. There's no thing here. Well, Is he made aware that you've decided that you're completely giving up on deposing him and you're completely giving up on doing anything to him? Or does he, or is this an ongoing legal situation between the two of you and you're setting out things where you're threatening to depose him?
We had not sued Jared. We simply asked Jared to knock it off. I'll get into the timeline of that.
We simply asked him to knock it off, behave, be a good boy.
But Tuesday, March 26th was the day that he chose to release his video. I wonder if it had anything to do with Wednesday, March 27th being the 5th day of mediation between Stephen and Hillary.
Oh, so you think he's getting paid by people to fucking highlight Steven Crowder's fucking divorce? Like, literally, Candace Owens is the only one talking about that shit. Like, nobody else really gives a fuck about Hillary. Not really. I mean, now that you've brought it up in all this other shit, now you have people like Lauren Southern, Tim Pool fucking debating about it, etc. But come on, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and this is a wild claim.
Why release it the day before mediation? Mediation is a great opportunity for people to come together and resolve their differences peacefully. This is the 5th day. If you want to do some research on how many days it normally goes on during divorces, you can. It's not 5. Here's the timeline.
How much is it? Why are you keeping that to the chest? Why does that fucking matter?
On October 27th, 2023, we filed our original Rule 202 petition that Jared mentioned. A Rule 202 petition is basically saying, hey, we're serious. Please knock it off and tell us how far this went. On October 30th, we sent a cease and desist.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, no. Yeah, hiring mediators is, I'm with you, Soylent. It was just silly. Unless you're filthy rich. Oh, you mean like these two are? She's making $300,000. She's getting $300K a year from him. And Lauren Southern's like, that's nowhere near enough money to fight the legal battle, because apparently, Steven Crowder's spending way more than that. But setting all that aside, what? Please connect these two dots for me.
We're serious. Please knock it off.
Oh yeah, sorry. We're serious. It's like, you're admitting that you're using this. You're actually admitting that you're using legal proceedings to try and intimidate people into changing their behavior. Like, I don't know. Like, you wrote this script, and you're saying we sent out these documents to let you know that we're serious and that you need to stop doing whatever it is you're doing and let us know how far this went. I don't know that that's the best look for you, to openly admit that you're trying to intimidate someone into changing their behavior and utilizing NDAs and employment agreements from years previously to get them to maintain their silence on whatever it is that they know. And my question then becomes like, well, what the fuck do they know? Because, I mean, if the NDA is all about fucking trade secrets or sources, what, you know what I mean? Like say that's what's going on. Knock what off? How for what went? What did Jared do that required the initial cease and desist beyond get a job in media? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like he's going to show us the documents. He's going to show us the texts of what? Like, what's going on?
Off and tell us how far this went. On October 30th, we sent a cease and desist. At that time, October 30th, 2023, all Jared had to do was respond in writing saying that he was going to knock off what he was doing. He was going to stop violating his agreement that he voluntarily entered into.
Again, stop doing, like, you're not telling us what it is. He's being super vague. What is it that you want him to stop? Having a job? Working in media? What? It's been 2 years, so he wants to have a political podcast, and you're saying he can't? Like, what? What is the thing he needs to knock off?
He chose not to. Legal fees associated with writing us a letter would have been minimal, if any at all. And I have the receipts as to why we sent this to him in the first place, after around 6 years of no communication in this way. December 14th, we had one amendment to our Rule 202 petition. Not quite the
Knock off being gay. Your name's not gay, Jared. Stop being gay.
Exhausting of the court, as Jared made it seem, that we were trying to bully him with the law. March 15th, that 202 expired. March 26th, Jared releases his video. Jared, like I said, was raising money for a lawsuit that didn't even exist.
Dog. This is like, I don't know how long this is going to go on, but this is insane. Like, you admit that you sent someone documents to intimidate them. You so far won't tell us what the behavior is that you wanted them to stop doing. And now you're saying that, well, this was just a warning. He didn't stop doing the thing, but there's no lawsuit. So are you saying that, but at the same time, you're saying that this is letting them know that you're serious. There's a contradiction there, because if you're serious, that means you intend to go forward with additional lawsuits. You intend to step up the process in order to stymie this behavior, whatever. If you're not serious, then you're lying about saying that you're letting him know you're serious, or at the very least, you're saying you don't plan on doing anything. You just wanted to intimidate him. And now you're like too much of a pussy to follow that up because you're afraid that what might occur is your skeletons might come out of the fucking closet. No part of this makes you look good, no matter what your answer is here. And it shows that you're hiding shit and you're full of shit, in almost every capacity.
Until this morning. It now exists because Jared has shown that he will continue to.
Oh, okay. So it didn't exist. We weren't serious about it. But now, because he came forward and said, please give me money for the impending lawsuit that you say doesn't exist, now exists. Oh, and by the way, we totally were going to do this show a week ago. Well, if you were going to do the show a week ago, okay. Well, then does that mean that you were going to publicly push and try and force him into complying to these fake lawsuits that don't exist? So you're saying a week ago, before this came out, you were going to do this show and you were going to show the receipts and you were going to, quote unquote, expose him in some capacity. But we totally weren't going to use the legal system. That was actually just a means of intimidating him. And then he didn't stop. So then we were going to go public. Like, you've left yourself a very narrow alley of bullshit that I'm supposed to believe, that doesn't make it look like you're doing a fuck ton of legal intimidation and shady shit in the background. And even in that narrow alley, you're still kind of admitting to intimidating people, and like you're giving out all kinds of mixed signals that don't make any fucking sense. Again, I kind of almost don't need to see the receipts to tell how full of shit Steven Crowder and his shit is at this point. But like, I guess let's see him. He didn't show any of the receipts. I don't know why, but it's probably not because you're both agreeing that these things exist. So it might be like down to minutia and some of the details, but it seems like his lawyer advised him not to show these things, is what I would guess. Probably because there's ongoing legal battles that you kind of admitted that you put on today, but you totally weren't going to do. You were just going to publicly shame him and try and keep him from 6 years later coming out with a podcast. You had to fucking come out with a cease and desist to make sure that you damaged his reputation some more, so that if he tried to speak out, everyone would think that he was like a bullshit little lying weasel because you had poisoned the well. Is that the best you got? That's the explanation you got? Because again, doesn't make you look
to violate his NDA, to be a part of this scheme, to assimilate damaging PR assets to put pressure on Steven in the divorce. I'll show you all the receipts, guys.
Yeah, what has he said? Like, I haven't seen him come out and say anything super negative during this proceeding. The only thing I've seen is him come out with the NDAs and shit you've done. So like, what has he said? Has he someone interviewed him or something 6 years later and said like, hey, has he done horrible things to you? And he said, yeah, he's done horrible things. Like, what is, come and show me the receipts.
He's actively flirted with violations in the past, and now he's involving himself in a private divorce for which he
flirted with violations in the past. Again, these are so non-specific. If flirted with violations in the past means he tried to get a fucking job, then like, yeah, I don't blame the guy. For something that you never paid him a penny for? Did you ever pay him any money to sign all these fucking documents?
He was recruited to leverage the company as part of this long-standing plan. And I'm going to say it over and over again to make sure you guys understand. We've been living with this for the last year and a half. The plan is to assimilate damaging PR assets and wage a negative publicity campaign against Stephen. Per Hillary's father. Here come the receipts. I hate.
I mean, okay, all right. Well, let's see.
Being in this position, guys. It gives me no pleasure to go down this road. I am being forced to go down this road by their actions to defend this company, to defend the over 30 employees that work for this company. I am not a guy that picks a fight. But if you tell me by your actions, by ignoring easy off-ramps, easy opportunities to do the right thing, that you are not going to stop coming after me and coming after this company.
Dude, will you stop saying do the right thing, tell the truth, knock it off? Like, tell me the fucking thing you're doing. This is like you're trying to edge me right now, right? Like, stop it.
Company and coming after the employees that work here and that put blood, sweat, and tears into this business. If you tell me my choice is to fight you or let them be taken out, I am absolutely going to step up and fight for them. Every time. We tried to do this the right way. It's frustrating for me.
What do you mean fight for your employees? Nobody gives a fuck about your fucking employees here. Like you're clearly they're all going after Steven Crowder. You know what I mean? It's not like anybody's like gonna like, you know what I mean? Like that mean like me being like, I make widgets and a company comes out that competes against me that makes better widgets. And it's like, how fucking dare you come after my employees by making better widgets than my company makes? How fucking dare you make cheaper, better produced widgets? Like my people are going to lose their job. Like are they like coming? Are they like stalking them? Are they like following them? Is the PR campaign against your employees too? Or are they just going after Steven? And like, if you lose clout, they'll lose their job. But like they'll have to go work another place like any other collapsing business.
But you need to know the truth. And that's what's coming out today. All of this.
Well, fucking tell me the truth instead of this fucking edging.
Information's publicly available. Court documents, not opinion. Not saying I have receipts and not providing them. I'm providing them for you right now. By the way, this is the court filing for Jared. We'll be releasing that so everybody can have access to it. Of course, taking steps to redact personal information because we would never want to dox anyone. Here is Hillary's father in a group text thread to the family. And it's a message that was liked by Hillary.
Wait, in a group message that was liked by Hillary? What is it? It's like a text message where someone put a thumbs up on it or something? Like, what does that mean? Hold on, let me did I hear
for
that
Jared.
right?
We'll be releasing that so everybody can have access to it. Of course, taking steps to redact personal information because we would never want to dox anyone. Here is Hillary's father in a group text thread to the family. And it's a message that was liked by Hillary.
Okay, all right. So there's a group message with the family. Yeah, a big group message, and then she just like, she put a thumbs up on it. Okay, cool.
The type of team I want. They understand right-wing media. They are familiar with who Stephen is and that world and the things that would destabilize him. Remember that word, destabilize.
Okay.
Fully understand and agree that Hillary's goals and expectations for the outcome of this divorce are reasonable and attainable. Not necessarily according to Texas family law precedent, but by employing a media/Brian Friedman and PR strategy that will significantly threaten this public persona and brand.
Okay, all right. So nasty divorce proceeding with public figure I don't know what the context of this is because you just pulled up one text. And he says it seems like they're hiring somebody that, hold on, let me go back to it. Let me read it again. They understand right-wing media. They're familiar with who Stephen is and that world and things that would destabilize him, or will commit to investing the necessary time, thoughtful consideration, and judgment to become sufficiently familiar with that world in order that they become intellectually and emotionally invested in Hillary's circumstances. They are experts on narcissists and or will read and view selected articles to fully understand the narcissism and impact on the spouse of a narcissist. They have a personal interest in me and my case and my compassionate to my situation. They like my creative ideas and family involvement. They think outside the box. They are welcome to the ideas of using the media / Brian Friedman and PR strategy that they will also provide their own strategies and ideas that are outside the box. And then there's the highlighted portion he read out aloud. Okay, so it sounds like they're hiring a PR team because they need one, because this is going to have to be fought in the court of public opinion, and Hillary Crowder is now a public figure because the divorce proceedings have been that way. It does sound like they're attack dogs in a certain way. I mean, they're actively saying they are, but like, I don't know. I feel like if you're going to get a divorce with someone like that, that's probably just, that's how a nasty divorce is going to go. Yeah, it's just, yeah, she read it.
By employing a media / Brian Friedman and PR strategy that will significantly threaten this public persona
There's Brian Friedman
and brand.
Wouldn't find him.
That's from
2022.
Yes. This has been the plan from the beginning, guys. This is what we have been dealing with behind the scenes and not commenting on. We'll get to Brian Friedman here in just a second, but this is where Jared gets involved.
Okay, sure. So her divorce lawyer wants to take you for everything you have and is willing to assassinate your character in order to do that. Yeah, shitty. Welcome to divorce. It's like
After 6 years of no communication, Jared gets roped into Hillary's plan, gets involved in this plan. February 17th of 2023, and just leave that overlay up for me. Hillary and Jared met in Atlanta to discuss their strategy, and they took this picture. How He Changed My Mind. I guess a proposed book that Hillary would like to write to apply more pressure.
Hold on, source. Body. Hey, I have tickets for Aquarium at 2 p.m. We'll pick y'all up at the airport. Figured we could take you in to check out the hotel if you wanted to grab food before getting to the fish. Timestamp. Oh, that's so sweet. Thanks. Perfect. So they met and they wanted information, right? So basically they wanted Jared, after 6 years, to keep his fucking mouth shut about whatever went on behind the scenes that potentially was disgusting or disreputable behavior. An NDA that you kind of forced him to sign so that he could get a job that may not be valid.
To Stephen. February 20th, per Jared's text messages, any scenario where Hillary and I team up is the end of him, meaning Stephen. It is his worst nightmare. Watch the real fear enter his eye when Tim asks the question. All been going on behind the scenes.
What do you mean? Stop saying all, but you're like, what is that in reference to? Like, why are you showing one text like disjointed from like all the other things? Like it's like you're pulling texts out that I guess don't mention all the fucked up shit. Maybe, I don't know. Like it's really fucking weird that you just like grab like a random out of. It's like, you know what it's like? I feel like I'm watching like a Twitter white supremacist show me like a 6-second fight video where like a black person just like beats the shit out of like some white person, and they're like, "This is New York," and it's like then there's like it turns out there's like a 1:06 second video from like that they pulled this from, and it's like the white dude was being crazy as fuck and like harassing this person, and then they like pushed him, and then like the white dude tried to fight him, and then like the black dude beat him up for a second and then like got away from him, and it's like they showed like that 6-second segment. It's like, what is this? Like I totally agree that he has an NDA that very likely is probably not valid, considering many of the claims and the fact that you're not disabusing us of those claims. Instead, you're just choosing to show that he's working behind the scenes to discredit, but you're not actually talking about all the other claims of like coercion and things that is really the more important aspect here. And then you're just pulling out things. This is character assassination. This isn't addressing the claims. Instead, when you actually got to some of the addressing of the claims so far, it was bullshit. It was like, oh, fucking, this lawsuit doesn't even exist, but now it does. Because, we sent out these letters but to let you know we're serious, but also they expired, so like we're not serious. So when you actually get to the claims, you have nothing.
Can you believe the actions of people that are out in public saying they're trying to do the right thing, and yet behind the scenes scheming to pressure Stephen with a negative PR campaign? It's
about what? About what though? Pressure him with what? With information you have about how horrible he is? Or is it all bullshit? Like like what's going on?
It's going to be worse in just a minute, guys. Unfortunately, this isn't a fun day, but it's a day that has to happen where people need to know what's really going on. February 21st, 2023, Jared says this to Hillary. I think there's a scenario where several of us would be willing to attest to all of that. I just don't want him anywhere near those kids. That really, really disturbs me.
Hold on.
In the scenes. To pressure Stephen with a negative PR campaign.
Hold on.
It's going to be worse in just a minute, guys. Unfortunately, this isn't a fun day, but it's a day that has to happen where people need to know what's really going on. February 21st, 2023, Jared.
Here we go. He reads them out, but I'll read them again. I think there's a scenario where several of us would be willing to attest to all of that. Attest to what? What is it that exists that they're willing to put their neck on the line and on their neck out and risk getting sued because they believe so strongly that this needs to come forward? I mean, he could just be getting paid and making it up, but that's not there at all, right? Again, chopped up text messages. And then we go, I just don't want him anywhere near those kids. That really, really disturbs me. Why would it disturb you? It's not saying I don't want him near those kids because fuck him. I don't want him near those kids because, he'd win. It's saying it's disturbing. Well, how is it disturbing to me as a person to know that an adult is with children unless there's something wildly degenerate or some sexual assault claims or some pedophilia claims or something that is so egregious that it in terms of like narcissism or abuse or manipulation that Jared or others feel that him being around those children is really a really bad thing. Like, this doesn't make him look bad. This makes you look bad. Like you're hiding really fucked up shit.
Says this to Hillary. I think there's a scenario where several of us would be willing to attest to all of that. I just don't want him anywhere near those kids. That really, really disturbs me. Why do this? This was done specifically.
Also, for the record, the YouTube free sound effects of the punch, it's a punch sound. I know because I've gone through all of the sound effects on YouTube Creator Studio. So, and this is what people use often for like to put things up and put them down. It's like it's like 7 seconds of like, and it's like punching air, and then you grab like one of the punches and you clip it, and that's what you use, that you time with it. It's really fucking weird that they're using that sound effect during this like emotional moment where we're being real, and then there's this like fucking like scene transition sound like fucking cut that out. It's so out of place. I don't know, it's just like a me thing, I guess. I don't know.
In order to get more than Hillary would get in court, or that Stephen even offered her, because his offers have been more generous than Hillary would ever get in court per Hillary.
Okay, but you haven't actually shown that yet, right? The only thing you've shown is the ongoing custody battle. Now, yes, custody means you get child support. I get that. But like the only thing that seems to be important from what you've shown right now is that they don't want him to have custody of the kids because it would be disturbing for him to have such.
From a text exchange between Hillary and her mother. Again, all public information, guys. This is a part of court filings, not us pulling anything, not us opining. The financial offer was serious, and the business evaluator and both of my attorneys agreed the financial offer was good. And while that's better than I would get in court, I want more freedom than that. Referring to attorneys agreed the financial offer was good.
I want more freedom than that. So, hold on. Again, $5 million is what's offered. She's saying it's not about the money. She's saying if I took it to court, I would get less money than that. The money's fine. I want more freedom than that. Even when you selectively pull this shit out, it makes her sound like the good guy. And I don't think she is at all, right? Like she seems like, you know, like that whole fucking camera thing was really fucking weird. But like this doesn't maybe she'll be disturbed to lose out on the extra child support she'd get. Yeah, again, like that's such a stretch, right? This is weird.
And while that
I want more freedom than that. So she's saying, yeah, the money's fine. What I want is the ability to speak the truth, or I want the ability to like not have restrictive NDAs that keep me from being able to keep me from being able to like talk trash if he because Steven Crowder has a media company, right? Steven Crowder can make public statements like this and his voice is heard round the world. Hillary, Jared, they don't have that power, right? So it's understandable if someone feels like their speech is limited in some capacity, that they're terrified of the possibility of someone being able to slander them or to like kind of hint and suggest and slander. And then they have no ability to speak up on it.
That's better than I would get in court. I want more freedom than that, referring to as well custody of the children. Remember that the financial offer was serious, and the business valuator and both of my attorneys agreed the financial offer was good. Offer was rejected.
Okay, so what they want is freedom and custody. They don't want to be in a fucked up NDA, and they want custody of the children. You literally just made her out to be the good guy because it's not about the money. It's about the principle of having custody of her children and about having the freedom to be able to speak freely in the instance that she's smeared or something.
Why? Let's go back to the plan.
Wait. I don't know what roll of the D. What? I don't understand. I have no idea why Streamlabs is freaking out. Oh my God. Did Streamlabs go back again? Hold on. Did they do this weird shit where I have to fix the CloudBot? Let me go to the CloudBot real quick. No, word protection's fine. Preferences. Yeah, I'm not using the default blacklist. So like you had to say something, you had to say the N word or the C word or the F word, either of them, the B word or like capital N to try and start the N word or like a couple other things. You had to say something fucked up.
And to assimilate damaging PR assets and wage a negative publicity campaign against Stephen. And then, after doing that, they could make it all go away for Stephen. Per Hillary's father to Hillary and other family members in a group text. The longer the divorce proceedings go on, the worse the outcome for SC, Steven Crowder.
Okay. This is very selectively edited, but yes, the longer it goes on, the worse it is for him. Yes, your negotiating position is stronger. Yes.
Developing damaging OK PR assets should be pursued. That deliverable is up to us, not the legal team. I wonder why. And at the right time, Mark Scroggins, the first of three attorneys, will show SC the path to make it all go away.
I mean, this is super selectively clipped. Okay, PR assets should be pursued. That deliverable is up to us, not the legal team. At the right time, Mark will show Steven Crowder the path to make it all go away. Yeah, I mean, it does. I mean, that's pretty fucked. I mean, again, it's selectively clipped, and I want to see this whole document that's like too blurry to read. But it is. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like there is like an intimidation tactic there. Yeah, that is a little fucked up. I'll give him that. But again, I don't know if that's necessarily Jared's fault. Right? Like, I mean, I don't know. That is interesting.
Why? And at the right time, Mark Scroggins, the first of three attorneys, will show SC the path to make it all go away. Do you understand what they're saying there, guys? We're going to wage a campaign against Stephen. Not to tell the truth about Stephen, but to misrepresent things that are going on.
Hold on. You just made that shit up out of your fucking ass. You just said you have shown absolutely no evidence that the things aren't true.
So that we can put pressure on him. Doesn't matter if these things are true or not. People.
That, again, nowhere in anything that you've stated or highlighted or shown have they claimed that they were going to make up things that were not true. Not a single piece of evidence has been to that. And you've attempted to hint at it twice that the smear campaign is all lies, but you haven't shown any evidence that those are lies. It's very well possible that all of these things are true, or that they believe them to be true, and that their goal is to hit you and hit Steven Crowder with all of the fucked up shit that you're doing, so that at the very least you will pull them out of like restrictive things. I don't know, like, you know what I mean, so that they can gain custody, etc. It's like, let's just imagine a scenario. Let's say for the sake of the conversation, right? That not gay Jared and several other people witnessed Steven Crowder being overtly sexual with like a 12-year-old girl, right? Like there wasn't any like rape there or child molestation or anything, but like he knew she was 12 and like he flirted with her a bunch. And like, you know what I mean? It was like somebody's kid that was there, and it was like a repeated behavior, and everyone was super uncomfortable with it, and it was super disgusting, etc. Right? If I was Hillary, and I knew that, right? And that was like the thing. I know I'm not saying this is true. I'm not even saying that this is a rumor. I'm just substituting something in so that you guys can understand the situation. If that were like the thing, like the big thing or whatever, right? I would be absolutely disturbed if he got custody of the children, as they said. I would absolutely hire a negative PR campaign to suggest that there are bad things, so that I can put as much pressure on him so that I can guarantee that I have custody of my children. But what I wouldn't want to do is just come out and immediately say those things, because now my children's father would be all over the news, all over television, all over Twitter as this disgusting, horrible child molester pervert. And I wouldn't want to do that to my own children because I don't want to harm my children, right? But I might threaten him, and I might say, look, I've got proof and receipts that Not Gay Jared is going to attest to this. I've got Sven the computer. I've got all these people that if you don't give me the fucking children and you don't give me custody, and I don't care about the money settlement. The money's good, as she said. What I care about is the freedom to be able to not be under an NDA in case you try and do some shisty shit. I'm incapable of speaking about all of these things you did that weren't technically illegal, but really paint you out to be a pedophile and really make me concerned about my children. And I want to protect my children, and I want to protect my family, and I also want to protect myself from being abused by you because you're afraid of what I may or may not say. It would match every single solitary piece of evidence that has been put forward thus far from everybody, and make nobody, it would match every receipt that has been shown so far. I'm not saying that's what that is. I'm just saying this concept of, trying to hint that they're liars and that they're evil because they happen to wage a negative campaign to not apparently get more money, but to get more freedom and to get custody of the children, could fit plenty of noble things, even with what you've shown. Now, I'm not saying that's the most likely scenario. I'm not saying that that's even true. I'm just saying that you're not actually giving me the receipts that you're promising to give me. Instead, what you're giving me is that these lawyers and her team are waging a PR campaign against a public figure who also has the ability to wage a PR campaign, and who has been known as a repeated pattern of abusing people with legal proceedings and documents from like other employees.
People are going to run with it because, hey,
all right, man, gentlemen, love to see you, brother.
Steven Crowder tells some jokes sometimes that offend people. So they're going to run with it, and they're going to put pieces out in the newspaper. And then when the pressure is so much, when we have wrecked his life enough, at the right time, and I quote, bring it back up, at the right time, Mark, referring to Hillary's first divorce attorney, will show SC the path to make it all go away.
The judge who slapped Steven down and issued the violation order will be the judge if this goes to trial. Oh.
They both want money, maybe fame. They don't care if it's at the expense.
Again, They keep saying that they don't care if it's the expense of truth, but you haven't established that at all. You're just making that claim now without any evidence. And then you say they both want money, but nowhere have you shown Jared asking for any money or attempting to get any money. You haven't shown a single document of that thus far. And you also showed evidence to the contrary for Hillary, because she says this is more money than I would get in court. And this is a good deal financially, but I want more freedom. You literally showed the counter evidence to the claims you're making right now. Like, is everyone in your audience just stupid? I mean, it is Steven Crowder. It is kind of like slapstick conservative humor. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of these people are stupid. I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's fun sometimes, but like you've literally shown the counter evidence to your own bullshit. God, man, conservative media pundits fucking are hilarious. Like, you wrote this. Like, you had a team of people go through this and try and present the best case possible, and you're doing a really bad job. You should have sat on this another day and to get better spin.
Or well-being of the children or the family, or if they do, they're hiding that fact very well. And look,
they don't care about the well-being of the children. It was you who put it up that said that they would be very disturbed if he got custody of the kids, and that this was that was a motivator for what they're doing, is to ensure that he doesn't get custody of the children because they feel that there's something wrong there. Again, you've selectively pulled out individual texts from large conversation threads, and they make you look bad. So what the fuck is that larger thread? Because it's got to be rough.
Look, based on what we've discussed, they don't believe that Mug Club should even exist because it should all belong to them. Having an undercover unit? No, that money belongs to Hillary. Going out and getting these documents released so you guys could know what's going on about the Nashville manifesto, about the Chippewa Falls stuff that we...
Wait, hold on, pause. You're going through... So now the thing is how dare you hurt us financially by being in divorce court? Like, dog, I don't know if you've never heard of divorce court. Like, have you never heard of family law? Like, it's like, these are bloody. These are vicious. That costs money. That's the risk you take when you fucking get married, especially when you don't sign a prenup. And especially when you're trying to involve multiple fucking non-disclosure agreements on everybody because you're a media figure and you have to keep everybody silent. Oh, it took 5 days. Isn't it interesting that this occurred on the 5th day? These aren't normally 5 days. Is that their fault? Or is that because your media mogul dude has NDAs out the wazoo and you can't come to a fucking decision?
We've revealed in the other stories that we are working on right now? No, it belongs to them. Being able to bring in additional people.
Like, again, they haven't asked for more money. Like, Jared hasn't asked for $1 as far as you put forward. And Hillary said that the money was fine and that she would, but that's not her concern. Her concern is her freedom and custody of the children.
To carry the load here? No, belongs to them. This is the through line with every single point. And this is something new. Not new to us, but new to you.
Dude, this is... the negative PR campaign, the only thing that they've shown through the negative PR campaign, which they didn't highlight on the screen, but they showed on the screen, was mentions of how it's important that these people be aware of narcissism, narcissistic personality disorder, and how narcissists attempt to abuse and manipulate people. That was their claim. Either it's because they were trying to smear him falsely to be a narcissist, or because it's important that they understand narcissism and how narcissists operate. And what you're doing now, listen to
about the Chippewa Falls stuff that we've revealed in the other stories that we are working on right now? No.
What you are doing now is you are, at least unless you present additional evidence for the claims you're making now, is you are gaslighting everybody into this being about money. Again, like making yourself the victim of some abuse, and like then trying to turn the victimhood into like a communal abuse of all of your employees that you care so deeply about, unless of course it's all of your ex-employees that all hate you and say that you've put them under horrible legal proceedings. Jared has 100K GoFundMe anticipation for breaking the NDA. Yeah, I mean, I think he's about. I think I'm with you there. I think he's probably about to break his NDA. But I mean, they said they've already suing him anyways. But they totally weren't going to sue him. They were just putting it forward like they were going to sue him to let him know that he's serious. But also remember, they're not serious, because why would he even put that video out? Because there's no proceeding going on. But now that he put that video out, there definitely is a proceeding going on. Like the gaslighting and bullshit that's going on through this crafted statements is insane. I didn't think it was going to take me this long to react to this, but there's so many layers of bullshit that they're attempting to feed me and get me to buy. And it's like, dude, it's making you look like the claims of narcissism that they're presenting are valid. like the more I watch this, the more the receipts you show me, the more I believe Jared, which is wild to me, because like I should be disbelieving him by watching you.
No, it belongs to them. Being able to bring in additional people to carry the load here, no, belongs to them. This is the through line with every single point. And this is something new. Not new to us, but new to you. And I want to tell you this from the perspective of somebody who hates to have to do this. I do not in any way want to be in the position that I am in right now, having to react to people's bad decisions, but I don't.
Well, you could have waited a fucking day and let Steven Crowder do it. Like, what are you talking about?
Have any other choice because it has been made clear.
Yeah, the fund he set up was before Gerald said he's suing. Yes, they sued him. They deposed him. He denied the deposition. He's assuming by denying the deposition that a lawsuit is coming forward. Now, Gerald is saying, well, there was no lawsuit when he put this video because the deposition had expired. But just so you know, we did the 202 in the deposition because we mean business. We're serious. So which is it? Did you put forward bullshit court claims to try and intimidate him into being silent? Right? Is that all that it was? You never intended to sue him, but you sued, but you were going to depose him, but then you weren't even intending to actually have the deposition go forward? Like what is it? Like if you're admitting to and attempting to control his behavior with court documents, but then don't worry, we weren't going to sue him in the future, right? I just don't buy that. It seems like a very bullshit claim because you can show that the deposition expired, and then say, oh well, this court only occurred because he put forward his claim. It doesn't match with anything else here. It sounds like a load of bullshit.
By their actions over the last year and a half plus, that there is no other way to say, guys, stop what you're doing. You have to quit. You have to do the right thing. You have to.
I mean, that is true too. I mean, I didn't even think about that Silver Ogre, but you could be right. It could be that Crowder's the one that has dirt on Jared. And so when Crowder started going through, Jared's like, oh fuck, I need to get money because he's got dirt on me. Highly unlikely, given the way everyone's reacting in this position. I don't want to say highly unlikely, but it doesn't seem to. It's possible. I will entertain the thought. You're right. And if I'm trying to remove my bias, I'm here. Yeah.
Honor your agreements. Hillary is not doing that. And so this company is suing Hillary for extortion against us. We filed a lawsuit against Hillary, her family, and media reps for torture.
Right. So it's extortion, but you admitted that she doesn't. You showed the documents where she is in. So what is she trying to extort? She's not trying to extort money because she knows that the money is more than she would get in court, that it's financially good, but what she wants is her freedom. She's not trying to extort you for additional money like you're kind of claiming, but you don't show the receipts for. The receipts you show that she's more concerned about her freedom and custody of the children. Custody of the children is kind of I could see the extortion for that in terms of like what is yours, etc. But the concept of extorting someone so that you don't get put into like horrible NDAs or something where you don't have the freedom to respond to a media personality that can punish you at the drop of a hat is a wild claim to try and act like you have the moral high ground. You might have the legal capacity, but it's a little funny. Unlikely if the scope of the deposition is true that they have anything on Jared. You could still have something on Jared and still put forward that deposition to try and get more on him. But yeah, I would say if you have something, then the deposition would target anything related to the thing that you have. It's probably a bullshit and fraudulent, and that's why it's already expired and they didn't have a follow-up. even though the court said do not delete the footage, and there's several thousand hours of security footage. Yeah, so I haven't investigated that portion yet. It's my understanding that the claim is that Hillary deleted footage, and to like take out the context of the argument. And if that is true, and it's in violation of the court proceedings, that's a serious issue there. But again, I don't know enough about that to know if that is per se true or like how that happened. Also, did Steven Crowder have access to it? Why was it not backed up on a cloud? I want more details on how that occurred. But yeah, no, that is an important thing that has yet to been discussed, at least so far in this, is the concept that she like deleted footage so that she could selectively edit and film so that he like looked worse. Because that whole argument thing they had that went viral was like kind of, Steven looked bad at it. There's not like a whole lot of ways for him to look good in that scenario. But people often don't look good in arguments.
Tortious interference and their extortion conspiracy scheme. Which I will.
Just Pearly Thing said that's all on the court documents. Oh yeah. I don't allow links in my chat unless you're a moderator, just because I don't want people coming in here and posting like porn links or something, and I don't have anything like to stop it.
Will lay out in detail. I take no pleasure in that. I wish everybody would go and just do the right thing, and we could all get on with our lives. And you can tune into this show and see updates about news, comedy, everything that you love about this show. Additional content from great.
The character count on YouTube messes up the old Trump rant bot. Yeah.
People that you love to hear from. But unfortunately, I can't do that today. I hope we can get back to doing that very soon. In fact, we will tomorrow. But I hope we never have to address this kind of stuff again. I hope people understand that we're serious. We will defend the people that are here in this company.
Dude, nobody keeps saying you're defending the people in this company from like the extortion of other people, but you haven't like demonstrated that anything that they're saying is a lie so far.
Let's talk about some things that you know, and maybe some things.
Like I would love some evidence of all of these positive positions you're making
that you don't know. So one of the things you know, the ring footage, right? Everybody remembers that?
Oh yeah. Oh, my machine just froze.
Going out at all or no?
We're still going out.
All right.
It's just stuck on your camera.
Stuck on me.
Now.
You know what? That's fine.
Yeah.
That's where we need to be right now.
Yeah.
Just going to talk you guys through this. Here's what
fucking my chatbot is not like you right now, dude. I'm so sorry. I just do it to keep the channel safe because I don't want people spamming like bad links or fucking the N-word or something and then getting reported. But like for whatever reason, it's fucking however you type, it does not like you. I'm sorry, bro.
But ring footage that was sent out that tried to portray Steven in a very negative light.
It should block you. It should block you from like chatting or something sometimes, but only for like 5 seconds.
Having an argument with his wife. Steven admitted he's not a perfect guy. There are definitely faults. Arguments happen. People always.
Well, yeah, of course he admitted that because he said even out of context, some of those things were kind of wild. But I mean, I'll show you in your worst fucking lightning argument.
Say stuff that they wish they could either take back or was taken out of context in arguments. But here's what you don't know. Hillary deleted all of the other footage from that house on the ring cameras and the lake residence when a court expressly barred her from doing so. How many hours? Over 2,000 hours. Also, 8,000 expressly barred.
So Mr. Crowder intentionally deleted. So who's this from? Yeah, so this is a petition where this is a claim. Then intentionally deleted all footage that depicted the marital home as well as footage of their vacation lake residence while under expressway. So again, it says plaintiff's petition. So they're petitioning the court for something here. I don't know what. But this is a claim. This isn't something that's like proven per se. But yeah. I mean, if she did that, like that is super suspicious. Why did she do that? What's going on there?
Barred her from doing so. How many hours? Over 2,000 hours. Also, 8,000 hours never even handed over. Along with 18 seconds from the doctored video itself.
8,000 hours never handed over? What does that mean? So some was handed over, but other wasn't, and some, it's confusing.
A note, Substack video had small portions that were not even included in the court-issued videos, which means that it came from some other source. You can do the math. This was all a part of the plan that we talked about.
It's all a part of the plan. Fucking, all right.
To assemble negative PR assets to wage a PR campaign against Stephen to get him to give more, never enough, more. That's right. All the other ring footage from multiple cameras in multiple residences has either been actively destroyed or never even handed over in the first place. Here's another thing.
Again, you keep saying more. More what? More money? Because again, you have the only thing you have is her saying that it's plenty of money, that the money's fine, that what she wants is freedom.
No. There are family claims about hardships. I will make all of this stuff available on our website. I'll make sure you guys have full access to all of this. It's not us. This is court documents. This is stuff that has been filed. Claim hardships. Here's what you don't know. Hillary's getting $25,000 per month from Stephen. Per month. $300,000 a year, no taxes held out of it. In Texas, all divorce-related attorney's fees are paid by the estate. Stephen's the only one actively contributing to the estate right now, so you can do the math there. This is the first time.
Yeah, so this part here is just bullshit. She's obviously paying legal fees. And also she's being outspent. Almost certainly being outspent by Steven Crowder. Like, I totally understand people, like, it's hard to cry poverty when you're making what some people make in a year and a month. I totally get that. But most people aren't having to fight a legal battle against a millionaire, right? Like a multimillionaire, like you know what I mean? Like Steven's settlement offer was $5 million, at least is what one of the things that they put forward, right? So I mean, like, he's got a fuck ton of money. So it's like $25K is great if that was just like child support and stuff, right? But they're paying for the legal fees of the other person involved. And the concept is like, oh, well, it's paid by the estate. So like, she's not paying anything. Like, that's not how that works. Like, that's like, she has to pay up front and then those things can get paid out by the estate later or in certain interims and stuff. But much of that is going towards that. And also, of course, towards other fees. I doubt this entirely. Ring doesn't waste server space on inactive cameras. The quote deleted footage is likely in between activity, as is likely for the 18 seconds Ring lags like a mofo. 8,000 hours would be years of active recordings. I don't know. I wonder if they just, I don't know how that works. I want to see like what, it's just an accusation, right? But it might be that they had it set to automatically save all of their stuff locally. And then she deleted that, right? So it's very possible that she had it stored locally. That's not true in the States, that if a wife has no income or career, the husband pays for it all. Yes, but that's part of what he's paying. There's no package that saves all footage. I don't know enough about the text, to confirm or deny that. But all I know is that there's a claim, and I don't know the validity of that claim. Also, that claim there's been no evidence presented with that claim. The only thing that has been presented is the evidence. Now, to be fair, I will say this: people don't just put random bullshit. Like, it's not good for you as a lawyer or your reputation if you're petitioning the court to just put out stuff that you have no evidence of at all. So there's probably some evidence that occurred. I mean, it could just be a spurious accusation that's made up, but judges really don't fucking like that when you petition the court with just, gossip, right? So if it is petitioned to the court, there probably is some truth to it. But the way that it's presented might be like missing context or like not exactly true in it might be manipulated the way that they're claiming it.
That we know, a dime has been spent from Hillary on a lawsuit that isn't coming from the estate, also known as Stephen. I don't like that, but I don't have any other options. Here's something.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, dude. Well, fucking, that's how divorce works, dude. Well, welcome to the men's rights movement. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, divorce is a bitch. Even in a free, completely anarchist free society, divorce proceedings are probably going to be expensive. Why? Because children are involved. Custody is involved. Two people who once loved each other and shared a bunch of things together have to split up all of their assets. Like, it's going to be bloody. There's no way around that.
Else you don't know, Hillary hired entertainment superstar lawyer Brian Friedman as part of her PR attack against Stephen. I don't know if you guys remember who Brian Friedman is, but he represented Trevor Bauer's false accuser, releasing images that were doctored. What he knew at the time, what he didn't know, still up for a little bit of debate, but it looks like there was some reason to believe maybe this claim wasn't 100% on the up and up. Trevor's been...
So, she hired a lawyer she hired a skeezy lawyer. Therefore, probably not on the up and up. You mean like all fucking family attorneys, man? Like fucking, like, come on, man. Like, sorry, media attorneys. Like, these aren't good people for the most part. Like, attorneys that deal with like fucking media campaigns and shit. Why is she hiring that guy? Does that make her a bad person because she hired somebody that's aware of the business and the fact that it's a media mogul that she's divorcing? Like, it's just smart.
Been exonerated. It's been proven that this person lied about all of this. Maybe she even lied to Friedman. Who knows? But Friedman was all too willing to rush out and ruin a man's career that I believe had just signed a $100 million contract to play baseball and subsequently lost that contract. Still trying to get back into the major leagues, even though he's a well-accomplished pitcher.
What the fuck does this have to? I mean, like, I understand you're attempting to like say that this is like a sleazy, scummy guy, but like the whole concept of lawyers in America and in the British common law system is that everyone has a right to a trial, even the worst people, right? Like, there are plenty of lawyers that defend serial killers and murderers. Why? Because someone has to. And like, they know they're defending murderers. Like, and so they just do it. And they present like, and if they think their client is lying to them, right? Some of them will stop it, but if the court proceeding is going far enough, they can be disbarred. If they just stop in the middle of the trial because they found out that this person was lying or something, or they believe that, like, they can be accused of operating in bad faith and like, I can't remember the exact legal terms for it. I'd have to talk to a lawyer, but like, you can get in trouble for just dropping a case, like in the middle of something because you should have known, et cetera, et cetera. Like, again, this is not like you're on a smear campaign of your own. And not just engaging in good faith with what you think is fucked up. And also, again, I'm really curious what the fuck all this NDAs are for. I'm really curious to see what's going on there. Hey, welcome back.
Could be on a roster somewhere. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that he was proven right. It just matters that the lie was put out there and that the campaign was waged against him. And Friedman represented the same journalist who leaked the Ring video. Here's something else you know. Media hit pieces. We all saw that, right, Tim? Hit pieces coming out against us last year. Seemed like they were planned and orchestrated.
Yeah, they were one after the other.
One of the claims was that Stephen had revealed his genitalia to people in the office. We talked about that. We addressed all of that.
Here's what they didn't see our Terminator 2
sketch, or when you have to wear like really thin garments so that you can be painted gold.
Yeah.
Right, for some of the sketches that we've done. Here's what you don't know. Jared exposed his penis in professional settings to Stephen. When they were at Wham Radio, he would expose...
Oh, shit, let's go. Now you're ready to smear the opposition. Let's go.
Expose himself in a way that only Stephen can...
You can't unhear that sound effect. Dude, it's everywhere. I'm telling you, because there's very few... Because you have to use something... If you grab a sound effect that's copyrighted, you're fucked on YouTube. So when you're doing editing, you have to find something from the library, from the sound effects that like works. And there's not very many sound effects that exist in the YouTube audio library that like make sense with transition. There's like 4 or 5 that like you can make kind of fit with slide transitions that pop in and out. And so all the YouTubers use the same ones. Now that I've mentioned it, you're going to be like, fuck, you're going to hear it everywhere. And it's like, there's like, the sound effect has like 4 or 5 punches in it. Right? Hold on, I'm going to fucking find it. Hold on, I'm going to show, like, just like a quick break. Hold on. YouTube. Where is it at? Is this it? No, this is fucking some YouTube channel that has the same name. I hate this shit. Oh my God, it's the same shit. Oh, it's in the YouTube studio. Hold on. I'm going to find it real quick. We're going to fucking... Oh my God, where is the link? I could never fucking... It's like you can't Google it for some reason. Is this it? No. Oh my God. Where the fuck is... Does anybody remember how to get there? My transitions sounds are gonna be wild. No. I mean, it's fine, dude. This is the whole point of this is what. Hold on, fucking play some music. This is what you do, bro. There's a way to get to it from. There it is. From the left menu, select audio library. And where is this? In YouTube Studio. But I don't think that works in YouTube Studio. Let's see. It's in there somewhere. I can just never find it. Let's see, creator music, customizations, earn, copyright subtitles, comments, analytics, content, dashboard. Where's the fucking audio library? What the fuck? It's not creator music. No. Customization. No. Earn, copyright, subtitles, comments, analytics, content, dashboard. Where the fuck is it? Just give me a link, bro. It just says from the left. Just keep saying from the left menu, select audio library. And that's even what Google's own thing is. And it's not there. And they don't have a link to it. What the fuck? I can't find it right now. Why is this so fucking difficult? I'm making the most random sound effects I can find, right? Oh, dude, where the fuck is it? Hold on. My latest post, recent subscribers, was in the studio, content, news, new achievements. Yay, 2,000 subscribers. Cool. Comments, subtitles, copyright. Is it in the copyright section? No. Not in the earn. Customization shouldn't be there. Oh my God, why can I not just find a direct link? Hold on, let me Google this shit real quick. What is happening? Oh, you have to go to the new beta, get started on the creator music thing. Okay, whatever. Here we go. Okay, hold on. All right, let me find punches. I think it's called punches. No. Length. We're looking for sound effects. There we go. There we go. Search. I think it's called punches. Oh my God. It's not punches. Maybe it's just punch. Oh my God. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Punch. Here it is. Here it is. Can you hear that? That's it, boys. I found it. Sorry it took me so long. It's working worth it. All right, we're here. This is it. This is the punch swoosh series. This is everyone on YouTube's fucking transition is one of these selected. What they do, everyone grabs one of those swooshes, isolates it, makes that a copy, and then that's what they use. It's the sound effect of someone punching the air next to like fucking kung fu style. And they select one of those sound effects in that 8 seconds, throw away the rest, and then that's what they use for their transitions. And once you hear that, you cannot unhear it. It's on everyone's transitions in their videos if they do a fast transition on YouTube. All right, there we go. I had to find it. Apparently, I'd use the new creator music studio thing, but whatever. We're here. You know that if divorce courts were more equal, where ex-wives have to pay for their legal fees and everything, guarantee the divorce courts would have only last a week and everything would be over? Nah, divorce would still be messy. Divorce would still be messy. Like, first of all, the primary money, like men are still going to make more money than women. Even with our current society where women are making more money for the same education, et cetera, until they have children, because the baby thing will still be there. It'll still be a thing. It just will. And divorce will still be messy because of the fact that children are involved, because the fact that these are two people that used to love each other and now they hate each other. So emotions are really high. Like it's always going to be. Does the state make it worse? Absolutely. Does government make it worse? Absolutely. Does like making women the default kind of like owner of children in a way present some issues? It does. As a libertarian, I still kind of believe in that because I think she homesteaded it, but that's a much more complicated conversation in the theory. But yeah, even if things were more equal, they would certainly be better, but they wouldn't. It would still be messy, and there would still be plenty that would take a long time. Most of them, believe it or not, are not that messy though. Like it's actually a misnomer that like most divorce proceedings are like super messy and take years and spend a ton of money. Like most divorce proceedings are amicable. Believe it or not. It's when kids get involved, it's when like cheating is involved, when a ton of money is involved, that's when shit starts to get messy. But like most people just go like, yeah, I don't love them anymore. Yeah, I don't love them anymore. No fault divorce. Yeah, that's cool. And then you go and you pay a lady like a couple $100 and then you like file some paperwork. And then like 6 months later, you're like, oh, you want to file the paperwork? And they're like, yeah, I'll file the paperwork. And then they do it again. And like, and it's like, okay. And if there's a house involved, even then a lot of times it's not that messy. Like, it's just that people hear all the horror stories and that's what gets attention. But like divorces are happening all the time. And most of them are actually not that messy.
Can see. And then for an hour, Steven would have to sit there talking to people at the radio station about the business dealings of the show and not break. And to them, it was funny then and funny now. We're not calling him out for it. We're just saying it seems a bit odd that he was somebody who participated, maybe even started doing it, and then apparently cried foul about it.
Okay, so the claim here is that through Jared, but I mean, obviously it could have been anybody, right? But through Jared, she learned that the dick was whipped out, right? And they went through, and then they sold it to like media campaigns, et cetera, to smear him, which is probably true, right? I wouldn't doubt that at all. But that this is, everything's up in kosher. And like, how dare you engage in the smear campaign, which I kind of get, right? I get being upset about it. The NDA shit, I don't get. Still, the justification for that is weak as fuck. But it's like, actually, he did it worse. How did he do it worse? Where's the evidence or the claim for that? It's like, I'm hearing like tit for tat bullshit here.
Here are some other key facts that I want to bring up. And tell me, do you think these facts...
And I don't know if that's true or not, that he whipped his dick out in front of people. And it's like, oh, it's funny then. It's no big deal. So when we do it, it's no big deal. I don't know. There's more there.
Facts seem destabilizing to you? And just, first off, just think about that. We want to do things that will destabilize him. We want to put enough pressure on him that he will give us everything that we ask for. And then Mark Scroggins can come in. Their text message guys, they can come in and show Steven how to make it all go away.
Yeah, that's how lawyers work, dude. Like, it's not a nefarious plot. that like you're in divorce proceedings and like someone is using legal strategies and battles to try and win and to get more money or to get more freedom or to get more whatever. And even still, again, you haven't shown that they're like doing this to extort you out of a bunch of money, like, or that anything that they're saying is untrue. Like, you're actually allowed to engage in a smear campaign against someone if the smears are true or you believe them to be true. Believe it or not, like from a legal perspective, you can kind of say that it's kind of wrong. And I do agree that it's wrong to just like try and fucking disparage somebody with bullshit claims. But if you're trying to use this to like get your voice or to have your rights, I don't know, man.
It's exactly what was in the text message. Let's start with Joe Lewis, Stephen's dog. Hillary
Hold on, let's start with Stephen's dog. All right.
tried to have Joe Lewis removed from him. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
What? The above are schemes that have taken place in the public eye. So again, this is claims. So they're putting forward petitions to the court as if this is fact. This is just what they're claiming. So they're putting up a document. This to me seems really fucking sketchy. This to me seems really dishonest. Is because you're making it seem like, oh, these are court documents, and because they're court documents, these are the receipts. But these are just things that you put forward as a claim. Now, granted, they are claims that you filed in court, and so because they're claims that you filed in court, it means that you're probably fairly serious about these claims, and that's fine. But like, you should mention like, these are the claims that we have put forward, and this is what we intend to prove. Not being like, you want to see the receipts? Here's the receipts. This isn't a receipt. This is a claim you've made. What do you think will be the title of Hillary's book, The Crowder Survivor? Oh, God knows. God knows. I bet she'll make great fucking money from it, or she'll attempt to. I don't know how much money she'll make because she was married to Crowder and is like a pro-life activist. So she probably like won't get as much as she wants to get because there's not going to be that many people on the left that'll actually buy her book. But anyways, the above are schemes that have taken place in the public eye, but not defendants' only attempts to harm Louder with Crowder and impact LWC's ability to comply with the terms of the Rumble contract. Defendants have sent Mr. Crowder's privately and completely unlisted residential address to a disgruntled former employee to endanger Mr. Crowder's privacy and personal safety. So they doxed them to a former employer in the hopes to endanger. So the main reason they did it is they wanted Crowder to be in danger. That's a bold fucking claim. Just the way that reads is kind of bullshit. To endanger. Like you can say that that was an effect of it, but do you actually have the evidence to suggest that they intentionally were trying to harm him and endanger his safety, his privacy, and maybe his privacy. I guess the privacy is the thing, but it's an and, not or. So personal safety has to be. So you intended to endanger his personal safety by giving a former disgruntled. That seems weird. I want to know more about that. That's an interesting claim. Defendants have also tried to remove Joe Lewis, the beloved Argentinian doggo, from Mr. Crowder's possession by falsely maligning him as a dangerous, aggressive dog based on a completely fabricated history from the, quote, previous owner. But the previous owner has since signed an affidavit confirming the defendant's claims about Joe Lewis are conclusively false. But have they signed an affidavit saying that where is this? I'm willing to believe 100% that the previous owner signed an affidavit that these things aren't true. But where is the evidence for this? Right? Because I can go to someone and be like, hey, are these not true things not true? And then they'll be like, yeah, those not true things are not true. And then sign it and be like, and then you can say, we've got an affidavit confirming that these claims are false. But you didn't actually get them. You haven't actually proved those claims existed or that they tried to get rid of them. Right. So this is evidence that this isn't true. I need evidence of but it doesn't matter if this isn't true. Right. It doesn't matter if they never attempted to make that claim anyways, to get rid of the possession. I don't know. Or maybe, or it could even be possible that they did think that was true. for whatever reason, and thought the dog needed to be somewhere else or something. I don't know. Dogs are weird because everybody feels like they own the dogs, you know? I mean, like, even in the video that we saw that was like selectively edited, right? That she put out, obviously to slam him, was like talking about walking the dogs and stuff is like a part of her responsibility. So it's not like these are just strangers in the house, you know what I mean? Or they're like totally his dogs. Like, she clearly like took care of the dogs in some capacity.
Falsely claimed that Joe was dangerous, citing the previous owner. The previous owner, let me just say this. That happened while I was in Steven's office. He got a note saying from Hillary that Joe Lewis was dangerous and needed to be removed from the presence of the children. He almost started crying.
Hold on. So the court document here needs to be removed from his possession. And then now the new claim that you're making verbally is they need not be near the children. I mean, did the dog nip at the kids or something? I don't know. Like, I mean, that's fucking a woman being hysterical and stupid and might be a means of just coming at him or something. But I mean, it could potentially just be true that she wanted them away from the kids. It's not the same thing as removing them from the possession. Like, I don't know. There might be I don't know. There might be something more there. I don't know.
Buddy. Let me just say this. Removed from the presence of the children. He almost started crying. She was trying to remove everything from his life, to put pressure on him to get more than she would get in court. Thankfully, Stephen was able to contact the previous owner, who signed an affidavit stating that it was not only false, but the exact opposite of what was true in that situation. She also tried to get me to abandon Stephen.
Also, can you fucking connect this to Jared at some point? Because so far, all we have is that Jared went to lunch with her once, and like Jared in some text message at some point said that he would be disturbed if Crowder got possession of the kids, and that like he would attest legally to a thing. That's all you've got on him thus far, is that he's saying, yeah, legally I will say that he did a thing. Which could be true or false. I don't know, right? And that they went to lunch once. They met up once and spoke. I don't know. Jared probably doesn't fucking like you. Obviously, he doesn't fucking like you. If his ex, maybe he likes fucking Hillary. Maybe they were friends. Maybe their wives are friends. I don't fucking know. But like, can you connect it in some way to this nefarious plot? Like, you're going through a messy divorce, Roger. There's some bullshit and some media smears that are going to occur throughout this process. Roger. Not really addressing all of the NDAs and the bullshit and the presumed abuse that he's mentioning that he needs legal fees to fight.
When she filed for divorce. You heard me correctly. Gerald needs to leave Stephen.
Dude, this is taking me so much longer to get through this than I thought. I'm probably going to have to like push off some of the other stuff I thought I was going to do for another stream or something.
I haven't talked to anybody else about that in any detail. As all of this is going on, and this is not part of what I planned on talking about today, guys, but I need you to understand the level of, I don't even know the right word to say, but the crap that we are having to deal with is probably the most polite thing that I can come up with. Can you believe the things that you're hearing? Gerald in Stephen's.
Yes, it's like, it just sounds like a messy divorce. Like it, and you're a media proud. Again, like you like connect the dots, dude. Do it for me.
Moment where he needs his best or one of his best friends to be by his side. Gerald, leave him. There's a campaign to apply pressure. That part I'm assuming now that I know that was part of the plan. At the time, it was just Gerald, leave him. Unfortunately, Jared echoed those same comments on one of the most difficult days of Stephen's life, after not really hearing from Jared for a while. I don't remember exactly how long it was. It could have been years. I don't know. I can look back. Leave him. Abandon your friend when he's in need. When everybody agreed that it would be great if Gerald could help with Stephen and help advocate for Stephen and be a sounding board for what's going on in life, to be able to talk to him as I had been doing for many years prior to ever being paid anything to do anything with Stephen. I was his friend before. Guess what? I'll be his friend after, if there is an after. He can stop.
I don't understand what this is. You seem to be like how dare they? Like we must stick together. Like who's gonna carry the boats? You know what I mean? Like we're brothers, right? Jared doesn't fucking like you people. Like he left because he felt it was a toxic work environment. That is fucking obvious to everyone. Sven the computer did too. And then they couldn't get fucking jobs from the legal pressure that you put on. And we all kind of at this point want to know why the fuck, why? What is that? What did you do? Why was he not paid for this? Can you address any of those fucking claims? All you've got now is you're adding one more thing, which is that Jared was like, hey man, shit's about to get real. So maybe he is involved, right? Like maybe he is involved in some capacity because there's something so bad and so awful that he feels that it must be said to ensure that he doesn't get custody of the children. And they're doing everything they can to make it not go public and to get you to just behave. Kind of remember how like you did. So you were like, how dare, kind of the thing you openly admitted that you did where you sent them court documents and you were like, behave, just do the right thing. Sounds like the shoe might be on the other foot in that regard from the other side. I don't know.
Stop paying me today, and it won't change the facts that I have laid out here. And I know exactly what's going to happen. You guys are going to come after.
Dude, you've barely put any facts. You've like selectively edited a whole bunch of shit, and then you've shown court documents which are your claims. So you've repeated your claims. Very, very limited evidence. You have some text messages that you showed that were edited, well, not edited, sorry, that were like taken out of any fucking context because obviously you couldn't show them in full context because there's all kinds of shit in there that I'm sure, would be problematic for both of you.
After me. It's fine. I can handle it. But you're not going to address.
Where is he? He's asleep in the other room. He's in culinary school.
What I've said that's factually true in court documents publicly available because you can't. It's so clear. Tried to take his dog away.
Hold on, wait, what did he say?
What I've said that's and I know exactly what's going to happen. You guys are going to come after me. It's fine. I can handle it. But you're not going to address what I've said that's factually true in court documents publicly available because you can't.
What do you mean he can't? Because they're just claims. I can't address claims. Those aren't facts. I mean, they might be facts, but they're just claims. You're making it sound like they're publicly available court documents. This is you filing a petition to the court saying, we believe these things to be true and they're wrong. Like this isn't these aren't crimes that they've been convicted of. This isn't CCTV footage. Like you're just like, you're not going to be able to, these are publicly, these are the court documents. It's like, this is just you in a legal document saying, I believe this is true. Like that's like a very, very weak standard of evidence.
It's so clear. Tried to take his dog away to destabilize him.
No, he hasn't. Yeah, he left in the sense that like he's not like it's just me working, but like we're still best friends. He's asleep and he's got culinary school in the morning, and he does his thing. I do mine. Like like that's all.
As part of the plan, tried to take me away. I now know that was part of the plan to destabilize him. Then got it echoed by Jared that I should leave him in his darkest potentially hour when he's fighting for his name, for his reputation, and for his life. Here's another thing that you may not know. The address where the children slept part of the time was intentionally doxed. Hillary sent the private and unlisted residential address to Jared. You know how I know it was private and unlisted? Because I was in charge of making sure it was so. Do you know why?
Why is, what? What is this fucking potato? What? I heard that there was a doxing. I want to at them that he actually lives at blank, so please leave this house alone. He doesn't live here. Ha 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 ha. So, wait, what?
Why?
Oh, so hold on. The former disgruntled employee that the court documents are saying that like put his safety in danger is Jared. Jared's the former fucking employee that the private residence was doxed to. I am so confused as to what this potato is about, or like what this dangerous. Are you suggesting that like Jared is like a fucking gonna go try and fucking harm Crowder?
Hillary sent the private and unlisted residential address to Jared. You know how I know it was private and unlisted? Because I was in charge of making sure it was so. Do you know why? To make sure that the kids were safe. Not everybody likes Stephen. Some for very good reason.
Okay, but you're not saying he publicly doxed them. You're saying that she told Jared where he lives. I'm not sure why or for what reason, but like, I don't know if you know this, but like, I've had people call me, I don't know, like a mortgage company, because me and my dad have the same first and last name, and be like, hey, such and such, here, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, hey, that's not me. And they're like, oh, do you have that address? And then like, I give them my father's address, or like friends or family members or people. I don't know if he might have had a reason to need his address to like, I don't know, send him a letter, or I try and be like, hey man, I don't want to do all these things. I'm sending you this letter to let you know that like, this is how I personally feel. I don't know. I don't know. But like the idea that like the implication here is that like there's some evil and nefarious thing, like she's hoping Jared will go shoot the kids or something. Like what are you trying to hint at? Like with this deep like, and I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to tell you tonight for the first time something that you might not know. In his deepest and darkest hour, not only did he try and get me to abandon my friend that I've had that before, even before these things, before I was paid, my deepest, darkest hour, I'm his good friend, gave him the address to dox him where the children sleep. Like, is Jared this unknown fucking psychopath that nobody knows about? Like, is there some serious nefarious reason that he ought not have his address for like sending a letter or something? What the fuck? Like, what's going on?
He comes off and he says a joke. Fine. You don't like that? Fine. If you want to use it, great reason. You don't like somebody because of a joke. But a lot of people don't like him because he pushes back on evil. And there are a lot of groups out there that don't like to be called out. And they don't like Stephen, and maybe they would try to do him harm. And so to make sure that his...
Right, but she gave the address to Jared. She didn't give the address to the fucking media, to like irresponsibly report it. She didn't post it on Twitter. Like, she gave it to one person that's a former employee that you have like NDAs with, and like, I mean, what are all these NDAs hiding? That you believe that giving him the address is a danger to Stephen's life or to the children's life? Because they seem to think it's the opposite in text messages.
His family is protected. He goes through great lengths to make sure nobody knows where he lives. Hillary intentionally doxed it. I won't use the exact words. You can see it in the image. But it's evil. Shortly.
So I won't see the exact... I want to add them that he actually lives at blank. So please leave this house alone. He doesn't live here. Ha ha ha. Please explain to me what the fuck this is. Just a random thing you put up. And then the word that's evil is, did this come from Jared? Watch it, blank, watch it. Poke holes, wrap in paper, blank for 2.5, blah, blah, blah. SIDS, something and serve. It's evil. It's evil. I won't read the words because they're fucking illegible and don't make sense. And this text is legible, but what is it connected to? And did Jared send the fucking potato? Or did someone just happen to get the information? I don't know if you know this, but sometimes people are able, like, hackers exist, dude. That because she told Jared doesn't mean that fucking some crazy person got that information. Or do I even know that, like, you didn't do this yourself?
After Jared received Stephen's personal address from Hillary, Stephen received a threatening message. Package came from Smyrna, Georgia. Didn't say who it was from, but we later found out that that is mere miles from where Jared lives.
Okay, so I mean that's fair. That's a pretty big fucking coincidence. That's super weird. But again, is that That's super weird. Assuming it's true, right? Assuming that you didn't do this, but that is fucking strange. That's super weird. The potato doesn't even make sense. And he said, you can read it. I'm not going to read it because it's evil. But like, I legit can't read it. Like it says, watch it, blank, watch it. Also, it looks like there's a K here. So like, is it a Jewish slur? M.POKEHO, poke holes, wrap in paper, microwave for 2.5 minutes. There's cooking instructions for a potato on here? Is there something in the potato, or is this just how you cook potatoes? Blank SIDS, something and serve, cut and serve. This is a fucking recipe for cooking potatoes. That's what the evil thing is. This is so fucking awkward, and I don't understand it. Like, that's bizarre. And also, again, it's just like, the direction of how you bake a potato in the microwave. Yeah. Evil. It's how you bake a potato in a microwave. That's the evil. Watch it. And there looks like there's a K there. So I'm guessing it's the Jew word, right? Watch it. And then this. I don't think this came from Jared. I don't know. Maybe it did. And if it did, like I want to know why. Jared, what's up with the potato, man? Steven Crowder, what's up? Like, who sent the potato? Like, these are the real questions. Fuck all of the other fucking accusations and court things. I want who sent this fucking potato.
Package came from Smyrna, Georgia. Didn't say who it was from, but we later found out that is mere miles from where Jared lives. Again, Jared's.
How'd you find that out? Who doxed Jared's address? Huh? Who is the evil person that that eventually led you to understand where his address was?
Probably going to say, "Oh, come on, it was a joke." Okay. It's an unlisted address. Nobody knows where he lives. You didn't say who it was from. You just said, watch it, effing watch it on there. I know where that
watch it, fucking watch it. That's okay.
Came from. The edited video. I get it. The additional context that I'm not even going into today.
Oh, it's what Steven Crowder said to his wife when she was saying that he was being abusive. And that they had talked about this, and then he was saying like, watch it, fucking watch it, was his response to her saying she was being abusive. It's been so long since I've seen that video. And it's also, like I said, I don't put much stock in a fucking video from, you know what I mean? But like, she clearly knew it was being recorded, and that like is like a segment of an argument. Like, I don't give a fuck
about what happened in that, but I probably will at some point to give you a little bit more insight. Not even close to what you think it means. Hillary admitted it. Have it on tape. Part of public filings. Stephen receives a package at an address that no one is supposed to have. And then wonders, are my children safe? Am I safe? Who leaked this address? How did this get out? How would you feel if the person that you had children with leaked your private home address, knowing that the kids would be there during certain times of the week?
Dude, he keeps making it out like she fucking. First of all, we don't have any evidence that she did that. You just keep saying that she did that. You have receipts from fucking WhatsApp group text messages and shit, but somehow you don't have any receipt of this. You just know that the address was found, right? And that it was somewhere near where Jared lives, presumably and it's a potato recipe. And you're saying she leaked it. You know that she doxed it. And the claim isn't even that she doxed it to like the public or something. It's that she doxed it to one specific person that is a disgruntled former employee that you have a bunch of legal proceedings against. I don't know. Maybe she's just dumb, right? Like setting aside, you know, Jared, maybe Jared's evil, right? Maybe Jared's the most evil of evil people, right? And maybe she just had lunch with the guy and he was like, you know, I want to send a letter to him, you know, apologizing for a bunch of the things I've said in the past. And like, hopefully we can put things behind us. And she was like, oh, that sounds so sweet. And she fucking gave it to the dude because she knew him for years when they did work together and shit was cool, and like she understands that like you're mad and shit, but you're trying to patch up shit. It's not like she fucking put his address on Twitter. He's making it sound like she put the kids' lives in danger because she gave one person an address, which you don't even know that she did. Or maybe you do, but you're not giving us that evidence at all.
It's something that I can't even comprehend. Something so reckless.
So reckless, so evil that you would dox the address where you're. It's not, dude. It's not that wild to tell one person someone's address. That you, if you believe that they're not going to do anything nefarious, especially if you believe that there's a purpose for it and then there's a good one. I mean, I'm just curious. Like, I know, chat. It's like it's late at night. It's a Wednesday. We don't do Wednesday streams. There's not a ton of you. But like, how many of you, just out of like curiosity, if you're there, or maybe the inverse, have any of you made sure that you've never shared an address with any person ever? Like you've never met a new person and been like, yeah, this is my address. Or like, I don't know, if you have kids, like where your husband, it just doesn't seem that wild to me. I don't know. It doesn't seem that crazy that they gave out if they even did that, right? Because it's just a claim at this point that you're not evidencing.
I want to say a couple of things as I wrap this up. NDAs are a normal part of doing business. You sign an NDA voluntarily. Jared signed his voluntarily, and then he breached it. Didn't have to sign it. Could have left. Could have just left. Could have walked away. Didn't have to sign the exit. He signs it on the way in again. Didn't have to sign that either. Never.
Yeah, NDAs are normal for like non-compete, full-blown NDAs. You're not allowed to talk about anything in the media are not fucking normal. Like, have you ever seen someone go to work for like, that used to work at MSNBC or something and then start a podcast being like, I'm not allowed to talk about anything that I ever did at NBC because of my non-disclosure agreement. Like, that's not fucking normal. What's normal is that you sign a document saying you're not allowed to divulge sources. You're not allowed to divulge like, things that would like potentially harm your employer based upon like, like competition and things like that. There's nothing normal about illegal activity and extortion or like assaults or anything like that being part of an NDA. That's not normal at all, and it's illegal. There's nothing normal about full-blown NDAs that cover literally everything, especially when they're done under the coercion of getting you to sign it so that you can go get a job elsewhere as a means of getting around the fact that there's an interpretation of something you signed on your employment agreement that basically says you're not allowed to work in media ever again. You're not allowed to work in the entire career in the entire industry. Once you leave here, you're never allowed to work anywhere ever, and you have to go do a different thing. And then you sign an NDA so that like you can do that. That's not normal at all. Right? Like, and normally when those NDAs are signed at the end of an employment agreement, you pay people for that. Like you didn't pay him a dime. At least these are the claims that he put forward. Are you going to counteract those claims? Or are you just going to be like, it's totally normal, bruh?
He voluntarily signed an agreement and then decided to break it. He also lied to you guys and said that I was asking for every single conversation with his friends and that I was telling him that he couldn't contact his friends. No. Mm-mm.
I said that when I watched it, that like, that's probably bullshit, that it's probably a misinterpretation of what the document says, and that the document is saying that like all communications are subject to being like part of the deposition or whatever, right? That like he's not saying I'm asking you for everything, but that like any and all things are within this once the scope or the purview of the deposition is like done pursuant to like certain things they're questioning about or something.
That's not true. Look at the Form 202 petition that we put out there. I told Jared in that petition, basically like, hey, you have to stop talking about the company, the agreement that you made with us. And that can be as simple, like I said earlier, as making sure no address is divulged. to where somebody sleeps with their young children. It's common.
Okay, well, you don't have any evidence of that, right? You just keep throwing it out there like he got doxxed by like your ex-wife and Jared. And like, again, you're still not giving any evidence other than we found out it came from here.
I'm not restricting your speech, Jared. I simply asked you to honor your agreement.
ESPN is known for former employees to even suggest they worked there. Unenforceable without consideration, though. Yeah, fair enough. It's sticky ground, though, because if they can look at the messages, then it's kind of accurate to say they want to. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I was saying that there's probably like some weird legalese in there. And then I think he was misinterpreting it, or like not like it seemed to be a confusion the moment I heard it. I was like, that doesn't sound right. But also I understand that like the wording on those things can be confusing.
It's common. I'm not restricting your speech.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, fair enough. I mean, maybe if I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong on that. But it just seems fucking weird that he can't work in the industry at all, and then that they are willing to give up that so long as he signs an NDA that's full encompassing on like everything there. To me, that's coercion. Like, it's not like he was offered a sum of money when he left. You know, instead he was offered that they would undo the fucking things that I would consider to be an unconscionable adhesion agreement in their employment agreement. Well, I guess it's not an adhesion contract. This is a signed contract for the employment agreement, but still.
Jared, I simply asked you to honor your agreement that you voluntarily entered into. And you had every opportunity to do the right thing before being sued today. We'll get the lawsuit to you, I promise.
What is the lawsuit alleging? Because so far you have no evidence that he's done anything other than... Does the NDA also cover any legal proceedings you're in? Does the NDA state that you're not allowed to let anybody know when you get sued by that person? Because if so, that's a wild fucking NDA. Like, because you haven't put forward that he's said anything about his former employer other than other people are going through this and I'm going through this. Is it basically, is the NDA so broad that it says that you're not allowed to mention the existence of Steven Crowder or Louder with Crowder doing anything and everything? Because nowhere in there did he talk about, oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. He did say that it was a sexualized and toxic work environment. Never mind. That it was a work environment full of degeneracy and et cetera. Okay. No, there was that one section. So that must be what he's referring to, that you're not allowed to make those claims. But if those claims, hold on, if that's under the NDA, what are you suing him for? Are you suing him because it sounds like you're suing him for breaching the non-disclosure agreement? You're not suing him for slander. You're not suing him for defamation. You're suing him for breaking the NDA. At least that's what it sounds like. If you're suing him for breaking the NDA, but not for slander or defamation, does that mean that you're admitting that it is absolutely true that there was sexual deviancy and degeneracy and harassment behavior that existed in the workplace? Is that what you're saying? That you admit that all of that is true? That like it was a toxic work environment that he was forced to leave because of all of the sexual degeneracy and horrible things that aren't like are you admitting it because it's a breach of the NDA? Is that because if that's all bullshit, then it shouldn't be covered by the NDA, unless the NDA is just saying you're not allowed to mention us as an existent non-disparagement clause. Thank you. But also like you should also, I don't know if any of the behavior is illegal though, it invalidates the NDA. I don't know. This will be interesting to see how it plays out, right? Because if he was sexual harassment, right, then it doesn't fucking matter. Like you can have a non-disparagement clause all you want, but if you violated someone's rights, then it's not valid. It's not a valid non-disclosure agreement. I mean, it can be a bitch to go through in court battles and stuff. And you have to prove that, but still. It's very strange. This is very strange behavior.
And I hate it, man. From the very beginning, I talked to the lawyers about making sure that this cost you as little as possible. You don't know that because you never reached out to me. You just assumed the worst. Assume that I was bought and paid for by Steven. I'm bought and paid for by no one. Again, Steven's run before this job.
Hold on. That's an interesting way of phrasing that, because the way that he puts it when he says, you just assumed that I was bought and paid for. So wouldn't that be him being charitable? Because if he's assuming that you're bought and paid for, he's assuming that you're a good guy and that like you don't, at least in some regards, that you're like maybe not that like you're only doing this for the money or for your family or whatever. And like he's not trying to include you in certain bit. Weird.
Job, Steven's friend after this job. I didn't want this to cost you money. I didn't want this to go out and be public for everybody. I did want you to honor your agreement and knock it off. When you refused, I needed to know how far this went.
And knock it off.
That was it. It would have been the end of it. After 2.
Knock what off? Him fucking talking to Hillary and saying at some point that that he would in the future attest to something.
2 hearings that maybe lasted about an hour each, and very minimal work, and a deposition deadline that had expired. You decided to come out and say that we had sued you, which we hadn't. That video makes it very clear that the only way that we can get to a place of understanding of what your agreement was and that you should honor it is for me to have to sue you. I did not want it.
What do you mean? You said you weren't sued, but the original claim was that you weren't sued because it eventually went out. You deposed him, right? Like there's a lawsuit implied in the deposition. And then you also admitted at the very beginning of this that you were going to do this stream regardless of what it is that Jared said. So you were going to force him out into the public eye and talk about, you're saying that you were going to go out and like bring receipts and do this stream anyways. So you're at the very least suggesting that you were going to put his name out there and say that he was doing all of these things anyway. So you depose him and you do that, and he's supposed to just assume that no legal battle is going forward. And you have yet to say anything about all of the other things, which is that he's saying that he had all of this legal debt from trying to hire lawyers, that where he was forced into this bad non-disclosure agreement anyways. You're just saying, well, it was voluntary. You should honor your word. Like, what about the claims that you were using your employment contract with a giant scope to make it to where he couldn't work anywhere in the industry ever again, and basically had to completely give up his career and all of his skills that he learned because he's not allowed to do anything in the industry whatsoever. And then when he was able to get a job, you then use that as a coercive tactic, saying, we will get rid of this horrible interpretation of an employment contract that's totally not fucking valid. That's super fucked up. We'll do that so long as you do this. Like where you're just like, will you honor your agreement, the agreement that you presumably coerced him into, and that you're not addressing that claim. That's a pretty fucking important claim.
To be this way. I take no pleasure in it. No matter what the outcome, I take no pleasure in it. I just want to protect this company and the people that work here. One thing you also need to know, guys, Hillary is behind this entire plan to assimilate the damaging PR assets and wage a negative publicity campaign against Steven. I'll say it again. That is the plan. And maybe it's because she's taking bad advice. I don't know. All I know is that the actions have been consistent in rejecting very generous offers. More money than Steven's ever made in his entire life.
Yeah, but the deposition is for Jared. I wonder if it was, you think the deposition was through the mediation. Yeah, okay, so that's what it is. So it's through the mediation. It's still weird. How do you get a deposition? Right. How do you get a deposition for mediation? And how do you also start putting forward discovery? Or actually, I think that was just the scope of the deposition. But if communications are involved, then like discovery is involved. I don't know. I'm going to have to hear fucking lawyers talk about this. There are better people breaking this down. I'm sure Ricada Law and all the law tubers and shit are going through this right now. And this was way more involved than I thought it was going to be. I thought we were just going to kind of laugh and meme about it, but like there's a lot here. I didn't realize just how much is here. So please don't take any of my advice. I'm just trying to understand it along with you guys as an ANCAP, as a libertarian, and as a non-legal scholar. But this is super fucking strange. And like, the evidence that they're putting forward is bullshit at best.
Has been offered. No. More. Every time.
Again, you say more, but you only present one evidence of that. And in that evidence, they say that the amount of money is fine. What they want is their freedom. What freedom are you attempting to, like, you don't explain that. You just kind of leave me there to guess what I'm supposed to mean, and then you try and gaslight me over and over and over again, like you didn't show me evidence that what they're asking for is freedom, not money, and try and insinuate over and over again that they're trying to bleed him dry of money, when what they specifically said was that the money was fine, but what they really want is their freedom. Since he's not a party to the divorce, he couldn't be compelled to provide a deposition, so he would have a window to comply voluntarily. That's why it expired. Okay. But he said the 202 was like a thing to be like, quit it, we mean business. Like he explains that there's some more legal weight behind the 202, and that it's like some kind of like last warning or something. Right? Like he admits openly that he's trying to model and change his behavior with this. So it's like, it's some form of a legal threat. So the idea that like, oh, well, there was no suit. It's like, okay, even if there wasn't a suit and that's how it works out, it doesn't matter if you're admitting that you're using the legal system to threaten someone to change their behavior and they feel like they need money to protect themselves from an impending suit because they're going to refuse to comply.
Every single time. I want to just reiterate all of these lawsuits, all of it. I hate it. I hate every single second of it. It does not give me pleasure. I've said it hopefully enough times for you to understand that I don't like doing this. But if it comes down to defending the company and the employees who pour so much of their lives into it, or staying silent while people repeatedly attack us and violate their agreements with us, then you better believe that I am going to fight like hell to defend this company and to defend our ability to communicate with you.
So, I mean, like, so far what we have that you're like ready to fight like hell and defend this company and defend us from these attacks, right? Is a divorce thing behind the scenes about a dog and about potentially taking the dog away. The idea that you're tying that to the company and the employees and everything is wild, right? But like, I get that Joe Louis is like sometimes on the screen, but like we have that. Okay. Oh, cool. All right. Fair. Whatever. So we have the dog. We have the fact that there is a coordinated media campaign by her divorce attorney. And what has come out was that original edited video where y'all are going through a bloody, divorce with a media personality, where she feels, it seems like from the evidence you presented, best interpretation, she feels like he is an abusive narcissist and she fears his power and she wants as much freedom and she wants as much ability to control her children and as much ability to be able to say and whatever it is that she wants to say without having her speech silenced. So she's willing to play a little dirty to get that done. That's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario from what you've presented that I can imagine is that she is doing everything she can to destroy his reputation in the hopes of extorting more money, but you can't really show the more money, but also extorting custody and money and kind of bleeding him dry as like a punishment because she's mad about the divorce and stuff. And then the worst case scenario from Jared is that like that bad boy might have told Hillary, a couple of bad things around the office, that he might have gotten your address and that he might have given that address to someone or mailed you a creepy fucking potato that says, watch it, from that time that it looks like Crowder's kind of being abusive, but like again, it's kind of like the edited video. Like this, there's a lot of things that like seem weird. Chronologically, it seems weird. And there's this massive PR campaign, but all they've come up with is one journalist saying that you show your dick around the office, and then this video from like a year and a half ago. The only other explanation would be a pre-trial conference, which is required in some states, but failure to comply would result in immediate judgment on behalf of plaintiff. Yeah, that's fair. He didn't comply. He says he didn't comply, so I don't know. I don't know who's lying or what they're bullshitting about or what's going on. But the 203 is apparently public. So like lawyers that like understand these procedures a little bit better will probably have videos out on YouTube in the next couple days that explain it in better detail based off what's available. What I don't like specifically about this is there's a lot of accusations that are thrown and not referenced. There's a lot of selective clipping of texts and their own court documents. And then on top of all of, supposedly they put them forward. On top of that, they make it seem like these court documents are evidence when really what they are claims. It's just the plaintiff's claim. Plaintiffs petition the court to say like, we need something. I'd have to look at the document, but I'm assuming they're petitioning the court, as part of the divorce hearings, that are petitioning. And what do they petition? If they're petitioning the court, but they're in mediation, obviously there's some suit that's going on. Some type of suit is going on, or why would these even be put forward? Well, actually, no. Petition the court can actually be done for the legal documents for the mediation, which might even be more bullshit if it's for the mediation. Like, yeah, these are really just weak claims that you're pretending like are strong evidence. Like, I've got the receipts. What you have is your claims written in paper.
To defend Stephen, as imperfect as he is. We are all imperfect.
Yeah, no shit. I get that.
It didn't have to be this way. There's still time to do the right thing. But I guarantee you what's going to happen again. They're going to attack me and not talk about the facts. They're going to continue to try and wage this campaign against Stephen. Jared, you left in August of 2018. We said nothing about you. Move on with your life, man. What in the world are you doing? I don't want this line to keep going, but this lawsuit is the only way I
move on with your life. He doesn't address, again, all of the things that probably took him years to get over, unless he's lying. Like if he's lying, say he's lying. But what you're saying is you're not addressing the fact that it took him years to get over debt, that he was coerced into an NDA that he feels was that he left, and everyone knew when he left something wasn't right. Everyone that was watching Louder with Crowder in 2018 was like, why in the fuck did Sven the computer and Not Gay Jared both leave? And why did Not Gay Jared do it right when his wife is pregnant? They were like, what the fuck is going on? And he refused to talk about it in any meaningful sense. Mum's the word. So everyone knew from the very beginning, NDA or not, that there was some shisty shit going on. And who has said that he's an abusive employer and said that he does a bunch of like sexually degenerate shit? Owen Benjamin has said it. Sven the computer has hinted at it. Jared has hinted at it. Which might be a violation of their stuff. Quarter Black Garrett has hinted at it. Candace Owens has hinted at it. Like literally everybody that is a former employee of yours that has any name recognition whatsoever has said that is a degenerate, toxic, abusive work environment, at least in some form or another, and that you use NDAs to keep everybody quiet. That doesn't mean that you're out here fucking raping people or anything, or that like you're horrible or anything. It just means that it's a bad spot. Maybe you should address those fucking claims, but you're not addressing any of that shit. You're not addressing any of those things. You're just saying, how dare you speak on this because you have an NDA, and you're not even addressing why that NDA exists in the first place, or not so much even the shit that need not be spoken about, but the legal, the legality of the coercion, presumed coercion that was used to get him to sign the NDA in the first place. And also, you made a guy sign an NDA when he quit, and you didn't give him any money for it. That, to me, from a multimillionaire, is like, I don't know what happened when he left, but that is crazy. Because like people in these industries certainly sign NDAs all the time, but to not get a dime in severance and sign an NDA, how did you get him to sign an NDA? He is saying, I didn't get paid. What you did is you allowed me to have a job. The idea that you were coercing him into signing a non-disclosure agreement on the threat of never being able to use his skills as a sound engineer, and that he was going to have to go work at fucking McDonald's or something. Like, I don't know, man. Those are the things I wanted you to address. Not the, I have the receipts that Hillary's and him are in a bad divorce proceeding. And at some point in time, they connected. At some point in time, he said that he would be willing to attest to something in court, and that it's scary to think of him having custody of the children at some point. And then you have a bunch of claims. You have a bunch of claims past that. And you have a claim of a creepy potato being shipped, a claim that it's all for money, but you actually show evidence to the contrary. You have this creepy fucking lawyer that's out doing shiesty shit, which is what lawyers do in divorce hearings, right? But what does that have to do with Jared? Where you say, well, it's all connected because the goal is to have a negative media campaign. Okay. Yeah. Has anything you said been false? The only thing that you said so far that you've denied is a story that's already been published. The only thing you denied in terms of the claims is a story that has already been published about showing your penis around the office and saying, well, they didn't see the Terminator sketch that we did, and you're having to wear see-through things before they get painted. So like that's actually, it's true, but it's only technically true, and they made it seem like it's worse than it was. And I'm not even sure that that's addressing all of the claims. It seems like you're giving a potential explanation and saying that it was taken out of context without actually unequivocally denying the claims that Steven Crowder's ever done that. And then you said, well, he did it. Jared did it. And even though we don't know whether or not that comes from Jared at all or anything, he did it. So we have this like weird whataboutism. All of it's very, very strange to me.
I feel like we can get any kind of understanding. I'm sorry that it had to happen this way, but it wasn't something that I chose. And look, I'm sorry for all of you who have to hear this drama. We're not.
What do you mean it wasn't something you chose? You're a fucking employee. Are you the one filing suit? Like, what are you talking about? Like, are you filing suit against Jared? Like, no. I mean, I guess you are as a representative of the company, but it's still weird. Like, it didn't have to be like this.
Not pleased in any way to be a part of drama. Sometimes it happens and we have to defend ourselves, and we don't shy away from that, even though it's drama. Nobody likes it when conservatives are fighting one another. Nobody likes it when people are attacking. And it's just like,
this is the most cope shit I've ever heard in my entire life. I've never heard someone lie through their fucking teeth more than the concept of content creators and media personalities. Absolutely no part of the audience likes drama in the conservative space. No part. Dude, this is what drama is, what you guys live and breathe on in Twitch. That's like the entirety of Twitch. In the YouTube politics space, that like drama and clout and relevancy are all part of the game. And to act like there's not a part of the game, that drama isn't part of what is done in these spaces, and that it's not something that you make money off of, nobody likes it. What a wildly stupid thing to say. Oh yeah, nobody likes it when somebody gets banned and everybody talks about it. Nobody likes it. Like people's entire YouTube careers aren't made off of making thumbnails that are like hyperbolic, that are like drama. Like fucking Keemstar doesn't own a fucking Twitch account called Drama Alert because people love drama so much. Like the maybe nobody at Louder with Crowder likes it. I don't buy that because it brings in money. But to claim like you don't like it, and also from the same people that went on an attack campaign against the Daily Wire because you thought that the contracts that the Daily Wire were putting out were too evil, and you called it Big Con, and you hinted, and Steven Crowder hinted that he was gonna fucking start his own thing where he was gonna sign up content creators, with real pieces, and that to try and get away from these evil conservatives with these evil contracts, and now you won't even fucking touch the actual conversation about the forms of the NDAs and disparagement and character and likeness contracts that you yourself. What the fuck, man? Stop. What foul language did you say now? Shit isn't on there. It's probably I'm going to read it out loud because I don't know why it said it. It was probably in Jared's contract that if he was to resign early, he forgoes severance pay and would only get his last check after signing other NDAs and shit. Shit is not one of the banned words, by the way. I don't know how it did that. No, it's fine. I was just reading it out loud because you got censored by the fucking bot. And maybe I got to find a better bot that has better API that I can give API access to. But yeah, like the concept that you don't like drama after all of the fucking drama that you started with Daily Wire. And now you won't address the fucking NDA and why it was there, why there was no severance. You won't address the contract that you had with him, the employment contract that kept him from working in the industry. That's way worse than anything that Daily Wire ever fucking put in their contracts. We don't like drama. We would never do this. Shut. That is such a crock of shit. Like, I'm totally willing to believe that you didn't want to address this, that you wished he would shut the fuck up. I absolutely agree to that. But the idea that nobody likes drama, dude, fucking whole careers in the YouTube and Twitch politics space are made solely off of covering drama. Stop.
Fighting one another. Nobody likes it when people are attacking and it's just like a terrible episode of network TV. I hate it too. We want to get back to doing the content that you like, and we will. I appreciate a lot of you standing up and saying, hey, I know these guys. There's got to be more to the story. I hope today you found out there's a lot more to this story. A whole lot more. There's been a campaign going on for the last year and a half plus where Hillary has been roping people in, people that she hadn't talked to in years and hadn't even really been friends with, to try and damage Steven Crowder.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. They also presumably sent a cease and desist after they fucking, presumably he was able to get a contract, after they pressure him into getting an NDA so that he can get a job, and then they send a cease and desist and get him fired from his job. And now he's and it took him years to get out of the debt that he incurred from the legal fees. I'm not saying that's true. What I am saying is that these are claims that are go completely unaddressed here. And when you do a public statement, and when you do a public statement to the press, or to everyone, to address this issue, and then you completely don't address certain claims, I'm not saying that's 100% an admission, but you might as well be admitting that all of that is true when you don't address those claims at all. In the moment where you have over a half hour to address all of the claims, where you bring up the receipts and everything, and where you go in detail about what's going on, you don't address any of those claims of the horribly abusive things he accuses you of. You don't even touch them. I don't know, man. Why are you not touching those claims? To me, that's an admission, right? And this is the problem when for example, when there are these things where it's like sexual assault allegations, and this is, I don't like talking about Destiny. I don't like Destiny, right? But I've seen people lobby a sexual assault allegation against Destiny before and it go nowhere. And Destiny's response is, I don't respond to those allegations. I don't respond to the allegations. And I think that's the best thing, right? Because the thing here is the moment you go, I unequivocally did not do that. The moment you say, I did not do that. X, someone claims you did X and you go, I did not do that. How dare you? Is the moment that every claim that you refuse to address is then presumed to be true. And that is an unfair standard to hold people to. But if you're going to come out and make a public statement and say, all of these things are not true, and then all of these other things you don't address, to me, you have plenty of time to address them. You could just very easily right now say, that's not how it happened. We're not going to get into that because there's, ongoing, court proceedings or something. But he doesn't even address it. He doesn't say like, well, because of the ongoing case, I can't comment on those specific contracts and yada, yada. Like he doesn't even say I can't comment. He just doesn't address them. Instead, he goes on this whole thing about Hillary. Yeah, to me, it sounds like you might as well just be admitting that you did all of that shit.
And get more than a court would allow. It's time for that to stop. Today has to be the day that starts to change. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be doing the show.
Wild. Wild. He mad, bruv? Who's mad? It's I don't know, man. There's a whole bunch of other shit that I wanted to get into, but now it's midnight. Oh, man. I miss streaming, guys. I kind of miss streaming. I'm not going to lie. I didn't make $1 from any of you fuckers tonight. But that's okay, because even without making a single dollar from any of you guys, I realize that I miss this shit. That it's way more fun than trying to edit videos. Plus, it's way easier. I'm not saying I don't want to say it's easier, but it fits my personality and abilities and skills a lot better than trying to do edited videos because I'm just not good at editing. I'm not good at editing. I'm also not good at completing projects. Like I start projects and then I don't finish them because I'm ADD and I end up getting busy and shit. Don't forget the super didn't decide to have Steven on at the last minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah, they never addressed that. He said that he would address why Steven was there. The whole time he didn't address it. If he wasn't named gay. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, like there's other stuff that I could watch, but it's midnight. I don't want to keep up the people too long. Also, I have to stream tomorrow. When is the debate exactly? I figure out the exact prompt. I'm on Wick panel tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. So we'll probably go live 6:45, and I'll set that up tomorrow. But yeah. So the topic of the debate is this article. Hey, this dude comes in. Red Bar was watching. I don't know what's going on. It's this article, DHS using Hamas to expand its reach on college campus, from The Intercept. I really got to read it and I got to look into it more. I don't really have a strong opinion on it yet. I'm sure that I will in the future. Oh, does this not have a alert box? No, the alert box isn't silenced. It just might take a second. Weird. I'm going to put it in this corner, actually. That's where the alert box should go. Good luck? Oh, I don't need luck on fucking debates, dude. I fucking crush debates. That's one thing I certainly do. I do great on debates. I mean, not only do I have a talent for debating, right? Like I'll toot my own horn here. I don't care. Not only do I have a talent for debating, and I know the philosophy pretty well, and I've gotten really good at arguing from first principles and learning all the tactics and tricks from a lot of experience. But I'm an ANCAP. And I don't know if you know what it's like to start debating in political panels where every single panel that you go into, everyone is against you. Like literally every single solitary person. I watched the immigration debate on Wick earlier. Wish you were on it, Fabian. What's Wick? Dude, we looked up Red Bar and it's like, oh, okay, yeah. We looked up Red Bar and like, you were like, he's going over your leaked text. And I was like, well, what are you talking about? And then someone gave me a link and he wasn't even live. But I'll look forward to Friday. I'll be watching my kids for the weekend. So I probably won't catch it, but you know, I hope he really gets through all of the horrible texts. Yeah, I'm for certain a bordertarian. Still open fucking Oh, okay. I gotta join members only. All right. Well, I'm sure they'll get the good word out about my degeneracy over text messages. Fuck. What was I saying? Oh, in terms of like the debating with the immigration, like I'm okay in terms of the immigration. Like I don't have like a whole ton to say. Do you believe in inheritance, Scott? Oh, Econo Boy. You're right at the end. Hey, do you wanna come chat for a second? I was gonna get out of here because there's not a whole lot other that I wanted to talk about, but I'll chat with you if you want. Yeah, hold on. Let me switch over my cameras and stuff. I gotta do a couple things, but give me just a second. I'll send you a link. Okay, let me go here and I got to. Yeah. Uno momento, por favor. Gotta edit. Where is it? Where are you at? Ah, there we go. Oh my God. I'm going to have to redo this. Hold on. This looks so janky. Hold on. Let's just do this real quick. No, that doesn't work either. Oh, that doesn't work either. Oh, fuck. It's funny. Now let's see. There we go. All right, hold on. Let me do. Let me move this over here so I can grab a link. There we go. And then go to Twitter. I'm Econo Boy. I'm just going to send you a link over Twitter. Assuming I'm following you. Yeah, I'm following you. You're not following me though. So punk ass. There we go. You see the live stream waiting room chat now? What? Oh, in fucking Discord? Oh, you fuck. All right. This is Mad Gentleman's. It's not even mine down there. Oh. Yeah, come in here. There you go. All right, let me make sure this is actually working. All right. Testing. Can you say something for me? See if it pops through.
Something for you, Scott.
Hold on, say something again. One more time.
Something again.
Thank you. All right, appreciate it. All right, cool. What's up, brother?
What's up, man? How's it going? You watching any new Star Wars stuff lately?
No, so I was actually going to react tonight to the Acolyte trailer because I thought it was funny how bad it was. I don't know. I'm so disillusioned with Star Wars lately. It's so rough. I mean, Andor wasn't bad. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. Star Wars has just been really upset. The thing that upsets me the most about Star Wars is
what upsets you the most?
I will give credence to Acolyte for is that at the very least, at least Acolyte is in the High Republic era, right? Which is a period in the timeline that is relatively untouched by Star Wars Legends, right? And so there's very little danger of like shitting on the legacy of George Lucas or like, you know what I mean? Like the accomplishments, right? Because like the new films kind of like destroy the original trilogy and like Vader didn't save the galaxy. You know what I mean? Like he didn't really redeem himself in the end now because there's all these other problems in this horrible galaxy. You know what I mean? Like Luke never restarted the Jedi Order and like, you know, and was able to bring about peace and balance in the galaxy. He's just a disgruntled piece of shit.
They retconned Darth Vader killing the Emperor and like saving the galaxy?
I mean, in a way, right? I mean, like,
well, I don't know what you mean. Maybe I didn't follow.
What I mean is that Darth Vader isn't simply just one Sith or one Jedi in a long list of things, right? Like he's the chosen one. He's supposed to bring balance to the Force, right?
That's true.
And so like his legacy is supposed to be a galaxy that's in balance, that like the good guys win. And then you do some films very shortly after that in terms of the timeline. And what you have is a galaxy in disarray and a Jedi Order that failed to do anything. And Luke is a hermit somewhere and a failure that is completely checked out as, you know, as the enemies of the Republic are ready to destroy the core worlds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it just completely shit. Whereas with High Republic, even if it's bad, right? Even if it's like not that good, not really shitting on anybody, right? Like you
can't do wrong.
You can do wrong. You can do it really, really badly, but like,
Sure.
But it'll be bad by itself, right? Like if you look at like what's going on in the High Republic era, there's like a names of like Sith that are like mentioned in like Darth Plagueis's book. I can't remember that, but like other than that, that's it. We just know that there are the Sith Lord and Sith Apprentice by this name, right? And then there's like, you know, a mention of like one guy that like invented some form probably similar to Darth Adendu's ability to like transfer the soul in the body or whatever, right? Like some dark side art that was probably lost when Palpatine killed Plagueis. But yeah, like you know what I mean? But for the most part, you kind of just get to play with that as much as you want.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I wish that my biggest problem with Star Wars has always been that the universe is more interesting than all the stories within it. That I feel like you could do a lot. At least for me, like the kind of story that I would watch. Like I feel like Star Wars is a little bit too Lord of the Ringsy for me. Just a little bit. It's not literally the good guys win completely and it's all great, you know, but it feels like, especially at the end of the first trilogy, it's like, you know, this is just everything kind of just works out, you know, but there's not a lot of moral ambiguity in this show. I feel like that's where it'd be cooler.
Yeah, I think well, it's like so exactly, and this is why I brought up the problem of like the setting, right? Like Rogue One was a great film. Rogue One was great. I think most people, Star Wars fans, agree that Rogue One was decent.
Rogue One was great. That's true.
But here's the problem. You had to retcon shit. There was a whole established lore of what happened. even in the original trilogy, there is, General Mon Mothma saying, a lot of Bothans died to like get this, etc. And then there's a whole movie about how this information is obtained, and Bothans are a throwaway line, like what, why are Bothans a throwaway line? You know what I mean? Like, but if you had made a similar movie of similar structure, in the High Republic era, or like, maybe 1,000 years in the future, or like, or something, like you use that galaxy, use that setting, use that magic system, or even gone back to like the time of like Quell Droma, you know what I mean? Like way before the High Republic era, like in the Old Republic. There's plenty of places for you to make stories and narratives that are gritty and grimy, there's so much.
Have you ever heard of?
Oh, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of Darth? I think it's Vectivus.
I mean, I've read about literally every one of them at some point, but I have no idea who they are.
All right. I feel like this is Legends, to be fair, but I feel like it sets the ground for an incredibly interesting Star Wars movie or TV show or something.
Is this the fucking droid one?
No, Darth Vectivus he's basically a Sith Lord who was just not evil at all, right? And the premise was essentially that he just had an inhuman level constitution to where he could have this like intellectual interest in being a Sith and a Sith Lord, but he could ultimately resist all of the sort of, temptations that being a Sith, I guess, bring along with it. And it doesn't have to be Vectivus specifically, but I feel like, man, that'd be fucking cool. I feel like we get this literally like light side, dark side paradigm, but there is this idea of gray Jedi and sort of unaffiliated Jedi. But it seems like all the unaffiliated Jedi are still basically light side and dark side users. But it's like, what if there was a? There was a Sith
technically
like
you have like the Jin Sarai order, which are like dark side users, but they're basically gray Jedi. And then you have, that's about it. I mean, you have the kind of like the stuff in the Empire on beyond the Outer Rim, in like the in Drew Karpyshyn's universe, right? With Revan, where Revan goes to train. And then the MMO is based off of those stories, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of,
and that's some shit you could set it 1,000 years in the future and be like, look, this is, just a whole, futuristic, way fucking deep, civilization. And maybe I don't know, you could have a similar Chosen One story. This guy, maybe he's the Chosen One, but he's a Sith Lord, but he turns out to be decent. And then he balances the shit out of the light and the dark, But I don't
somebody
know.
said in chat that they'd love Exar Kun story. Yeah, that'd be really cool, telling the story of Exar Kun. But those are kind of like beloved by like legends. Like by doing Exar Kun, or like by doing Naga Sadow, or like doing some of those like big names that like are constantly brought up in the books, you run a similar risk of like fucking with the legacy of the films. It's less of a risk because there's not as many fans, but those are the most ardent fans. So like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like your most hardcore. And that's the thing too, is the way you make money off of things is with whales, right? Like in almost every form of capitalist enterprise, how do OnlyFans girls make money? They don't make money off of subscriptions, right? They make money off of like that one dude that like the top 1% of payers that are paying like 50% of all of the money, right? And it's the same thing with gacha games on cell phones, right? Like everybody plays free to play, and then every now and then maybe they'll get a subscription thing for like $5. But like the dude that has a gambling problem that pays like his entire fucking paycheck, like he's paying for that mobile game, right? Like that's who's making the mobile game survive. The same thing is true with Disney and in Star Wars, is like it's not about ticket sales or Disney Plus subscriptions, right? It's about merchandise. Like that's where a good chunk of money, like obviously box office initial is gonna be a big thing, but a large chunk of it, especially with Star Wars, recently not so much, but that's just because Disney fucked up so bad, right? Like I mean, you know what I mean? Like under Lucas, merchandise was a fucking cash cow.
In Fabian's anarchist commune, they would subsidize the arts. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, if you make cool toys.
Good God. Yeah. Now, all right. Well, hey, I wanted to ask you. About.
Said inheritance.
So yeah, inheritance. Yeah, I think it's interesting because apparently this is in the libertarian circles. This is kind of an open question. Maybe there's a majority that believe in one thing or another, but it seems like it's a decent debate. Which some libertarians will take the view that inheritance is totally okay because it's sort of almost like a transitive contract, one contract to another, to another, to another, right?
Mhm.
Some libertarians, because they subscribe to, I suppose, a more literal interpretation of, sort of labor and production, where, you have dominion over what you produced, and this is the establishment of property rights. They'll say inheritance is fine only for the first generation. So at the point of like you can't like inherit someone else's inheritance because then there's no work that happened, right? And you're too separated from the original production sign or from the original like source of the production.
Mhm.
And a debate that I recently hosted on my podcast between Yarn Brook and Matt Brunig talks about this not inheritance as a
Just
specific
name
view.
dropping like a motherfucker over here.
Well, you guys, I mean, you guys probably know who Yarn Brook is. I mean, this chat almost certainly
Yeah, I
does,
interviewed
too.
him. I interviewed Yarn, bro. I was just messing with you.
No, yeah,
He's got me.
I mean, Yarn
He's
Brook.
got me blocked because it's fucking so sad because there's like a certain
He
cohort
blocked
of
you.
like, dude. So here's the thing. Here's the thing that libertarians got into. Anybody that wasn't 100% pro-Israel got blocked by a lot of like people that were really sensitive about October 7th. Yarn Brook was one of those people where like, even though I was more supportive of Israel than a lot of other people, because I'm not like a hashtag free Palestine, like I hate Hamas, I hate the PLO, I hate commies. That doesn't mean I love Israel, right? I feel like a fairly nuanced position, and I feel like a lot of libertarians have a bullshit position that's like overly pro-Palestine. They don't really understand the history. But setting all that aside, a bunch of people like that were like, the moment you said anything that wasn't like Israel can do whatever they want, we're like, fuck you, block. And Yaron Brook was one of those people that was just like, any criticism for like his total war stance on Israel like caused the blocks to go out. I'm like,
Well-
really, bro? Like, I've interviewed you. Like, but anyways, back to the inheritance. Sorry, I went on a tangent.
No, yeah, Yarn. I mean, he's Israeli, and it seems like a decent chunk of what he talks about nowadays. Because I don't think he talked about Israel Palestine as an issue much before October 7th. I mean, I think he was pretty squarely in like I talk about how great capitalism is. Like that's kind of was his.
I've talked to him
his
about it before. I talked to him about it even when I interviewed him like 2 years ago, and he talked about
Okay.
the concept of it being like a state that is consistently under siege, and like he had some very what I consider to be like borderline just full blown statist beliefs because of Israel. Like he seemed to be sensitive to the issue even then. Well, yeah, most objectivists are. There's very, very few objectivists that are anarchists.
Well, he would say the state should still maintain a military and a court system, and I think police. I think those are like the three. He's like the government should do three things: courts, police, military. Whatever.
Yeah, most objectivists are like that. And that was kind of like Rand's position too. But there are some that believe in like voluntary Galt's Gulch kind of situation where it's like we create a government, like a covenant community or something. But anyways, the inheritance, Brunig.
Yeah, the inheritance. I mean,
Brook,
it was a debate on property rights, and Yaron, he toes this line of pretty standard line. It's like, hey, I mix my labor with the natural environment or whatever the resources that I have available to me, and that creates things, and I have dominion over them. And I honestly, I mean, from our first conversation about property rights, my thought was just like, intuitively, my thought was, well, property rights are just sort of a utilitarian thing that we create, right? And we kind of just decide what
obviously
property
I
rights
disagree,
mean.
but fair enough.
Well, no, yeah, I'm saying that's my intuition on like the basis of property rights, right? Is that's the sort of so almost like the sociological development of property rights. And I think that my intuition, when Matt's having this conversation, he's clearly thought about it in a lot more in-depth way, and he brings up what seem to be like difficult sort of questions to resolve. And I listened to one of his fuller videos on this. He has a whole video about, I think it's called "You Don't Deserve Your Pay," and he goes through like his full sort of theory of property rights. And I think Brunig's view is actually a relatively standard view in the literature, because it seems like there's like inheritance is one of those things that's hard to reconcile for somebody who thinks, oh, well, I mix my labor with something, and so that sort of is what gives me a property right entitlement to this thing.
Just
It's
real
like,
quick
well, yeah,
before you
what
go
about
on,
inheritance?
like that's not the libertarian position, but continue.
Well, I mean, it's sort of the dessert theory that it seemed that Yarnbrook was espousing, right? Because that's the fundamental question. Is like, well, what do we
Yeah.
mean by
So let
property
me
right?
actually. This is actually really interesting that you brought this up, because I love that you brought this up, because this is something that Kinsella and Hoppe really toiled with and kind of defeated in the 90s, right? Because what that is that's old libertarian theory. And so the people that aren't big theory heads, and even Yaron Brook, I would say is first of all, Yaron Brook's not a libertarian, right? He even told me specifically, libertarianism must fail. Like he said that explicitly to me.
Well, yeah, right.
If we are to achieve,
Yeah,
he's a
in our
capitalist.
conversation, he's like,
Yeah.
oh, I hate that you refer to me as a right leaning figure, and it's like, Yarn. I mean, I'm not
Come on,
saying
bro.
that derogatorily. It's just like this when society says right leaning, Yarn, you really fall into that bucket, right? I mean, it's not, So he seems to not really like labels in general, except for objectivist.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
Yeah, he likes that. Yeah, I'm sure he does. But regardless of that, so the old theory that is commonly brought up is this concept of mixing. It's Lockean kind of homesteading principle, right? Updated. And so the Lockean kind of position is you mix your labor with land, and then there is an inseparable kind of like mixture between the labor that you performed in the past and the objects that you now own. And that because those two things are inseparable, you
right,
can't.
that's why taxes are theft and things
Right,
like
right.
this.
So Hoppe and Kinsella, it's actually too much. It actually goes too far, and it's a dangerous trap for some of the reasons that you brought up, right? In terms of inheritance, in terms of like there are some contradictions that seem inherent in some of the beliefs we have, like third, inheritance or level. The other thing is that it establishes labor as a magical property that isn't, right? That doesn't exist. There's no magical labor, right? There's no labor tree. Labor is not a thing that actually occurs. Even if you sell, you don't sell your labor. What you actually do is you agree to a contract, and in that contract, the only thing that's actually exchanged is the money, right? So you're going to pay me $10 an hour, right? What's actually exchanged is $10, and then the title transfer. It's a contract for the title transfer of money, and the labor is just things I agree to do in the contract. These are the stipulations of the contract. It's not an actual thing that I'm selling. This is just a contract that is a title transfer for money, and then there are things that I need to do in order to get that money. It sounds kind of like semantic, but it's an important distinction for the reasons that you brought up. So the actual establishment of private property comes from the first user principle. And so the first user principle is it sounds complicated sometimes, but I think people overly complicate it. So the simplified version of it, and we can go deeper if we need to, but the simplified version of it is that ethical systems are between at least three people, right? Because there's no ethical system when there's no observer, right? And when it's just two people having a disagreement, there's not really a system of ethics there. And there's certainly no system of ethics when a person is by themselves and they cannot interact with any other humans or any other moral actors. So there is no moral agent other than themselves. So there's no rules to determine right and wrong, because there's no rules that ought to be followed, because there's no rules that can be broken. So in order for ethics to be justifiable, they must be conflict reducing, right? They cannot be conflict inducing. What is conflict? Conflict from the libertarian position is when two or more individuals want to use scarce resources towards opposing ends, right? So this pen exists. If I say this pen is mine and I want to write with it, and then you say, but I have a right to use that pen, now we have conflict because this is a scarce resource. I have this pencil and you can use this pencil if you want, but if we both want to use this exact pen and we both want to use it for different things, a conflict has occurred because obviously the pen can't be in two places at the same time. It can only be doing one of these tasks. So we have to determine some form of system of conflict reduction in order to have an ethical system. Because how are conflicts resolved? Conflicts are resolved through one of two means, either argumentation or violence. Fraud would be a portion of, would be violence. Lying, like, in kind of like the Kantian kind of position, right? Like denying someone the right to be able to make an informed decision, et cetera, would be a form of violence. Argumentation would be that one person is convinced to give up their claim, right? So, I mean, you could say that there's a third one, which is that a person without any input just immediately goes, oh, okay, I don't care anymore. But even then, that would basically be argumentation. Obviously, you've heard argumentation ethics before. This is kind of, you don't need any of that for the establishment of property. But it is tied in here in the conflict reduction, right? So, in order to have a conflict reducing system, we must have some means of determining what scarce resources, how scarce resources cannot have conflict. And the way that scarce resources cannot have conflict is by introducing private property. When only one person is justified in using the property and no one else is justified in using the property, the conflict is immediately resolved, at least ethically speaking. That doesn't mean that other people won't be criminals or they won't steal shit or that there won't be random occurrences. But at least from an ethical standpoint, we don't have a conflict-inducing system. We have a conflict-reducing system in that there is one person that can be said to be the owner. If private property doesn't exist and we don't follow the first user principle, then anytime I attempt to use an item, if there are potential second comers or late comers that have a right to use that item, then I have no right to use that item unless I can gain permission from them. Because if my pen is a property of other people, be it public property, be it, kind of like a communist idea, like where it's nobody owns anything, right? If other people in the future have some right to the property, I have to get permission from every single solitary person that ever can or ever will have the right to utilize that property. And this is crippling because it means that I cannot ethically use anything at all because I would have to get permission from people that aren't even born yet in order to utilize property. So that is the actual Hoppian Kinsella kind of, my position on property and where it's instantiated. And that doesn't break or have any contradictions with inheritance because the only way that property has a first user principle, and it's simply I have that conflict reducing thing. I own this is mine. And so when I die, I give it to whomever wants it that I want to give it to, right? And in the event of me having no will, we assume, right? We assume that my will is to go to my wife or to my firstborn, etc. That's part of the intersubjectivity communication, and bordering is part of that too. So it gets more complicated, but that's the basic outline, and it's different than the Lockean proviso.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't see what the problem is with just recognizing that property, for whatever reason, it sounded like it was somewhat consequential. The idea that, we establish property rights to avoid conflict, right? And so, now, I mean, of course, I would agree with that to some degree. I'd have to look into the history a bit more to understand if that was like the actual motivation of it. But
it's not historical.
I mean, intuitively, that makes sense.
It's not the claim. The claim isn't historical. The claim is that for an ethical system to be justifiable, it can't be conflict inducing. Because then it becomes, then it's dysgenic.
Sure.
If it's intentionally doing things that are unjustifiable, right? Then it's not an ethical system. If it's intentionally, if conflict is resolved, let's say like taxation, right? Taxation is a system of conflict where I want to keep my money and the government wants to take my money, and it's you use the law might of the jungle, right, to impose violently my coerced non-consent to take it. So that's a conflict-inducing system, and it becomes an unjustifiable form of property rights. As far as the ANCAP is like, I don't want to like debate you so much as I just want to explain the thought process.
Yeah, it just doesn't. I guess I don't understand the intuition behind it necessarily, right? I mean, it seems like it's relatively easy for someone who believes in uh, sort of utilitarian, like legally sort of arbitrarily constructed set of property rights just to say that, well, I mean, yeah, the way that we do property rights today is actually pretty conflict minimizing. I mean, like for instance, one point in the debate between Yarn and Matt, Yarn kind of, or no, Matt sort of not intuition pumps, but he sort of appeals to the layman by saying, Yarn made a similar argument. He was like, well, if we have your system of property rights where everything's just kind of an arbitrary law or whatever determined by democracy, that's chaos. That's violence. And Matt just kind of says, really? I mean, it seems like basically everywhere has a system like this, and it seems to be peaceful.
Right, but I wasn't making a consequential argument, right? I was making an argument about what is and isn't justifiable, right? And so when you make a consequential argument, you can say, well, the taxes aren't that bad, right? Like now you're doing is you're adding value,
right? They're a net benefit
to the right. You're adding value to the conflict inducing system. What you're saying, it's okay that there's conflict inducing occurring by taxation because the government is taking your money and using it towards things that we value more or whatever. And it's like, I can have that debate with that person. That's fine, right? But like, just to clarify the ANCAP position is that like, we're not doing a consequential analysis of this. What we're saying is that in and of itself is unethical, right? That the introduction of conflict to create order is just might of the jungle. It's might makes right. It's the same philosophical argument as gang rape is morally justified because 9 out of 10 people like it.
Well, I'm not sure. How do I put it? Like establishing a system of property rights causes conflict as well, right? There's going to be conflict, I think, no matter what system of property rights you establish, right? Whether it's sort of the conflict between.
Can you name one?
What do you mean, like the conflict in your system?
Right. So the conflict that you described. So I kind of get what you're saying, but I think it's maybe it needs a little bit more explanation. But I agree that if, let's say, a community doesn't have an innate belief in private property, right? It's like a Native American tribe, if you will, right? And then we come in and we impose a concept of private property on them, right? They feel like their communal property, their common property is being infringed upon. They're being forcibly privatized. They don't like the system because it's not what they know. And there's an element of like, but this is conflict inducing because you're enforcing a system. Is that kind of like what you mean?
I mean, that could be part of it, as certain people have different conceptions of property rights, but then also, at the point of establishing that someone owns something and I do not own that thing, well, I don't know why there's like a sort of necessary assumption that, well, if we establish that as a rule, all of a sudden that conflict disappears and or we lead to a world with less sort of conflict and violence, right? I mean, at the very least,
that's not I think we're using terms differently here. So when I'm talking about conflict, right, I'm not, like I said, there will always be criminals, right? What I'm trying to do is we're coming from a perspective of natural law. We're coming at it from a perspective of what is logically justifiable. And so what we're saying is that it's the argument of like, how can you avoid conflict? It's not about a net reduction in conflict so much as like, this system seems to impose order and like, these metrics do better, such as like, life, how many murders, et cetera, et cetera. What it is it's saying that conflict is when two people want to use scarce resources towards opposing means, and that the only way to ethically solve this is to say that one person is justified and no one else is. And every system that exists, every ethical system is doing this in some way, shape, or form. It is trying to determine when this conflict occurs, how ought this property be used, right? So democracies will say, with public property, will say, well, we'll vote on it, right? Or like, the commissar will say that, the state just makes the decree, right? Or the barbarians will say, I kill you. And once you're dead, there's no conflict anymore because only I'm alive, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're all resolving conflict because it's impossible for an object to be in two places being used by two different people for two different things at the same time. So we recognize that whatever ethical system of rules we have must solve this problem. It doesn't matter what it is. It must resolve conflict. Then there is a contradiction, in my claim anyways, there's a contradiction in all other forms of ethical systems when they are not conflict reducing, when they do not have the right of one individual. By saying that public property exists, for example, that is a conflict-inducing system, because it is inevitable that, well, maybe not inevitable, but statistically inevitable, right, that people will disagree about the usage of the public property. That in and of itself is conflict. Having multiple owners of the same thing is conflict-inducing. Now, just because there may have found you could say peaceful, I wouldn't say it's peaceful because democracy isn't peaceful, but you can say peaceful means of resolving it by like voting or something. What I would say is that's, again, over and over again, that even that resolution is unjustifiable, because what you've done, for example, in that instance, is you've made me a involuntary owner of something, right? So like the road by my house, I want to use the road in a different way than everybody else. I'm an involuntary partial owner. I'm not allowed to divest. I'm forced to pay taxes. So I'm having violence used against me constantly in order to maintain this order. And that is kind of the claim, is that that's unjustifiable.
Okay, I guess that's the crux of it then. Why isn't that justifiable?
You've heard the argumentation ethics spiel, right? But it's a long spiel. I don't want to get through it right now, but that's why, right? Because it's a performative contradiction to say that you ought use violence against someone, and that there's an ethical norm of using argumentation to resolve differences, because that is what is established via argumentation, that it's a performative contradiction to state that an individual is that you have a right to violate someone else's bodily autonomy or use violence or coercion against them.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, that you're
Yeah.
saying it's a contradiction to argue that, basically, to make the argument that we should be able to do this thing without I guess, enacting the violence yourself, I guess, or rather that, you mentioned, oh well, if you're saying I have a right to my body, right, I have a right to my own argumentation, my own sort of self, that you can't also necessarily say that I don't have the right to any of the things that I own, right? Because ultimately you're saying the state can come in and take my.
Well, so you first establish, via argumentation ethics, the right of bodily autonomy, right? And then the question becomes, well, how do you resolve then when we get back to the resolving of conflict, if you have an assumption that you have a right to your body, that other people ought not aggress upon your body and use force and violence against your body, right? Well, then the question becomes is, well, if I have property, how do you take property from me, right? Like if I voluntarily let you take the property from me, right? Like then I'm giving it away. That's not really an issue. If I attempt to stop you and go, no, and then you go, no, I'm going to do it anyways, you're not really quite aggressing upon me, right? But you're doing that which I have a right to exclude by the first user principle that I've established earlier. You're aggressing upon me when at some point, like you have to aggress upon me at some point. Like if you come into my property and say no, and then you keep coming onto my property, right? Like, and then I attempt to forcibly remove you. Now at that point, you're totally aggressing upon my body, right? Like now we're in a physical altercation. You're the aggressor, because you're the person that's trying to take away my property that is established mine by the framework that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
It's a little bit more confusing. I understand.
No, I understand what you're saying. I think. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying the Lockean position is outdated theory. Is all I'm saying.
No, I understand, and obviously it doesn't seem to work in an argument. I mean, I don't think Yaron. It didn't seem like a very defensible position in that debate, but with regards to the argumentation ethics stuff, yeah, what I'm just not getting is why isn't it just as easy to say that essentially all rights are? I mean, because I would establish the idea that, well, your rights in general, right, the rights you have to yourself, to your family, responsibilities, that these are all legal constructs, right? That again, these are all sort of utilitarian or like ethical, the sort of aggregate morality that we've come up with thus far as a species in each individual country. It doesn't seem unreasonable to take what would it be called a realist approach to all of that stuff and just say, yeah, I mean, ultimately, it seems like societies can form where you have almost no rights, individual or collective, and then societies can form where you have significantly more rights comparatively, right? So,
yeah,
we try to pick the societies that sort of fit the outcomes that we're trying to.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think ultimately, right? It is my opinion, though it is not the one that I often argue because it is not how I justify things, right? So I don't put justification in utilitarianism in domains where the NAP is involved, right? So like I have no problem with being a consequentialist or utilitarian when we're talking about things that don't involve aggression, right? Like when we're talking about like, ought I support OnlyFans girls, right? If the question is like, should I give money to a prostitute, right? And the answer is either yes or no. I have no problem with doing a utilitarian or consequential analysis there, right? And being like, does this align with my rational self-interest to give this girl, $100? And at one point, like maybe I really need a nut, right? Like, and at another point, like, and that'll like get me better or whatever. At another point, like, should I be funding degeneracy in society? Even if it's my small part has some small, consequential effect there. And I don't want to live in a society where all of this degeneracy is because I see the dangers. I see the collapse of the family. I see the all of the negative outcomes that I believe exist from the degeneracy or whatever, right? And then I kind of make like a rational analysis there to the best of my ability, right? I have no problem with that. So I wouldn't, but when it comes to the NAP, I wouldn't do that. That being said, a pure utilitarian analysis, I think you will eventually come to anarcho-capitalism anyways, because I think anarcho-capitalism is fully realized is the system that has the least amount of aggression. And I think that aggression has a game theory cost to it. That even no matter how much order and things we try and impose, etc., that the system that will be the best is the system that requires the least amount of the least amount of order that needs to be imposed through violence, right? Because all order is going to need to be imposed. Like the whole world can't be pacifist because then one person can pick up a stick and say, or else what, right? So there needs to be some level of violence that is used to compel people to behave by the rules of which whatever society you're living in is. And I would say that the utilitarian analysis will eventually correctly recognize that that must be anarcho-capitalism, because it is the system that imposes the least amount of violence, because it imposes its only tenets is to not aggress. And so by having a system that is completely free market, or as much as the market can exist, in competitive forces, etc., that is far more efficient than the state, and doesn't have this game theoried out kind of like aggression. That even if you're utilitarian, you don't believe in any of this shit, that you will eventually kind of be forced to accept that anarcho-capitalism is the way to go because it's the one with the lowest cost.
I guess so. I think it. I don't know. I think that the only way that people would come to that conclusion is with very foundationally different intuitions, and maybe that'll happen at some point. I'm just not sure what would.
Yeah.
I don't know what would cause that great shift in belief. It just seems like so. I mean, humans have been around for a couple 100,000 years, and it seems like the. I mean, yeah. I mean, it seems like the arc of all of human history pretty much has
Mhm.
involved governments, right, and superstructures, and uh, some level of state-based coercion, right? Whether in the most democratic system where they collect taxes, or in the most authoritarian system where you go to prison for saying, the wrong things or whatever.
Right.
That we pretty much always existed on this spectrum, right?
Mhm.
And so, yeah, I don't. It doesn't seem like something that is like I don't know what evidence as well people would point
Yeah,
to.
I can let me challenge that just a little bit. Like I agree with you that statism has been the natural state of man, right? My argument is simply Robert Bella's argument, which is that there are four kind of characteristics of humanity that are shared by some mammals, but no mammals really seem to have all of them. That is kind of a unique part of our evolution. That is number one, maternal instinct. Number two, paternal instinct. Right. So plenty of mammals have maternal instincts. Plenty of them have paternal instincts, like bonobos, for example. Very, very rarely do you see mammals that both the mother and the father are involved, at least for a period of time, in child rearing of their own children. Right. Humans are fairly unique in that. The other two things are the desire to dominate and the being resentful of being dominated, right? And so there is a human desire to dominate each other, to be the top monkey, to be at the top of the branch, right? To be at the peak. The competitive nature of man, to beat out others and make others do what we want. And then there's also that desire to not have that be done to you. My argument is that systems such as monarchy, statist systems, democracy, etc., there is a cost that is incurred by dominating them, by dominating humans. There is people don't like it, and if they don't like it, that means that there must be you have to do it against their will to a certain degree. And because you're doing it against their will, that means you have to maintain it with some level of additional resources. You need more cops to force democracy on people than you do systems they voluntarily choose. You need more money. You need more technology. You need to take more money out of the system of free exchange of goods and services and labor, etc., right? And utilize that to enforce dominance amongst them. And I think that is very well referenced in the efficiency and the percentage of budget and money relative income, right? How much more a police state needs more money and resources to maintain order, the less free it is. I think that is fairly like North Korea is going to need more resources to impose order relative to their income, right? Because these are like starving people. It's a little different than like people with guns, right? there are other factors at play, but in general, the more you attempt to dominate, the more resources you're going to need in order to dominate those people and impose that order. And I think we see that would be evidence number one. Evidence number two, I think, would just be the success of capitalism. Right. I think the success of capitalism is most economists, right, would, with the exception of like some Marxists, would agree that the free exchange of goods and ideas and labor, as opposed towards those that attempted to control those transactions, from like a mercantilist perspective, right, that utterly decimated those old economic models. Once industrialization hit and it was easier to do many of those things. So I would say that So what we have there is we have evidence that the more order you are forced to impose, the more decimated. Yeah, fuck, I said it, didn't I? Deflux. So the more order you attempt to oppose, the higher financial cost out of the market, right? And which has an exponential growth because more transactions, more technological growth, more jobs, more et cetera. That stunts a society's progress. And then number two, the free exchange of labor and goods has shown that the more capitalistic a society is, the more successful they are. The more you have a free exchange of goods and services without regulations, the better off you are. I think the evidence speaks for itself in that. Eventually, we will reach a conclusion, if we don't kill ourselves first, that is the best society from a utilitarian perspective as well.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, obviously, I don't really agree with a lot of. I mean, it's very difficult to make a utilitarian case for anarcho-capitalism, at least based on the economic literature. I would say there's just way too much. There's way too much literature on the effects of state industrial policy on economic development, and way too many papers on shock therapy and the sort of long-term implications on shock therapy, which I think would both of those independently, I think would lead you to the conclusion that, well, it probably, like, state investments can be good insofar as we believe in a sort of utilitarian good, and we have a sort of general understanding of what that means, and that of course capital markets are important and private investment is important, but private profit motive investment is just not, like, that is not the governor of society that seems to, necessarily speaking, result in the most flourishing, right? I think that the anarcho-capitalist position.
Where do you get that from?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, number one,
I would disagree. I would think greed and the desire for profit, right? So long as you don't aggress upon people, it is the highest moral virtue you could attain, without a doubt. It's the greatest good you could do for everybody too.
Well, I'm not really sure what's necessarily virtuous about doing something for profit. I mean, it's just, you're doing a thing that makes money for yourself.
Yeah, this is in your own rational self-interest. It's the highest moral virtue you could do.
Why? I'm not sure what you mean by virtue. Why does it give, like, I'm not saying it's morally bad. I think it's neutral.
Selfishness is the highest moral virtue.
I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean it's the realest thing you can do? I'm not sure what you mean.
No, I mean, like, to say that is a great man, that is a good man, that is a man to aspire to be, that is a man that we all ought emulate, is to be maximally selfish.
Okay, why is that?
Because that is the only rational thing to be, is to be in your own rational self-interest. To be altruistic, to self-sacrifice and self-sabotage for the needs of others is evil. And the reason that it is evil is that when an individual self-sacrifices against their own rational self-interest, right? That's really important here, because it's not, giving up something that means nothing to you is not self-sacrifice. And giving up something for something that you desire is not sacrifice. In fact, it's the opposite. It's selfishness, right? If I desire my community to be better and I'm sick of seeing homeless people on the street, so I build a soup kitchen because I want people to talk about how amazing I am, and because I also want to get homeless people off the street. Like, that's a moral virtue. Like, that's selfishness in display. But the opposite of selfishness, altruism, right, is the belief that human beings are not good unless they do things that harm themselves for the greater good, for other people. It is the basic tenet of socialism, is the concept that it is wrong for you to be a greedy, rich billionaire that cares only about yourself. And what you ought do is you ought pay your fair share in taxes so that the poor and destitute can live a better life. And the exact opposite is true. What the greedy, rich billionaire ought do is be as greedy and rich as he possibly can and buy more yachts. So when he buys more yachts, more yachts have to be made, and because yes, more yachts have to be made, more shipyards have to be built, and because more shipyards have to be built, more dock workers have to be hired, and now there's more jobs, which means the competition of the labor market goes up, and now the poor and the destitute are actually helped because it's easier for them to get a higher paying job because the billionaire was selfish instead of having his money stolen so that the government can waste money enabling drug addicts and bad behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, even that example in and of itself kind of falls apart, right? Because the market distribution, even in a completely free market, like the way that you conceive of it, just, totally anarcho-capitalist sort of free market,
Mhm.
there's the market distribution of goods and services and the market distribution of, you could say, consumption, where, you essentially get, more or less, I mean, you get the income that you earn and the income that is charitably given to you. Um, and that's, the base of consumption is basically labor income and capital income and private transfers of money or of whatever represents consumption in this society. And
Mhm.
but that's a society that doesn't necessarily give income to, again, I think, people that, generally speaking, we would hold that there is a social responsibility towards them, and that social responsibility and concepts of social responsibility exist, and that, for whatever intuitive reason why people feel like selflessness or like, collective, some amount of like village level or collective responsibility exists, right? Again, I think that's an intuition that exists broadly. I think that when you looked into, like, I've heard, um, what would you call them? Evolutionary biologists, I guess. People speak about this concept that human
Kinship
beings
theory.
are. Yeah, I don't know if it's called kinship theory, but essentially the idea is that human beings are a cooperative species, and working together, with, sort of social responsibility and, like, things like this, just sort of seems to be
There's
a
I
somewhat
think that's a
natural
non
thing.
sequitur, right? So there's a non sequitur here, and that is that because human beings require trade, right? Because human beings are diverse, right? And diverse in ideas, diverse in skills, diverse in talents, diverse in passions, interests, etc., right? Then we carve out niches for ourselves, even in like tribal communities, right? We carve out, one guy loves, hunting with a bow and arrow, and like one guy is like, I don't know, a good tracker or something. You know what I mean? Like people have different skills. And so what we do, and you say that we must cooperate, right? But there's no link between, there's a presumed link that we intuit between cooperation and self-sacrifice. But that's not true, right? What it's actually within one's own rational self-interest to recognize that I have skills, I have certain abilities, and then I have weaknesses. It's in my best interest to trade my strengths for my weaknesses in some regard, right? It's in my best interest to live in a community where we help each other out in certain regards.
Right.
That is like, and so you kind of get towards the same position
Well,
in a free
you might have
market.
some ultimately egoist sort of foundation for
Mhm.
what motivates people. It might simply be the case that what motivates us is to just maximize our own pleasure, and, everything that we do, from a leftist shouting free Palestine and tax the rich, is ultimately just that person's sort of happiness inducing position to hold, for whatever reason
Mhm.
it makes them happy to say such a thing. And then a right winger might be the same thing. A right winger might say, no,
Yeah,
cut
I agree.
taxes. No, Israel's great. And it might just be because that's just a thing that makes them happy, right? There's no selflessness that exists in the world. That could be the case. My comment, I mean,
Yes.
my thought is that I'm not really sure if anything that I have as a position would, like, foundationally be in critique of that. Like, I mean, if ultimately what you want to say is like, oh, like a utilitarian advocating for whatever, like, collectivism, let's just say broadly, um, is ultimately just advocating for a system, not that they think is most fair to those people, but rather it's just the system that brings them the most joy and happiness. Like, okay, I mean, maybe that is the case. I'm not really sure why that would. I don't know. I don't know why that would be a
So
comment on,
here's the
like, the
distinction. Here's the
superiority of
distinction.
either
Here's the
system.
problem.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. we both agree, right, that, or at the very least, you're willing to accept, for the sake of conversation, the concept that like everyone actually is acting in their own rational self-interest, or at least as far as it appears. The problem is that when you praise altruism as good, right, and you say words like we have a social responsibility, what you then do is you use violence to coerce people out of their selfishness. And the selfishness is the very thing that is the moral good. What you do is you use aggression, right? This is kind of like basic objectivism. And hilariously enough, it's, Ayn Rand that came up with the non-aggression principle first. But what you're doing is by violating the non-aggression principle, you're stopping the rich, selfish, greedy bastard because you believe that he has a social responsibility, and you are denying him his right to be selfish
or whatever, yeah.
Right, in a way that actually. And so what you're doing is when you redistribute wealth, or, read Atlas Shrugged, like the Equalization of Opportunity Act, right? Like when you're using the state violence to enforce altruism, what you're doing is you're actually stopping people from doing that which they do best, right? Especially, with a progressive system, you're taking from the wealthiest people and you're stealing that money out of the market so that some committee, some entity can do a shitty job of redistributing it based off of values that we're supposed to have or that we vote on. And that is the evil, right? That is the evil portion that I'm talking about with altruism, right? Like, I don't disagree that the billionaire, if he's smart, should give money towards certain endeavors because people feel that he has a social responsibility, right? I don't disagree. Like, I'm not so Randian as to think that like it's like evil to give money to like, an orphanage or something, right? Or to like adopt a kid or like do things that seem self-sacrificing. But when you impose that on other people, you realize that like each individual has this opportunity to do the greatest that they can do, whatever that is. And you deny them that opportunity. You steal from them the ability to achieve the greatness, whatever their greatness is. If you're famous Amos, your greatness is cutting grass and selling cookies and then creating, a giant industry of, a giant market of like cheap cookies that people like. Whatever your greatness is, your potential is shackled by the theft of those that demand that everyone, have this social responsibility, and it encourages a disease within the society of looting, of theft, of I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many words for the same thing.
Yeah,
right?
I guess I guess, yeah, but I still don't see. I mean, obviously, I think we just have a simple, obviously, just a values disagreement. I mean, I guess,
Yeah, sure.
like, I would just say that, yeah, like, obviously, in the case, you have to make presumptions, of course, I think, to get to where you are, because, of course,
Well,
again,
so
I
do
think
you.
that, well, of course, that's kind of what I'm saying. We all have just these sort of
Mhm.
basic intuitions that lead us to our position, sure, but I think that even if I take what you say to be true, which is the idea that, well, we're all sort of ultimately motivated by self-interest. And, I guess this guy's self-interest is to, like Jeff Bezos or something, like his self-interest is to be the best warehouse delivery person, web service provider, ever. And
Mhm.
just, he wants to make as much money as possible and whatever. Like, that's just what he wants to do. Um, I don't see the necessary problem with me just saying, yeah, I mean, sure, I'll bite all these bullets. I'll say, yep, Jeff Bezos, he might be the bestest guy in the fucking world at delivering shit, and he could probably deliver a lot more shit if he had, I guess, 25-30% extra money each year because he didn't have to pay taxes anymore. But,
Yeah.
I feel like there's just a more intuitively moral system that helps more people by my standard of what it means to help people, which is, redistribution, giving consumption to basically people that don't operate within the market, um, and obviously people who are very poor by market terms.
I would say your system is poverty inducing.
Well, I think it'd be very difficult. Again, like we obviously have fundamental disagreements on like what we can establish as fact in the economic realm. We've had this conversation before. But yeah, it would just be. I think it'd be very difficult just because it seems like what we see. How do I put this? It just seems like when states we've run this experiment multiple times. I mean, there must have been in the six figures worth of different welfare programs across time and across societies that have been introduced and fundamentally informed. They're similar, right? We're gonna take from these people and we're gonna distribute to these people, right? And these people tended to be wealthy, middle class people, and these people on the other end of that transaction tended to be poor people of various stripes, and that these poor people tended to fall into a few categories. There's like sort of you could say like temporary poor in the sense that maybe you're just unemployed for a period of time, right? Used to be making good money, now you're laid off, right? You used to be healthy, now you're sick, right? Kind of thing, but you'll get over it eventually. You just have some time that you have to take off. Used to not be pregnant and not have any kids. Well, now you're pregnant / you got kids, right? So all these things. And then you've got these sort of like temporary aspects of poverty, which might exist that you might have. You might be mentally ill, you might be physically disabled, you might be elderly, you might be a child, right? You can't, for the most part, right? Children either can't work or shouldn't work for various, whatever. And
I don't necessarily believe that the children yearn for the mines. Yeah. I'm
right.
with you.
Yeah. Children seems like children like to play with toys and watch cartoons a little bit more than
Minecraft,
mining.
maybe not. Maybe they do
digital
yearn for the
mining.
mines, but
Yeah. But the point is like we distribute from these people to these people, these groups of people that are poor or they cause poverty, right? Someone who now has a child basically has a financial burden, right? And so we give a child tax credit or something to fill that gap. And so and when we run those experiments, it just seems like in literally almost all of them, and when I say almost, I mean like the biggest buckets of these things that we can think of, right? Social security systems across the world, Medicare systems across the world, income transfer, unemployment insurance, these kind of things that when we go into the world right before those programs are created, and then we go into the world right after those programs are created, poverty just goes down almost every single time, right? And by poverty, I mean sort of a lack of cash and consumption and things like this. And the studies that exist as well for like the effects of poverty and inequality on like so many different aspects of life, right? Whether it be like crime or even like innovativeness, right? A lot of times capitalists and anarcho-capitalists will say like, if we unleash, capitalists from taxes and regulation, this you referenced this earlier, you alluded to this earlier, that we get exponential growth, exponential technological advancement, and this is ultimately the most thriving society, right? One that is ultimately striving towards, Star Trekian utopia, right? And that we get there faster if we don't have all these taxes and regulations.
Star Trek is a dystopia, but yeah. Star
well, you
Trek
get what
is-
I'm saying.
is-
The sort of replicator technology that exists, and we can live a post scarcity life. And so the problem is that there seems to
material.
be. Well, sure, yes.
The mind is still a scarce resource.
Maybe not with the technological advancements in time. We might become, super conscious beings. But the point is, though, is that
Still
if
be
we-
scarce, even if it's vastly expanded.
Maybe.
Like
but
definitionally speaking.
Yeah, the point is just to say that there's also seemingly counterfactuals on that very premise as well, right? The idea that while regulation holds back and like taxes and transfer hold back innovation, where there seem to be a lot of studies that show that actually like public investment specifically seems to be good at certain things, right? And you can have a similar, discontinuity designed to, establish this causation or, different, what do you call it, experimental designs over time. And that poverty itself and inequality itself and the social exclusion that exists with poverty and inequality, that seems to result in less opportunity for people who may have ended up becoming groundbreaking scientists and revolutionaries, right, in their fields. That, you know, if a kid grows up in a poor fucking area with, you know, a terribly funded school and, you know, crime-ridden neighborhood and this kind of thing, that guy's probably not ever gonna, even if he has an IQ of 125, 130, you know, that guy's not gonna be a research associate, right? He just doesn't have that opportunity, basically because of inequality. And it seems like studies reflect this, right? That, you know, when you look at the experiments of giving cash to people and like the long-term effects of welfare programs, that, you know, you can look at like cutoff communities where like a program comes on board only for people born after a certain year, and you can see immediately, or the opposite, where they're kicked off after a certain year, and like you can see immediately the effects, right? Where crime goes up, education goes down, wages end up going down. You know, and these seem to point to the idea that, well, actually, state investment and welfare redistribution to some degree, maybe the Nordics go too far, whatever. Like, you know, there's going to be some upper limit. Probably result in good outcomes, you know, for people. And again, intuitively, it just seems like, well, this is what everyone in every society has decided, right? That like 99% of people seem to feel like, hey, fundamentally, it's a question of how much, right? I mean, I think there's like one senator in the Republican Party that's came out and said, I just want to get rid of Social Security. Every single, even on the right wing side, will say, oh, well,
that's how you know, right? Like, that's how you know that they're not serious.
Well,
because obviously
sure.
the country's like, the economy is like the debt is insane and just
and so
tricking faster and faster.
It feels like if people have this foundational intuition and we've run these experiments and it seems to result in these, you know, good outcomes. I don't even know what would push somebody to even like align their intuitions with you yourself, right? It just seems like a very like with socialism and socialist intuitions.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would say the opposite for socialism, basically. Yeah, like based on what I said, it seems like people would tend towards like literally the exact opposite, where like we might end up becoming a more collectivist society over time versus the opposite.
I mean, people are stupid, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe
people are.
Yeah.
To be fair, I mean, when you have democracy runs things, you know, he kind of forces you towards the center of the distribution, as opposed to, you know, I mean, the more democratic a system is, right, the less effective it can be, because the more democratic a system is, the more it forces ideas to be those that everyone can agree to. And so what does that mean? Well, when we look at an IQ distribution, it means that your ideas basically are forced to be within one standard deviation. They have to be the ideas that are commonly held by those between 85 to 115 IQ, right? The ideas that the geniuses have, right, are that are different, that differ from those in the middle, will be held back and stopped because they're outnumbered. So the democratic system is dysgenic, right? It is a destructive force for prosperity to have a vote, because you shackle your ideas not to those that are the most successful, the most intelligent, who are able to gain the most power and gain the most property and make the best decisions because they are the most competent, the most intelligent, and the most knowledgeable. Those people are shackled to the middle, to the mean, to the midwits and the idiots. And that's kind of like, you can just kind of know that from a basic premise. But what I would say about a couple of different things here, what it seems to be is, at least to me, it appears that you have taken you've taken evidence of empiricism, and we can set that aside because that's a really long debate, and I know that we both disagree on that, right? So let's say that I grant you empiricism, right? I grant you, which is a big grant. I think I'm being very charitable as an Austrian, right, to grant you empiricism as a valid means of being able to at least see the patterns and attempt to predict better patterns in the future, like without me getting into like methodological individualism and shit, right? Like granting you that. Even from that perspective, I think what you're referencing is high time preference behavior and a desire for high time preference results. And you're measuring the very things that you're throwing money from, like the immeasurable aspects of the economy, towards a thing and then looking for those metrics to improve, which is kind of like a given. It should, right? So what do I mean by that? So number one, when I say high time preference behavior, well, let's look at Social Security. You can look at the beginning. You say, well, you can look at Social Security right before, and what were the states of the elderly? There's no doubt every research study that you show is going to show that, the elderly, the poverty rate amongst the elderly was drastically improved by the instantiation of Social Security. That's a fact. It's a historical fact. I don't know that necessarily means Social Security is good, but it is a historical fact that can easily be established that Social Security pulled a lot of those people out of poverty in some way or another. But then when we talk about, like you said, no Republican, save one, is willing to talk about the problem of Social Security, right? When 8% of the national budget, federal budget, is debt, and our debt is growing astronomically, and there's no guarantee that this snowballing debt is going to be kept up by GDP. I think we're in a very dangerous situation with our debt. And when we recognize that interest on the debt plus the debt, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security entitlements is somewhere between 69 to 75% of the entire budget, we realize that we're on a runaway train that we're not.
I take your point. Social Security,
that small window, right? But what I'm saying is, when you measure a small window, you can go look at how beautiful it is. We took money out of the market, and then we forced it into this area, and then the area that we injected money into did better. And it's like, that's not a real measurement of success as far as I'm concerned, because what you didn't measure is what did we lose by taking money out of the market in the long term. This is why when I call it high time preference kind of measurements or behavior, is that we don't know what we lost. Like, maybe we already would have sold energy. Like, if we had never gotten Social Security, it's perfectly conceivable to assume that all of that money in the market, not taxed, that allowed industry to have so much more money for research and development, at this point would have already invented clean energy systems, and we would no longer be on fossil fuels. And so, like, the utilitarian analysis of that would very clearly be that Social Security was the greatest evil to ever be invented in the entire world if it stops, if it's the cause of climate change. If without Social Security, we would have solved climate change. But because of Social Security, that research and development wasn't able to be in those big companies that had to spend all of this money on taxation, right? So it's like, we can measure in a small period, but we don't really know what we lost elsewhere in the market. Not really, because innovation is something you can't predict. You can't predict what the market would do in the future. Like, it's like, we can kind of look at estimates of like what we can look at logarithmic scales. Yeah.
You can't predict the market's innovations either, though. I mean, you'd have to just as difficultly make the, well, I mean, when I say difficulty, I mean, you'd have the same burden of evidence, right? But you'd have
the same burden of evidence that the market would like squander the money in some regard.
Well, not necessarily squander, but like you'd have to just compare. You'd have to make an educated guess on the outcomes of both worlds, right? And the because ultimately you can always say what if,
I think it's a pretty easy guess, right? The guess is that technology has an exponential growth, right? We see this in, solar. We see this in almost every form of technology, right? Obviously, there are peaks and valleys. There are periods where depressions occur. There are periods where not a lot of innovation. But over time, right, there is an exponential growth in all technological progress. And that technological progress comes with labor-saving devices and technology that increases the life of humans, right? So those are my assumptions. So my assumption is that when you steal money to slow down growth, you're slowing down something that is exponential. Mathematically speaking, it is impossible to steal money to slow technological growth and get better outcomes unless
who's to say
unless you
that system does slow technological growth, right? I mean, that's the kind of the whole argument that I've been making, right? Is that you'd have to ultimately you'd have to prove that in a world, like, again, you can run this experiment, you can deregulate and lower taxes and see what the effects of that are on, private investment and research, capital intensity of industry, um,
Mhm.
all these things, innovation, innovations and, total factor productivity is a thing that can be, this is sort of the technological advancement, right? Of the economy. You can measure these things and, we can look at the outcomes associated with those things, right? And it seems like,
Mhm.
again, literature is seemingly steeped with examples of public investment resulting in good outcomes and private investment resulting in good outcomes as well. And the comparing and contrasting of those two different types of investment and compartmentalizing them into maybe what they do quite well and maybe what they don't necessarily do quite well.
Right.
Right. And,
Because I'm approaching this
you
from an
know,
empiricist position. So I guess
yeah.
my question then is like, you have this belief, it seems, that a mixed market economy has these advantages, right? So so like I'm trying to understand that even from an empirical and utilitarian perspective. I don't get it, because the way that I see it is capitalism has freed the most people and has reduced poverty more than government interference ever has. Even when we attempt to measure it with empirical evidence. And we know that state taxation has to slow down the rate of the thing that has pulled down poverty more than anything else. And I don't understand how we make that claim and they go, but we have this study and we have this idea that like actually capitalism wouldn't have done it in this time. It seems like we're trying to isolate high time preference sections where we pulled money out of the market, forced it into a specific area, saw positive outcomes in the area that we forcibly put money into, and we're not considering the long-term consequences of that on industry, everything, but also in that area itself, right? I think we've seen the dangers of what welfare has done to the black community in America, for example. I think welfare has been one of the most destructive things for blacks in America.
Um, yeah, I definitely wouldn't agree with that, but I mean, I guess to make the empirical case, I mean, again, like one thing that I would look up if I were you, or if I was like an ANCAP wondering about, or at least like in terms of the evidence that I would use to establish certain things.
Mhm.
I would look up like shock therapy and studies on shock therapy. There was a really interesting paper done
You mean
by,
like in Poland and
uh,
Russia? What do you mean?
yeah, I mean, pretty much the whole Eastern Bloc, and we can look at different experiments that the IMF has instituted in different countries where they try essentially the same thing. And now, again, right, you can also look at collectivist experiments and look at
Right.
different collectivist experiments and say like, oh, look at these collectivist experiments, and they absolutely didn't work, right? And so my point is that it just seems clear that based on that evidence that number one, like, and you can even look at the development stories of the East Asian tigers, where like oftentimes the East Asian tigers are used as
Mhm.
examples of, well, look at this. This is capitalism. This is the free market. That is
Yeah,
how
no,
you
there's a
develop,
great
right?
Ezra Vogel has a book, Four Little Dragons, about the East Asian tigers and how they mostly just abused free trade policy and heavy state investment, knowing that um, America and the West wasn't really going to punish them that much. And so they use massive state
Yeah.
investment to get established in markets, and then they could pull back that state investment to get established in those markets, um, so that they could, Toyota and Honda in America, for example,
Yeah,
Japan, right?
create domestic
They were like
industry
created like
and
rebate systems, right? Where
yeah.
like you go to American car dealerships and be like, hey, like we'll give you $4,000 if you sell this $20,000 car instead of selling a Volkswagen or a fucking Camaro or something. And then all of a sudden
Yeah.
they wanted those rebates, so they were pushing selling those cars so they get established in the market. I don't know that is necessarily. Asian tigers sounds so Asian, is what someone said in chat. Yeah, it does. But yeah, again, what it seems to be, and again, even with the shock therapy examples, it seems over and over again, you're kind of just, I don't know that you're necessarily toiling with my critique, which is this is high time preference kind of measurement, right? That we look at like a short window of time, when we look at shock therapy, right? We look at, and we know that like shock therapy in Poland kind of worked. Shock therapy in Russia, dismal failure, right? Well, maybe not dismal failure, but did very poorly comparatively. And there's, conspiracy theories about that, whether or not those are true. But I mean, like, but even still, like you're talking about a short period of time, right? And in that short period of time, you can see negative things happen for sure. But I don't know that is my critique is that I don't know when you are a utilitarian, you can't. I don't know that you can necessarily value the immediacy unless unless you're being selfish with it, right? Value the immediacy of the solutions if the solutions become band-aids, right? Like if like I think that you can often make things that have
Well, do
temporary
you
or
do you do you
short-term
think
things, but they
we
become a band-aid.
do you think we can't compare institutional frameworks over a long period of time? Right? I mean, because like that's certainly what I would say is that we can look at the sort of long-term impacts of different institutional frameworks, right? Now, ultimately, I
Mhm.
mean, again, if the standard of evidence is unless I can know with 100% certainty in a
I'm not.
laboratory experiment,
No, no,
then
no. Hold on.
there's
Pause.
no
I'm
no.
not. I understand that I'm Austrian, right? And so, like, I understand that there's a disconnect between the way that we both view empiricism and its validity in measuring things. But I'm granting you empiricism, right?
No, that's
I'm
what I'm
only
saying.
critiquing, right? I'm only critiquing the idea is that like, why do these things appear to be better? And I would say, okay, well, I'm looking at them, and the reason I believe that they appear to be better is that you're looking at a short term solution, which can be 50 years, 100 years, even can be considered short term um, you know, next to the totality of human existence in that will exist in the future. And what you're doing is you're looking at taking money out of industry, out of other things, and putting it into an area, and then you're measuring the success within that area. It's like you would expect to see positive outcomes in the place that you put the money into, right?
Well,
Um,
yeah, yeah, I think
yeah,
that where I would disagree is that while it's true that, you know, human beings have been around for a couple 100,000 years, the history of human flourishing is not a very long history, right? I mean,
yeah. It depends on how
realistically
you
speaking,
do it, but yeah, yeah. I mean,
yeah, I mean, if we're talking about, with the advent of like modern medicine and widely adopted electricity and running water,
yeah.
this
Well,
is
that'll
this
get
is quite a
shorter. That'll actually get shorter over time, right? Because if we assume the technology is exponential growth, right? And we assume that even with our current state systems, that like we will still continue, that like we won't collapse, even if our country collapses, but humans in general like continue to go forward and technologically advance at an exponential rate. What we deem human flourishment will be based upon our current experience and judging our current experience based off of our past, right? So like in 100 years, human beings might live to be 160 years old, and so they might consider quote unquote human flourishment to only be like the last 20 years because like they would look at the way that we live as like barbaric and unhealthy and crazy and like
yeah, but
dangerous
we
and
but even so, like we would still recognize like in
I
a
just mean that human
relativistic
flourishment's
sense.
subjective, right? And so
No, it
like
is
it gets
subjective, but
closer and closer based off our experience.
we can also look at an exponential curve and kind of decide like, well, when did the exponentiality really hit, right? And I think it's certainly fair to say that like the the type of life that someone in the early 1900s lived is just foundationally completely different than the type of life that someone in the 1820s lived, right? And
Mhm.
the type of life that we live in the 2020s is just foundationally different. Now, if we were to compare the lives of somebody who lives in the 13th century to the 12th century, I mean, not really much different. Like it seems like foundationally nothing
Well, yeah,
much
that's
has
how
changed,
exponentials
right?
works.
No, that's what I'm saying. And so it is arbitrary. Ultimately, we draw this line somewhere, but we can
Mhm.
still clearly recognize, when did human flourishment really start to take off in terms of our access to advanced technology? And I mean, certainly somewhere in the last 100 or 200 years, you could place that point. But that's all to say that I think that we can look at institutional frameworks that are decades old and draw pretty clear lines between the choices of certain institutional setups and others, and the sort of point to point bright line uh, what do you call it? Like changes that led to either a system of more flourishment in general or a system of less flourishment in general, right? And so that's really all that I'm saying. And I think that when we look at that and we try to examine, essentially, well, if we take the studies in mass and we look at, the history of economic development and human flourishment in different societies, it seems like we come to, I mean, I would say a few basic truths. Like number one, again, this is my, SOCDEM statist perspective, is that number one, like monopoly on violence, social contract, probably real to some extent, probably need that. And then two, that state, insofar as it exists, should probably have certain foundational institutions, the police, the military, I would say a democratic framework, right? An economy which taxes and spends money in a transparent manner. And that these are the things that I would say like optimize for development. And if we're talking about a poor country, the same things with probably a bigger emphasis on state industrial policy and attraction of private investment, right? That these are the things that matter, especially so in a developing economy, right? And so I think you can look at the evidence and say, like empirically, yeah, like these things tend to be pretty true. And I think that when, like, unfortunately, like libertarians, I think, or like people of the anarcho-capitalist, like libertarian variety, I think do genuinely have an extremely difficult time, like really delving into the history and like really coming to a truth from an empirical foundation that, oh, state involvement in general bad in the economy, right? Like, oh, taxes in general bad, welfare in general simply bad, right?
Mhm.
If we're operating on utilitarian empiricist grounds, it just seems very difficult to defend that idea, I would say.
Right. I would argue the opposite, right? Like, so I'm engaging with the empirics here, right? So the thing that you said is that the things that history kind of shows over time, again and again, is kind of two things. Well, and I wrote them down. It's more than two things, but like it's you're thinking. It's fine. So monopoly on violence, a system of a social construct, and then I guess kind of under that monopoly on violence, you said police and military, right? So it's kind of like those are kind of like in that.
Yeah, and
So,
welfare program, things like this. Yeah.
and then you said democratic
Democracy.
systems. Right. So I would say I don't understand how you empirically get to a couple of things. So one, I don't understand how you empirically get to the value of the social contract. It seems like what you're saying is liberal democracies have done better than monarchies and authoritarian regimes. Is that the argument that you get to the fact that the social contract theory is empirically valid in some degree? I don't understand it.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, when I say it's probably valid to some degree, is that it seems like generally societies have operated under an assumption, like this is like all of human society. It seems that basically there's a monopoly on violence and there's some sort of generally understood social contract based on our foundational moral intuitions. Hey, murder's wrong. I don't know much beyond
That's
that,
not
right?
you're
But like,
I want to do it. I don't want to be too rude, but I do want to interrupt there just for a second.
yeah,
I'm
sure.
asking you, where is this empiric evidence, right? That you're going towards a feel. You're vibing it out right now, and I don't
You're
feel like
saying
that's a
the
particularly strong
empirical,
argument. Like you said that there's like that you believe empirically that these things are necessary: monopoly on violence, police and military included in that, democratic
yeah.
systems, and the social contract. So I grabbed the first one that I wrote down on my paper, which is social contract. And I said, where is the empiric evidence? And I gave it. I gave you. I said, are you saying liberal democracies do better than monarchies and authoritarian? Like, what is the empiric evidence of the social contract theory that like leads you to
Well,
believe that that is a necessary thing?
well, again, I think I'm speaking a little bit more descriptively when I say there appears to be a need for some sort of social contract, right? Because it seems like societies throughout all of human history have developed their own sort of, marginally changed over time social contracts, right? And understandings of what, common understandings and common law and things like this. And so that's my evidence, at least that it seems like generally speaking, the intuition of people is some sort of establishment of a monopoly of violence, a social contract that we sort of are all generally held to, right? And that social contract can include, I mean,
But that's just a
fucking a number
historical
of
argument,
things.
right? Like that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
just an
just
argument.
descriptive. I'm just kind of
Yeah,
laying
like
the
it's
foundation with
descriptive.
that.
I don't know that that's right. So my argument is that I believe that even from an empirical position, right, you'll eventually come to empirical utilitarian perspective. You will eventually come to anarcho-capitalism. That has been my argument, my contention here, right? Is to discuss this on your terms as an empiricist and as a utilitarian, right? I'm putting on my David Friedman hat as opposed to my actual ANCAP hat, right? And I disagree. I think I'm my position. So for the social contract, I don't see any strong evidence that that is like good, that like people ought have this system where they believe the power is justified through a government that abuses them. I don't see that as like
Yeah,
being empirically
I'm not
valid.
establishing. Yeah, I'm not establishing like necessarily like the good of a social
Mhm.
contract. That was a descriptive statement, right? I think that the
For sure, for
good,
sure.
because we've seen. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess we've seen societies that operate sort of outside of the, well, not necessarily outside of the paradigm of a stated society, but like we've seen like literally hundreds of thousands, like many sort of infinite almost seemingly examples of how do we organize the state, right? Or how do
Mhm.
we organize like the rules of the state or lack thereof, right?
Mhm.
And descriptively, it seems like for one reason or another, the state is the dominant mode of thought in people's minds, right? And so we can, I know that you have some examples of what you would consider like
Yeah, I
anarchist
mean it's what
societies over
the
time.
state has historically protected people from slavery in the more worse form, right? Which is to say, I mean, you have small villages and tribes, and small villages and tribes get wiped out by bigger villages and tribes, right? And then eventually, over time, people band together, and they gain enough kind of power and clout to where they're no longer enslaved because it's too much of a threat to invade that territory, right? It's too costly a thing. No tribe or village is going to try and wipe out your city of 5,000 people because the cost of trying to raid it is incredibly high, right? So we recognize, I think, not so much statism, so much as we recognize that there is strength in numbers. And I think we can also recognize that throughout human history, some of the greatest developments in technology have been the not so much technology, but in the capacity for organization, right? So, like when we look at large monolithic structures, archaeologists are not saying, what tools were necessary to complete this. Like it's usually less about what tools they had and more about how did they have a society that was large and big enough to organize with like enough bureaucracy to have like middle management and like hierarchical structure and things like that, right? Like it takes time for the complexity of bureaucracies to exist, and they've gotten ever more complex over time. So yeah, I would say that like strength in numbers is something that has been beneficial for a lot of people, that they've recognized that it protects them, and that in the beginning, systems of organization were very unsophisticated, right? And became very much necessary to have a top-down rule, right? We start with chiefdoms, we move into monarchies. Well, how are monarchies able to attain power? Well, first they usually use some form of religious power, a divine right by kings, a concept that they speak to the gods, some form of approval from the religious worship, and then they create the first bureaucratic systems, right? They have a relationship with the church. They start to have government officials, etc. And then what I think we see is a freeing of people's rights and increased private property rights frees people more. Like the more people are less burdened and regulated by the state, and the more sophisticated culture becomes, the more increases we see in wealth and prosperity. And of course, technology, right? So it's technology, it's organizational, and property rights. Like these are the three things that I think are actually the drivers empirically of success. What I'm arguing for as an ANCAP is the most property rights, the most unshackling of technology, which will lead to as we go on, the greatest organizational systems.
Yeah, I understand the point. I mean, I guess again the whole spiel that I gave about comparing. I mean, again, if the argument basically is that, well, I mean, essentially that we are overly compartmentalized when we're thinking about the effects of welfare and state industrial policy. That, like, well,
Mhm.
yeah, if the state takes a bunch of money and just throws it into the car industry of that country, well, it turns out that country is going to have some sort of a car industry after that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And
You would
so,
expect that. Obviously, you would expect if you steal money from elsewhere in the market and then force it into a specific industry, that industry will do better because you've put money into it. What you can't measure is the losses, the potential losses throughout all of the other industries because they weren't given the opportunity because they had money.
well, right, but I can always come back and just say that, well, you can't measure the potential losses of all these kids growing up poor in a world without welfare, and so, ultimately we just have to try and, ungray or unmuddy this water, right, through
Right.
the use of
Yeah, if
hopefully
I'm empirical
some
hat,
design.
right? Like I agree. Like I agree that like somewhere out there is, let's say, a kid in sub-Saharan African country that is in South Africa, that is a genius of unparalleled, like a once in a generation genius, right? Like 280 IQ, right? And like he's just kind of living in in a fucking village somewhere, right? And it's like, and he's not getting appropriate education. And so like what is his ability to change the world uneducated in a village compared to, the equalization of opportunity? Right? Like if we gave him a proper education, we would discover his genius. And like, yeah, they're outliers for sure. Right. This is, just a problem with empiricism in general, right? Is that like, we don't really know. We just make a good guess. Right. Like if
Yeah. Well, I've already conceded that, right? Like I've
yeah,
already said that obviously there's no laboratory. I mean, frankly, even laboratory experiments, right? There's going to be some probability. You're going to have to make that jump at some point and say, because ultimately, even when you report scientific evidence in a physics journal, right, they're going to say, well, with 99.9999999% confidence, we can say this, right? And so ultimately, you're always going to have some probabilistic jump that you're making in, I guess the world.
I don't want to get too far into
empirical
objectivist
science.
philosophy. I would say that hard sciences actually can establish fact empirically. That it only establishes fact within those domains, though. It's the same way that you establish a historical fact, right? So we can know that this chemical reaction occurs in this thing. What we can't know is when the measurable or potentially unknowable other things are no longer constant, right? So like if I put X into a box and then I put B into a box and this thing happens over and over and over again, right, I can know that is a fact, that is what happens, right, between substance X and substance B. What I don't know, however, is that there's an unseen, invisible substance C, and then later there is a box where substance C isn't present, right? And that changes what the interaction is in some regard. But we can know factually this is what happens. We just don't necessarily know that there might be other confounding variables that are unknown to us at the moment. I know it's like getting weird, but we can't objectively know things. We just sometimes the domain shifts, and then the thing that we thought we know expands into additional things that we have to know.
Well, sure, but we can also establish a fact of the matter that is, I mean, maybe this just goes into what you're saying, but that is also, it turns out, like foundationally just like completely incorrect, right? It's like, for instance, this was I think I don't know, this was like what I was taught in terms of the history of maybe the scientific method or something in my science class. But the story goes like, oh, there was a scientist in whatever, some early days of the scientific method, I guess, long, long ago. And the idea was, oh well, um, when you put meat in a jar and leave it on a table, it creates maggots. That's what
Yeah,
it does. That's what happens, right? But then another scientist comes around and says, well,
Spontaneous generation
yeah. Another
is
scientist
the
comes around
theory, I
and says,
think.
well, if the meat's in an enclosed container, it doesn't create maggots because the maggots are coming from outside of the, outside of the can or
Right. So
whatever that you put
that's
the
kind
meat
of what I
in.
mean is that like you've established
Yeah.
a fact that like that meat in a jar on a counter creates maggots, or that maggots appear, right? Not
I mean,
necessarily,
but
not
I
necessarily the
agree that
causal link.
my point is to say, like, I think functionally, of course, when I go outside, I assume gravity is just going to be a thing, right? That like this is a something that
The
we
domain
we
could
assume
change,
in the
right? Like an
world.
asteroid could
Yeah.
hit and switch the poles, and like
Well, the
gravity
domain
reacts
could change,
differently.
but also that we might come to understand gravity as a foundationally different phenomena that has the same result, right? Whether you put, whether the meat itself is creating the maggots,
I
or
fucking
if it is.
started this thing that I really didn't want to start. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, bud. Whether the meat creates the maggots itself, or it's the case that the maggots come from outside, we still have this foundational truth, which is, well, meat. There's some interplay between meat and maggots, right? We found this out somehow at every stage along the process. Like whether gravity is actually, I don't know, like the bending of space time because of mass, or it's some other third thing or some other second thing that science hasn't quite figured out yet. Like we end up in the same place of like, well, my feet stick to the ground, for one reason or another. And I think that whatever that
Yeah, I
probabilistic
think
leap is, that the scientific process as applied to domains outside of the hard sciences is still a truth seeking process, right?
Yeah, I
And
don't
this is,
disagree that soft sciences are seeking truth, right? I mean, obviously, like I'm kind of granting you empiricism for this.
well, a
My
truth
issue with
discovering process, let's say, maybe to be more
yeah,
precise.
yeah, but my issue is the inability to isolate variables, right? Fundamentally changes the way that we know things, and how much we can know, and whether or not we establish causality, right? Because it's one thing to establish historical facts. It's one thing to establish patterns, and we go, these patterns exist. I wonder what that is, and that can give us context to knowledge. The problem is establishing causality. I mean, I'm not a big fan of like the I call it like economic magic, like where they're like, we can prove causality, and it's like I don't. It's like it's predictive. I'll give it that, right? I'll give the there's predictive capacity to complicated economic models, like regression analysis and shit like that, right? Like that there's predictive capacity there, and that's cool, right? But I don't look at it the same way as I do hard sciences, establishing when you put meat on the counter, you get this, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't compare how do I put this? Like the confidence that you can have that welfare decreases poverty and is good for the economy. I wouldn't expect that you'd have the same level of confidence that that is true. Like I don't as an economic
And like
sort of
flies
person.
lay eggs.
Well,
And
no, I was
create
gonna say
maggots,
like
yeah.
if you compare it to like I don't have the same level of confidence that what I just said is true, personally speaking, compared to it is true that if you get the flu vaccine, you're not going to be quite as fucked up if you get the flu. Like that, the flu vaccine works basically. Like I'm more confident in the flu vaccine than I am in my theory of the welfare state or economic development.
That's saying a lot because I'm not super fucking confident in the flu vaccine.
Well, that's just an example to say that
I know,
like,
it's just funny because like for a lot of people it doesn't work. It's funny.
Obviously, like for me, like the hard sciences, of course, are going to establish, I would say, like a harder truth than any social science. Because, like you said, I mean, to be fair, literally experimental social science exists in the sense that you can set up relatively, like factory insulated experiments in these fields. It's just
Almost all of them are really unethical.
Yeah, in theory, some of them, depending on the example you can
Most
think
of
of,
them.
could be very unethical. But but nonetheless, it's to say that you could certainly do it. But yeah, you might run into some trouble. But
Yeah,
the point is
most
just to
most of
say
them are
that,
just going to be unethical. Yeah, and even then, you wouldn't be able to recreate the world, and also, of
like
course,
for
the
like
world changes. Like it's just people are too
for instance, I was gonna
even.
say
Yeah,
when like the example that I would use to drive this home is like one thing you'll hear in economics Twitter is um that there's a meme of like, oh, it's it's a real thing, Fabian. It's a wild in
oh yeah.
place economics Twitter. But no, one thing that you'll hear is um, the effects of cash assistance is just very well known, right? And what they're saying when they say that is that there have been so many experiments done with basically foundationally giving cash or capital to people, just like here, free to you. Here's some cash. Here's some capital, and fucking do whatever you want with it, right? And just come back to us, tell us, how you've been doing along this journey of getting this free stuff, and you know, just report back to us. That's the only thing we'll require. And you can look at the before and after of like all these groups of people across all these thousands and thousands and thousands of studies, different countries, different time periods, different things that they're given. Capital, cash, what does that really mean? The frequency, all these things. And it seems like the truths of all these, literally all of them, they seem to be very similar, right? For instance, in like developing, like very, very poor countries where, they've experimented with like, we're going to give this family a couple of cows and a fucking a thing of milk every month or some shit, right? And that's just, we're going to do this to 200 families. Or it's like, hey, we're going to give this family $8 a month in fucking Kenyan currency
what's
or
your
some
point?
shit. My point is to say that we've done all these different experiments and it seems like they all yield the same result. And it's to say that when you aggregate all that upward and you say, okay, well, like, can I make like a very good estimation of what the effect of a basic tax and transfer program is? I think you can have a high amount of confidence that it turns out from a utilitarian basis, these programs are just like a good thing to do, right? That some amount of taxing and transferring
No,
results in like
no,
net positive outcomes for society. Because
no,
I can go into the results of all those things, and they
no.
seem
You
so
can't.
consistent.
It's silly. It's silly. What do you
Why?
mean silly? Because again, over and over and over again, we've kind of gone. We've bounced around. We're having a fun. It's a fun talk. It's fine, but it doesn't. It's just you're measuring high time preference in terms of your desire for measurements. You have a high time preference for immediacy of impact within the area that you're studying. And yes, there are studies, right, that show plenty of studies over and over again, as you stated too, as well, where like we instituted welfare program A, GDP in the next 6 months did B, this did B, this did B, and we can compare it to the rates of growth before, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And it's again, and
But
so
we can
you
also
can you
use
can
longitudinal data and just track the individuals and just say like these, individuals themselves were,
yeah,
they
yeah.
were
I have
net
no listen,
productive
listen, listen.
people.
I have no. There's no in no way, shape, or form am I doubting that if you give people resources from other people that they did not have, right, that they tend to be able to do more with more resources.
And more for
My
society.
issue, right? My issue is what are the long term consequences of that, right? Looking at it
Yep.
from a low time preference perspective, and the long term consequences of that appear to be the to varying degrees of issues. There's a few things that it does. So one thing that we know that it does, for example, is that we can see as a pattern, right? Taking it from an empirical perspective, right? One pattern that we see is that the lowest IQ, lowest productive people breed at a higher rate than the more higher productive people. And the more money you take away from the highest producing individuals in society and give them to the lowest producing individuals in society, the more the low IQ, low producing individuals in society breed, and the less the high IQ, high producing individuals in society breed. And if we were to take just that incentive, right, like Charlie was Munger, I think, from Berkshire Hathaway, show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome, right? Just that one incentive alone, welfare is creating idiocracy. That like the natural, if that pattern continues and holds,
we don't know
for a long enough time, will drive IQ down, and the human race will become dumber and less productive over time, because we will lack the intellectual capacity that our ancestors had. And that's just like one pattern, right? Like I think there are a ton of patterns and a ton of unknowable and unmeasurable
that pattern is not
kind of outcomes.
But that's one of the problems, right? Is that I think ultimately, if the appeal in a discussion like this is always to like the ultimate uncertainty of the programs that we might establish as, people in a government, right? Well, then again, that's never going to meet that threshold. It's just we just can't do the kind of experiments that would be required to, we can't just create 2 artificial countries and fill them with like, slaves, and like make them do certain economic things.
In
right?
15 years, in 15, 20 years, natural like AI will probably be at a point where we can run some of those studies fairly well.
Man, that'd be dope.
And get a little bit. Now, obviously, every
AI
additional
God,
factor.
tell me the answer. Is communism or capitalism the right thing?
I'm saying, like, obviously every non-perfect confidence interval that is added to the equation has an exponential kind of like failure rate to the equation as a whole, right? So like if there's a 1% chance that, if there's a 99% chance that A is correct and a 1% chance that B is correct, that's fine. That's pretty confident. But if you stack those 100 times, you basically get to the point where you have no idea what happens. But as exponential growth in artificial intelligence increases, I do think we're going to be able to come up with really cool models that have some predictive capacity. And I do think we'll see a lot.
Yeah, and so you're certainly right, but we're just working in the world.
But just on the IQ thing, right? Like we know that that's a
thing.
problem.
I totally reject. We don't know that that's a problem. No,
why do we know that? Why is that not a problem?
So, because people, there's so many studies on this as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
That looking at the effects of tax and transfer programs on IQ and on educational attainment and like future career outcomes, and it's clear that there, I know that there's like weird fucking race realist arguments or whatever, like to what degree IQ is heritable versus environmental. But the point is to say that
it seems to be about 80% heritable, right, and about 20% environmental, right? So yes, if you give opportunity to poor people, right, the immediate measure is a very slight increase in IQ, especially, right, if you were able to take away problems that have an epigenetic impact, right? So like if you're invest in a community like inner city and you get rid of the lead pipes, right? So the people in that community stop drinking lead water, then you're going to see an environmental increase in IQ because you've gotten rid of the damaging thing. What my claim is very simple, is in something that is a majority inherited, if we know that IQ, right, those that are low socioeconomic status, welfare increases the birth rates. We see this as a pattern in multiple countries where throughout the world, right? Like this is a fairly consistent pattern if I'm using empiricism, right? And so, and as opportunity and as socioeconomic status rises, we see a declining birth rate. And so my contention is very simple, is that you are, by creating welfare. Oh no, my headphones just cut off. Hold on 1 second. I think, oh no, they didn't. They just got weird. I do got
big welfare.
Here, so it's after 2 a.m. and I have to watch my son tomorrow and do a debate tomorrow. But just one thing, right, is that yes, you're going to see a small increase in IQ by changing the economic opportunities and things like that. But what you are going to incentivize is a corrupt incentive structure, which is low socioeconomic status people of less success, less personality trait conscientiousness, lower IQ, are going to be incentivized to birth at a higher rate. and you're going to have the exact opposite income on the highest producing members. That alone is a really corrupt incentive structure towards human capacity if you play that game out long enough. If something else changes that behavior, then yeah, something else changes that
At the
behavior.
same time, right? If we assume that if we assume that essentially this growth is exponential, but every genius we lose out on is sort of a shifting of that curve over to the right some marginal amount because this genius did not enter the market or the non-market and explore their talents because of this lack of resources available to them. That of course it would be the case then that poor, even if we assume, which I completely reject, it seems like you actually get such an incredibly substantial increase in IQ because of welfare programs, that the distribution of geniuses becomes so positive at that point. I think
Hold
it's
on.
undeniable.
You are completely you're being anti-science now, right?
No, but listen, really quick.
I explained to you why you get a short-term jump in IQ via welfare. You change but that does not change the genetic structure of the people there. That does not change the heritability
That's what I'm saying.
of
It
IQ.
doesn't have to. It doesn't have to because you've already conceded that there are more geniuses in the world who are able to enact their genius innovative minds upon the world in my scenario because again environment doesn't how do I put this it shifts people's IQ because IQ itself is a structure in part on the environment, right? And so if we can eliminate that and shift the entire population's IQ upward and contribute to the vertical mobility of those geniuses on the latter end that now exist on the margin that wouldn't have existed and that now have this opportunity to be vertically mobile and actually enact their talents upon the world, then the benefit of doing that is exponentially great because it shifts us closer to that exponential utopia post-scarcity society that we're sort of ultimately angling for, right? So I mean, it just seems like
because I don't believe post-scarcity is a thing that exists, but
with infinite technological growth, it seems like that would essentially necessarily happen at some point, right? But
I just don't think it can it can pragmatically exist, right? Which is fine. Like I'm okay with that. Like it can pragmatically exist in the sense that like it becomes very difficult for someone to find a want or a need that they're not that they're incapable of not getting almost instantaneously. And so like scarcity would still exist, but like for all intents and purposes from a consequentialist perspective, it kind of almost doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But it would still exist it would still exist and it would still need to exist because the question would still come down to a situation of like, is this mine? Right? Because the individual item is still scarce. Even if you can make an exact copy, that doesn't become post scarcity, right? Because there is no other pen like this in the universe. You can make an exact copy that is 100% the same and it's still not this pen. Right, this pen is still scarce, and
the emergent property of this pen.
Well, I have a subjective value of this specific pen, and so I value my pen differently than the copy of my pen. Right, potentially, it's not really that
if
important.
You had a kid
it's only important.
And you could clone your kid. Like if you could put your kid into a machine and throw dirt into it, and then the dirt becomes an atomic copy of your child. You probably just wouldn't quite feel the same attachment to the copy,
right?
Even though it's technically the exact same person,
right? It's like the way that I'm approximating it in the mind, and on top of that, they wouldn't be the same. They might be identical from like a material perspective, but they're not identical from the way that they're valued in the mind, and they're not identical in the sense, and they might be identical, but they're not the same, right? That's the law of identity, right? Like there is one, and then there's another one, and there's a one, and there's a two. But again, going back towards this situation, I would say I have to get out of here. Right? It's been fun talking to you. It's like past 2:00 in the morning.
All right.
And I have a debate. I have a debate tomorrow, and I have to watch my son tomorrow. I got shit to do tomorrow as well.
Wow,
it's fun talking
having
to you.
Things to do. Unbelievable.
I do think eventually, even the utilitarian must eventually admit that anarcho-capitalism, by virtue of the incentive structure alone, is the system that is with the least amount of cost, and therefore it is the system with the most amount of growth and the most amount of prosperity.
I think socialism's coming for us, Fabian. I don't know, man. I think it's coming for us.
Well,
all.
like I said, we mostly live in democracies, and the biggest problem with democracy is that it overvalues those that are towards the median, or the median of the IQ distribution. The geniuses have less say because they're stolen from and unable to impose their will on the world as they see fit.
That's true. That's true. Well, all right, bud. I'll talk to you later. It was good talking.
Yeah.
See you, man.
Peace. Oh, I got so scared. The song just like randomly switched right there. Like at the second that I like minimized the window, and I was like, oh, did I exit out of something for a second? I like panicked. I got weird. Is Econo Boy a black man or a white man? He sounds white. I don't know. Mintus Wave talked about what? I missed something. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here, boys. I really appreciate you guys being here tonight. It was fun. I think we're going to make Wednesday streams a thing. Probably not go till 2 o'clock in the morning. Maybe I'll start them a little earlier. But I'll be back tomorrow. Probably about 6:45, probably, maybe 6:30. I'll get it set up tomorrow. I got stuff to do tomorrow as well. Hold on. I forgot I can bring this to my main screen. At least you forced him to admit he can't really rely on empiricism to make reliable predictions. GG. Yeah, I mean, it's not. He knows. I don't understand why you would admit that empiricism is invalid at making like reliable predictions out into the future, and why you wouldn't simply then look at things from a praxeological perspective. Right? Like, why wouldn't you look at the incentive structures of human behavior and then map those out? How are they not more effective than the thing that you know you kind of like are guessing at? But it is what it is. Make sure you guys make sure you give us a like before you get out of here. Come join the Discord if you want to talk more. What? Did the bot just quit? There we go. Join the Discord. Come hang out with us. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And then I got my kids this weekend, so I probably won't see you at all after that. But I'll see you guys around.